Making your way through work Monday takes everything you got. Then Monday night rolls around and you realize there's a shot. You're only 10 points away. All those times when your team had no fight, they're just so gosh darn frail. Then your star quarterback let another deep ball sail, and your third round pick bet on his team. Then go check out our streets where everybody knows your pain, and they listen to complaints. You wanna be where you can see our bodies bring you no shame. You wanna go where everybody knows your pain.
Welcome back to our biggest show of the year.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys want to just make this a musical?
Ooh.
I can't sing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's not a good idea.
Not on my
I can't
alley.
sing either, but I mean, just no.
No.
Oh. Welcome in, everyone. We have our biggest episode of all season. It's our Dadbod Squad episode. We have tons of guests, tons of amazing people coming on here to share their Dadbod Squad. Some may call it the My Guys segment. And I am pumped. I am amped.
Are you, Mario? Are you really?
I posted out the GIF. You guys ever see Big Short?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm jacked to the tits.
You got coffee tonight or alcohol?
Oh yeah, coffee.
Of course.
Well, Rob, I don't want to be like slurring my words by 9 p.m. because we got a long episode.
It's gonna be a long one.
I'm hitting the water.
Yeah. Cody's staying hydrated.
That's
You're
right.
staying drunk, and I'm staying awake.
There we go.
Well, I'm
We'll
gonna
see
have
what
to pee
happens.
like 40 minutes in though. So
That's old man bladder right there.
Yep.
That's the dad bladder.
that's right. That's exactly right.
Soon, Steph Smalls will be joining us in about 8 minutes or so. We wanted to hop on here early and maybe discuss some news that's going on in the league and kind of preface what we're going to be talking about a lot tonight. So let me start with that. Our Dadbod Squad episode is having these, like I said, amazing guests, amazing football analysts. Super thankful that they're coming and they're going to get on here and share their Dadbod Squad. So one QB, one running back, one wide receiver, and one tight end, kind of their person that they're most in on compared to consensus or just in general, most in on. So
Say it correctly, Mario. The definitely always drafting before others do players.
Yes.
Say it with your chest.
Yeah.
Say it with your chest.
What is that called? An acronym? Is that right?
Yeah, that would be an acronym. Yeah.
Yeah. You
So
know, I'm
who's
just
coming
learning
on,
every day.
Mario? Who's all on tonight?
That's a good point. So on tonight, and Rob, I don't have the list, so I'm just going to have to go through our outline here. You
want
got
me
the
to get
list?
it?
Yep. Go ahead.
So 6:30, we got Steph Smalls coming on. 7, Ian Hartitz. 7:30, Bob Long. 8, Eric Moody. That's a big get, and we were super happy to have him. 8:30, we got Andrew Cooper. 9 o'clock, Jeff Bell. 9:30, Dave Kluge. And 10 o'clock, wrapping it up, is Derek Brown over at Fantasy Pros.
I mean, every one of them great. This is gonna
Heavy
be
hitters.
I mean,
Heavy hitters in the fantasy industry, dude. We are super excited to get all these guys on.
Yeah, I can't wait. I really can't. So we're going to have them come give their Dadbod Squad. And that's kind of the premise of the show. So a lot of information, probably a lot of stats, probably a lot of reasons why they're picking those players. We're going to eventually give ours sometime tonight. We're going to have our other 3 boys come on here and give theirs sometime tonight.
Yep.
The other dad
Those are a little bit more of a loose schedule for those ones, but
yeah,
they will be there.
You know, I hadn't thought about it this way, but you know, between our members and guests, we've probably got, that's probably 12 or 14 people, 4 players each. So we're going to do a fairly deep dive on, 50 players.
Yeah. We're going to get into a lot of info.
Yep.
It won't be super in depth with data and analysis and all that sort of stuff, but
Speak
it's
for
going to be a
yourself.
lot of a lot of good content, a lot of, hopefully people that you might not think to draft that, drafts are coming up might kind of change your mind with some of these people we got coming on that we haven't talked about. I'm excited to see like who's Dave Kluge got that he's super excited about drafting. Who do some of these guys have that maybe I need to readjust my rankings.
Yeah, I 100% expect to make adjustments to my rankings. We're working on final preseason rankings here very soon, and I 100% expect to make changes based on this episode.
You're gonna get swayed some ways.
I hope so. That's what I'm here for.
That's the point, right? That's why we're doing this.
I'm trying to think of who you're like super out on to see if I could even just, switch my guy right now or my Dadbod squad right now. Robbie gave me a look. Whoops. I wanted to hit some quick news just because we have a couple more minutes here. Guys, Melvin Gordon missed practice today.
Did he? What was it?
Not hoping for anything. It was a foot injury. Something to monitor.
Uh-oh.
Everyone knows that if something happens here, Javonte rises.
Oh, yeah.
Those rankings.
A number 1 RB, a top 12 RB.
Easily. Top 6.
Yeah.
Little note, Michael Thomas was the top performer at practice.
Yeah.
Are you guys buying this?
I am. Hook, line, and sinker for me,
What's buying it? Give me what buying it is, Rob. Because I guess
I would say it 5th round, 6th round.
Yeah.
Right? And it's probably going to go a little higher, but
he's going to be
buying at 5th or 6th right now.
He's going to be drafted top 20 receiver.
So you're willing to take him there for sure?
I think so, man. All the reports coming out is he looks the same as he did pre-injury. If that's true, that's a steal if you get him in the 4th or 5th. That's a steal.
I try to preface that. It was noteworthy. I do not hate Melvin.
Yes,
no, there was an agenda there.
I do love Javonte. There's no agenda. I do not. I'm not. Look, I feel like I'm already cursed. I don't need to be wishing on injuries. That's
if there was news that Melvin choked on a piece of gum, but he's fine, I think you'd bring it up.
Melvin cut his hair. He won't be the same.
Yeah, right.
Kadarius Toney appeared to be favoring his hamstring during practice on Tuesday.
Oh, man, really? That sucks.
That's everyone's favorite late wide receiver dart throw because he's so explosive. But if you remember last year, it was a little tough. He was hurt quite a bit.
He was hurt, right? But when he was on the field, was he electric? He was electric.
I'm going to take a minor spin here, and I don't want to derail us big time, but there's starting to be some Tyrod Taylor rumblings in New York. Daniel Jones has not looked good. And I read up on it quite a bit today. Like, it's been a consistent issue over the past several weeks.
Let me ask you this.
Tyrod took like a couple first-team reps, but it's minimal. But
if that's the case, don't you think they'd make a play for Jimmy G or even, I don't know if you can get Sam Darnold, but you're going to go Tyrod Taylor.
Not Sam Darnold. Not Sam Darnold.
What about Jimmy G?
Well, I think that's probably maybe an option.
If they're really out
I personally don't think this team's ready to compete. So to me, it would be saying, hey, the Daniel Jones project is over, not necessarily, hey, we're going to make a Super Bowl run, so we're going to go get a QB. If that's
I don't know why you just don't give him the last year.
They probably will, but Tyrod, he is not playing well.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Does he ever look good though?
No, that's the issue.
Thing.
That's why you wouldn't give him I guess that's the argument for not giving him that final year.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if he's cut bait. Yeah. Why not try to win and create a culture?
I know Tyrod's always hurt, but he still is one of the better backups in the league for sure.
Yeah, I guess it is like if you're going for that top quarterback, let him play it and.
Yeah, there's not a great
3
case
and
for
13
Tyrod,
again.
true.
Yeah,
and maybe it's just worse news for Giants
Saquon.
Weapons. Yeah, Saquon, Giants receivers. If we're saying, hey, Daniel Jones has been so bad that there's Tyrod rumors, but yet we still think they're going to put Daniel Jones out there, that doesn't exactly bode well for Weapons.
Saquon's flying up draft boards.
Yeah,
he's getting into late first. He's getting into the first round, which blows my mind.
All right, we got a question here. So 12-team redraft, let's assume PPR. You guys want to pick at 6 or 10 this year?
6.
I like 10.
I think I'm 6 as well. But if it was 7 or 10, I think I'm going 10.
Yeah, we'll do this quick. Yeah, 6, I feel like you missed those big boys, but 10, you can get that.
Yeah, to
Come
me, it's
back,
4
so.
running backs, 2 receivers, and then I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm all right.
All right, boys. So let me introduce you guys to our first guest of the night.
Let's do it.
She is known for her love of dads, the Giants,
Perfect spot.
all things gambling, and still having time to golf. Steph Smalls, everyone.
How we
What's up,
doing?
guys? I'm
Steph,
so
what's up?
excited. This is like the most on-brand guest appearance I think I've ever done.
Oh, it fit perfect. We love it.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I've been seeing your recent post, like just recently a lot. Like I think it was Barkley, and it was like Dad ? And I was rolling.
Once I get started on something, you just don't get rid of it. So the second it started taking, it's like now it has suddenly become my entire brand, but we roll with it.
That's awesome.
great.
That's awesome.
As you can tell, ours as well. Robbie has a huge flag in his
Doing a lean
background.
there. There you go.
I
Cody-
love it
yeah,
so much.
Cody has his little I don't know what that's called, Cody. A tile?
Yeah, I guess it's like a canvas.
Sure.
A little
Canvas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got this shirt. So I mean, like we're with
I think
you.
I need something. Like I think I need
Oh,
a
there you go.
Dadbod pod something in my office.
There you go. Just
We
so you
were-
know,
we'll get
that
on
is my silhouette.
We were talking about
It's
that.
beautiful.
Steph, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. It really means a lot. Like I will say it on air. I know we switched it up on you and you still managed to get on here with us. So like truly, truly, truly appreciate it. I already said it to you. If I don't know how this is our first year at the FF Expo. I don't know how it works. I don't know like if everyone's together, what it is.
Yeah.
But if I see you and we're near a bar, I will get you a drink for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I will get you one right back. It's no sweat off my back. I love coming on. This is great, and I feel like I've been so much down gambling's throat that it's nice to talk about fantasy. Like I'm excited to talk about fantasy. I don't get to do it as much, so thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it's awesome. You're doing great work at It's Champions Round, right? The app.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we can use it yet. I think next year is the first. We're in all 3 of us are in Ohio, so I don't know if we can do.
And I'm
the
in
pop
Michigan,
bets, yeah.
so like I can't use it. So I can use. You can do the free version. Not quite as fun. Excited for these states to get on board. It's so funny.
Yeah.
You can gamble, but can't play DFS. I don't know.
Yeah.
America needs to figure it out a little bit.
Come on.
Yes. So before we get into your dad bod squad, we wanted to kind of have like some fun icebreaker questions that are very random,
Cool.
very random because you've been on pods. Everyone that's probably watching us knows who you are. So it's like she's answered this on other pods or on other shows. Like we're just going to ask really outlandish
Cool.
questions.
All right. Do I need to sip of wine before I do this? Like,
Can't
No,
hurt.
I don't think that. Yeah, it can't hurt. No, it's like, what's your favorite pizza toppings?
go. Is that the question?
Yeah. That would
Okay.
be
I didn't know if it was an
on that.
example. I'm like, all right, this is nervous now. I feel like it's a test. I'm sweating. No,
We'll go
actually,
easy.
so some kind of like meat lovers, which like that's what she said. I got it. Jalapeno on it is great. Like I love any kind of combination of like pepperoni, sausage, the whole 9 yards, but then it has to have something spicy on it. So I do love jalapenos, but not the ones out of the jar. Like I want like actual jalapenos on there.
The good stuff.
Authentic pizza.
Like real, yeah.
I try to like hot stuff. I just can't do it. Doesn't
Some
work.
people can't.
I try my best.
We were out to eat this past weekend, and I was getting a bowl of chili before my meal. And I'm like,
Bad
throw
vibe.
some jalapenos in there. What can it hurt? I was literally wiping sweat off my forehead in the middle of the restaurant. Like, I'm not built for this. I want to be built for it, but I'm not.
That's me.
We
That's
do a
me
hot
too.
wing challenge on family vacation every year with my dad's family. And normally I can do it we do 12 wings. By 10, I was like, I'm out this year, guys. I
Yeah.
can't. Like I feel like I'm about to have a heart attack. Like this is not going well.
I would be out too. Someone asked you to play music at a get together. What would be the first song you're putting on?
Send Me on My Way by Rusted Roots. Favorite song ever. The one in Matilda. You
Wait.
probably know it as. You probably don't
Me on my
know
way.
this.
On my way.
Yeah.
On
That's
my
my
way.
favorite.
Yeah,
That is my
way.
favorite song ever. Like you cannot be sad listening to that song. Everyone knows it, but doesn't know the name of it. It's a great jam.
That
That's
answer was
awesome.
so quick. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like she's been thinking about this her entire life.
I've been waiting for someone to ask me all these guest shows. They didn't ask me.
All right, last one here. If you had to get a tattoo today, what would it be? I don't know if you're inked or
Dad.
Perfect.
Somewhere,
Okay, if that's the
anywhere,
case,
not sure.
we need to make a deal. How about a dad bod instead of a dad? I see a silhouette.
Done. Actually, that'd be
what do you
great. I like this silhouette. I could do a
Oh.
silhouette, maybe on like my foot near my ankle or something.
That'd be hilarious.
Maybe if you buy me enough drinks in Cannes, we can buy a tattoo.
We'll make it.
bottle.
Yes.
Say less. Say less, Steph.
Don't tell me with a good time. Like I will absolutely be the one at the tattoo parlor.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. That is great. All right, so the whole premise of this show, it's gonna be it's our big show. It's about gonna be 4 hours long or something. We wanted to get yourself and other amazing fantasy analysts on the show to kind of go over their Dadbod squad is what we're staying on brand. But you're my guys, your Dadbod squad. Like, who are you the most in on compared to consensus with your QB, running back, wide receiver, tight end? So if you want to kick off with your QB.
I will. And staying again on brand, the ultimate dad, Kirk Cousins, ADP right now, sitting there at QB 14. This is a guy that for some reason, Kirk Cousins could literally do nothing. He could finish as QB1 and everyone be like, Kirk Cousins sucks. I hate Kirk Cousins. He has finished as QB11 the past 2 years, finished as QB18 2019, QB13 2018. You can go back even farther than that. You know, I think availability is the best ability, and that's something that Kirk really embodies too. He plays every freaking game. He doesn't have Zimmer there, who was so defensive minded. I don't think he trusted Kirk all the way either. He sounds like he was very militant. He wanted to win through the defense, which did not work for them. And he wanted to dump the ball off to Dalvin, you know, and they're in a very sedated NFC. So they're a top contender, like literally a top contender.
Yep.
And I said this on a show earlier, is they've kind of always been the bridesmaid and never been the bride. So they are for 5 or 8 years, they're always like a good team. They just managed to screw their season up somehow. So I think it's funny that most of the consensus is like JJ is either your wide receiver 1 or 2. Well, guess what? That goes hand in hand with Kirk Cousins having his best career year, and I'm so all in on him. I think he finishes as a top 10 QB.
Robbie, what do you think? Just quick hit.
You make me so happy.
I love it. Listen, I'll still get the tattoo. You don't have to butter me up.
The silhouette with Kirk right under it. That's what we
Or
want.
the silhouette with Kirk's head. Like, can we do Kirk's face
I
on
will
the
get it.
body?
I'll get it.
Can it say you like that on there? Is
Yeah. And I have to say, you guys, if you haven't seen this one video where he like totally like head bumps, like Tyler Conklin head bumps. What is that called? It's been a long day.
Headbutt.
Thank you, headbutt. Can you say butt on the show? No, he butts him, and he is so like, the dude is just a dork, and I love it. And I think that Zimmer was like in his way. He's gonna be relaxed, calm, cool, collected, and he's just gonna have a career high year, and everyone's gonna be like, Kirk Cousins still stinks.
He's my QB too on my Dadbod. He's my QB.
I love it.
You said he was a dork. Before we move on to your running back, is he more of a dork than Russell Wilson?
No. So there's 2 different types of dorks. Russell Wilson is the biggest cornball ever. Like, I don't know. I think he has more than one personality too. Like, can't totally figure it out. Everything he says irritates me. And I'm so mad that this whole like Broncos country, let's ride, is like turning into a trend. It needs to stop. It makes me sick. Like, I can't. I think Kirk Cousins he's just a wholesome family man. He wears 2 rib cage pads, and he goes and he plays every game, and he is driving the same car since when he graduated from college. Like, he's just a cool dude.
Yeah, I will say that sometimes Kirk makes me real uncomfortable when he gets in those moments.
Yeah, and it's so funny because he like doesn't know what he's like, you know, like he's doing his best.
He's never shit talked a day in his life, and he's making his best attempt.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it right there, right?
He gets excited and like headbutts Tyler Conklin, and Conklin's like, well, like, what are you doing?
If you wouldn't mind going over to your running back,
Sure.
Your Dadbod running back.
So I was a little torn on this. I feel weird about the running backs this year. I don't have a very strong, like, that's my guy. So I think I'm going to roll with who my guy was last year, and that's Travis Etienne. ADP right now sitting at RB 2120, depending where you are drafting. And he was my guy last year before, he lost that rookie season to that Achilles injury. And I think Etienne's in a I'm oddly excited for Doug Peterson. Like, I think that Doug Peterson is going to do so well there. And maybe it's because he's not with the Eagles anymore. But, you saw what Miles Sanders was able to do as a rookie with a 53% snap share, looking at RB 15, maybe it was 16, somewhere around there. He's in a good spot. That wide receiver room is not exciting. It's just overpaid. And then you have Ingram, who, listen, you guys can shout it from the rooftops. Everyone can argue with me. I promise you, Ingram is not that guy. He's not going to be that guy. I don't care who it is. And I think that's going to end up falling on to Etienne. I'm really excited for him. I think he's just going to completely eat up targets, and he's going to get that goal line involvement that you want. Etienne, as long as that injury can hold, knock on wood, but I like Etienne this year. I like the Jags. I don't like them to do too much, but I think they're going to surprise some people.
So that's Mario's running back. You've got 2 chances here to nail one of mine, and
I'm not going to. I'm not going to with these two, because one's a homer pick and one is should be expected by me.
Oh, yeah, that probably doesn't bode well.
Yeah. No.
We have Andrew Cooper on the show later tonight too. The Evan Ingram slander. I'll have to slide it to him.
So we have decided, there's been a silent mutual agreement, because Andrew, I adore him. He is like my go-to, and I'm stressed out about tight ends, and I just need some clarity. That is who I DM. I'm like, dude, just figure this out for me. We have not spoken about Evan Ingram. I ignore his tweets about it. He ignores my tweets about it. We have a mutual respect where we just don't talk about it, not letting it affect our friendship, but there'll be shit talking when one of us ends up being wrong.
All right, Steph, real quick, we got a question for you. Came into the show here. I'm going to pop it up for you.
Breece Hall or Travis Etienne?
Guys. So I have this, my gut for some reason makes me nervous about Breece Hall, and I don't know why. Like, I have literally no reasoning around it.
I think the Jets.
And I think we're just like, okay, screw you, Michael Carter. Like, I think that's rude. I don't think that's how that's going to go. And I could be very wrong. And I think the Jets could end up jetting. I like Breece Hall's upside, I think, a little bit more than I like a Garrett Wilson. I'm probably in on Breece Hall a little bit over Etienne, but not by much.
Ooh, that's Mario's guy.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Rob, where would you be on that real quick?
That's a tough one, man. I have him
close.
bang bang. I have him right there. I think Breece is gonna get more work consistently. I think Etienne can do more with the work. So
and I think he'll get more receive. Like, I think he's gonna get involved.
Better opportunities.
Yeah.
Breece
No, Etienne.
I don't know. Yeah.
See,
I think I'm regretting. I regret my decision. Take it back.
He just talked himself out of it.
Especially because, like what you're saying, Michael Carter, we're not going to forget about him. I think he may carry more of a role in the passing work than Breece. I don't know. Maybe that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Why don't we talk about Breece? He's listed as 3rd on the depth chart, the unofficial depth chart.
Rookie
we should be paying attention to that.
Are we still talking about this?
I know. I'm just messing. All right, Steph, if you would like to go over to your wide receiver.
Yeah, and this one's going to shock everyone, right? My wide receiver is obviously Justin Jefferson. So if you follow me on Twitter, you know that I have been just the most obnoxious Justin Jefferson supporter that you know. Right now, ADP, wide receiver 2. He could very well finish at wide receiver 2. Maybe we have a little bit of a surprise at wide receiver 1. I think someone maybe does bump Cooper out of there. We'll see how it goes. I think that what Justin's done his 2 years is he has done nothing but just consistently improve his numbers. Like, it's very impressive what he's been able to do. Finished his first year wide receiver 6, second year wide receiver 4. Again, you have his first offensive-minded coach in his NFL career. Like, I don't think people are fully thinking through this. Think about the success he had under Mike Zimmer. Like, under Mike Zimmer, the Vikings have done nothing but improve. They have Kevin O'Connell, who I think could very much end up in the conversation for Coach of the Year. And like we're talking about last year, 17 games. So again, availability, best ability, knock on wood, two of the more reliable. You get in a duo in Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson. 108 receptions for over 1,600 yards and 10 touchdowns under Mike Zimmer. Like I cannot emphasize that enough. And now that he's going to be the total highlight of this offense, it's actually scary that we haven't seen the full Justin Jefferson yet. And I think that's awesome.
I like it.
She's my spirit animal. Like we're in sync with this whole thing.
O'Connell going there definitely makes you just want all in on a lot of the pieces of this offense.
He's going to be in that Cooper Cup role from last year. Like that's it. And he's going to.
And I was just watching a video. Yep, he's watching his film, and he gets why Cooper got open, and he's just praising O'Connell and saying how old-minded, Zimmer was. It's a whole. You see Kirk smiling at practice. Like I just think things are going to be so different over there.
100%. That's why I'm so high on Kirk. I think he is.
Mm-hmm.
He can light it up. Him and JJ is the stack of all stacks this year.
Steph, would you go Justin Jefferson at the 3 hole in a redraft?
Yeah, I would take him at the 101.
I love it.
And I think that he is going to put up numbers that are absolutely absurd this year.
I'm with her. I am all in.
Love it.
I'd take him at 2. I think I go CMC 1.
Yeah.
I like the full
You
commit.
fade the JT then, huh?
I think I'm fading JT, man.
I never get the 101, so I'm like acting so cool. But I have never picked from the 101. I think I may have once last year, and that's when I was still in on Kyler Murray, and I just wanted to be a brat during a draft and had too many drinks. But I really never had the 101. Like I usually am drafting later. That he fell to me at 105 in my last draft, and that's just too far for me.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's got to be gone by 4.
We traded up to 3, and I think that's our current game plan is to go JJ there. And I think he gets
3 is fair. I think that 3 and 2 are fair. Yeah.
I think he goes probably if we don't take him at 3, he would probably go 4 or 5. I'm pretty sure by that time. Steph, hit us with your last one, the tight end.
Okay, so this one's
Evan
fun.
Ingram,
This
right?
is one of my favorite sleepers that should not be a sleeper. It's just quite literally looking at the depth chart and realizing that this team doesn't have another tight end. And that's Daniel Bellinger on the New York Giants, who is doing nothing but impressing during camp. And he's going as tight end 44. I promise you, he is going to cut that ADP in half, if not more. They don't have another tight end. Ricky Seals also got hurt now. He was practicing with the 3s for most of camp. They don't have anything else. And I think that he can be that reliable guy that if we have that tragic wide receiver room go through the health problems that we're so accustomed to, not that I'm hoping that, but he is their tight end. Anything you want is going to go through Daniel Bellinger. And they're really impressed with what he's doing. And I think that it was a very calculated draft pick. And I'm very in on him for a beautiful value play.
The biggest thing I want to know from that takeaway, what league had 44 tight ends drafted to even get that ADP? That's crazy that there's even an ADP listed for that.
Which I think in a majority, it'll literally just be picking up off waivers, unless you're in Dynasty. He was picking up a little bit of steam when people get weird when rookie drafts have been going on for a while. They just start doing weird stuff. It's not that they like Daniel Bellinger. People just start messing with ADP because they're like, I don't know what to draft. And they just draft people. So I think that Daniel Bellinger, I'd rather take him. I'd have to look who's going towards the end as far as tight end goes. But I promise you I would probably take him over a significant amount of them.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of hype. I was on my phone when you started that off because I couldn't find it because I was going to literally take my phone and show it on here. There was a text from Rob about Daniel Bellinger. He said, I think I'm kind of in on this. So if he was, I could tell he wasn't I could tell he was holding back. So it wouldn't sound like he was blowing smoke or something, but it cracked me up that that was your tight end there.
I really want to make a clip of when, on the live show that I did when we drafted him and how my opinion changed so drastically. And for probably 4 to 5 weeks, at least one of my podcast episodes a week, we would have a topic and I'm just like Daniel Bellinger. And it got to the point where my co-host is like, you literally cannot bring him up again. I'm like, okay, fine. I will stop. It's fine. But I kept I just think you can't even go wrong. We know how weird the tight end position can get. I think there's a lot of these mid-tier guys, and I'd rather take a little bit of upside at that position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's a great value pick. I took him. I didn't take him. I picked him off of waivers in our dynasty, and I stashed him out, put him on my taxi. But the more I read on him and the more I look into like what's going on in training camp, I am very happy I did that.
He's like what the Giants wanted Ingram to be through his rookie year on. Ingram decided that he was going to act like a pretty little princess and jump when he got the ball and not be able to block and do everything. But Daniel Bellinger, yes, there's a learning curve. Obviously, there's going to be with these rookies. You see everyone getting all freaking out about training camp news. And it's like, there's going to be adjustments for these guys, right? They're transferring from college to the NFL. It's not casual. But I think that Daniel Bellinger is showing up like he is listed on the depth chart as the tight end 1. And that's a really big deal for where they drafted him and for a team that needs weapons.
100%.
One more thing before you leave, I want to get your take on this because Cody just brought it up on the news. Daddy Jones, there's some rumblings that Tyrod might be.
Yes.
Might be
and those rumblings come from my psychotic, and I emphasis on that, psychotic fan base. Tyrod is not going to be the QB1. They will do anything for anyone else to start, which is absurd. Everyone just needs to let it play out. They're gonna play it out. They didn't pick up his 5th-year option. So next year, probably parting ways unless he takes us to a playoff game. I don't think Tyrod, I don't think that there's a chance that that's going to happen. I could be wrong. Does he get pulled out? I think Tyrod's they were smart, but they paid him backup money. Look at the contracts some of these guys got. The same thing with Trubisky. They're getting the money that you give a backup. It's very obviously either a Band-Aid or not meant to be the starter. So I don't think that Tyrod is, I think we see him probably because usually Daniel Jones unfortunately gets hurt. Maybe not because this O-line is so improved it's the best O-line that him, Saquon, any of these guys have, really played behind in a very long time. So
Neil's a monster.
Yeah, he's a beast. Ridiculous, and then you have Andrew Thomas who really pulled things together last year. I think I'm optimistic for Daniel Jones, not expecting anything crazy, but then again, I'm not expecting anything crazy out of the Giants. But my fan base, oh my gosh. I actually didn't see whatever is going on because I have Daniel Jones and Tyrod Taylor muted.
That's funny.
Good play.
Avoid that news at all
I'm just no, thank you.
I got one question for you. It's not football related.
Okay.
Live tour. Good or bad for golf?
It's whatever. I mean, there's something to it, but this is just the way of the world as a whole right now. I think that there is something to the way that the PGA probably treats its golfers. There's things that we don't see. I have a friend that I was in a sorority with in college, and she's on the LPGA, and I think she echoes some of that too. And at the end of the day, listen, no one has ever been offered $100 million, right? These people that comment on it, $100 million to do less work. Come on. A lot of people are going to end up taking that. I know there's something to the tradition, and I love that. Daddy Scheffler, love it. Tiger Woods, love it. Tiger Woods, you've also won a million things. I don't, you're not really whatever. But Live Tour, I know. I think you can't beat the PGA Tour, but it's not going anywhere. And it might just collapse in a couple years.
That's what I'm thinking. But I hope it doesn't ruin the big events. That's all.
It sucks because you're seeing now some of the guys that we didn't want to see go. Before it was like, okay, you were never going to win again.
Mickelson,
like, see ya. Like, all right, like we've seen enough of you.
I really don't blame these guys. I mean, I would do
Yeah.
things that would make my mama blush for $100 million.
Yeah, but think about it. Think about what you would do for just even like $50,000. What a lot of us would do for $100,000. Like, a lot of people would leave their wife for $100,000. Like we're talking about them being handed like millions and millions of dollars that we could never even comprehend.
Do you guys think my wife is watching this if I answer that question?
She's got the eyeballs on.
Oh god.
How's the hand, Steph?
It's hanging. So hopefully it's still can't make a fist. Hopefully we're gonna avoid surgery. I intend on golfing on it and can't, and I golfed on it the second day. Probably not a good idea, but it's definitely driving me a little bit crazy. And sometimes like I was on a show and I didn't mention it and I like went to move my arms and they're like, what is wrong with your arm?
I just booked a golf time at Sanctuary Golf Course.
Yes, that's where they said what time? We can talk
9:50.
I'm like the guest that comes on and is like starts having like, oh yeah,
I know. We were all getting carried away. Anyways, thank you, Steph, so much for joining. Like, really, can't thank you enough. Before you go, would you mind telling everyone where to find you at and what you have coming up?
Yeah, for sure. So you guys can find me all my stuff. Well, not all of it now. I announced today that I am going to be co-hosting 1 day a week with Joe Osborne on Vegas Insiders, new show, Cashing That Paper. I forgot which one we decided on. I'm a bad co-host already. So that I'll be doing Tuesdays. I'll do a fantasy segment for them on Fridays. And then all of my work, I do social over at Champions Round. We have really awesome game modes, Daily Dozen. You start winning at 7 out of 12 or 8. 12 out of 12 is 100 times your money. Really, really cool stuff. So check out the app if you guys have it, and the rest of my content's over there.
That's awesome.
And I appreciate you guys. I can't wait to have beers in Canton.
We're excited.
Yes, definitely. We'll have to get you back on for an episode throughout
anytime.
The season sometime. Awesome. Thank you so much, Steph.
Bye, guys.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Yeah, you
Bye,
too.
Steph.
See
Thank
ya.
you.
Bye.
Wow.
What? Awesome guest. Awesome first start to the show.
I mean, how can you go wrong with that, dude? That was so much fun. That was so much fun. I'm pumped. I'm pumped for the rest of the show. That was guest one. That was one. We got plenty coming up, people.
We do.
Don't sleep. Don't sleep. That was fun, man. She's cool. She's super nice.
Yeah, I love that a lot of the players that she picked were very much in line with yours.
My guys. We were on the same wavelength that whole time. I'm so excited. That was fun. She's got my entire my guys. She took my guys.
She did. Yeah. You actually might as well not even do yours almost.
Yeah.
You took her Dadbod squad.
That's true.
She said it first, so you're right.
That's true. Yeah. So that's how it's gonna look.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Okay. So our next guest is here, and I was told by one of our Dadbod members that when I intro him, try not to be so knob slobby, but it's too late. It's going to happen. We want to welcome a very special guest. This man is Auden Tate's biggest fan, the infamous dropping in on your timeline helicopter man on Twitter to drop a bold prediction, the fucking Twitter legend. And it's like, none of you even care. Ian Harditz, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you guys for having me. Great day to be great. August 10th here. We got a full slate of preseason football ahead. Absolutely love it, guys.
I love the name. Auden Tate, Falcons wide receiver 1. Look at it.
Hey, there's an argument for now. I might only have like one more day of it, but
he's like,
it's there.
London's like wide receiver 5, right?
Man. Oh yeah, on the unofficial depth chart. You gotta love those. I mean, I love how on those unofficial depth charts too. It's just like the ultimate move of like confirming your priors, because like just to see, everyone speak out of one side of each your mouth, depending on if it's the, Chris Olave backup wide receiver. Well, Treylon Burks is a backup wide receiver. So always, it's always funny how, in this time of the year, we always seem to only favor certain only kind of entertain certain stories for certain players. That's why I'm excited for these preseason games. Every team got got to put their first team offense out there in some way, shape, or form. Now we can at least start to get a read on something in August.
Yep. Yeah, you were big and you watched a ton of the USFL this season.
Yes,
all
sir.
of it.
Every game, man. Like, and okay, I did go back through and catch a couple of the condensed highlight versions out there. I gotta, I gotta try to, it's a tough sell of the family if you're gonna be away every single Saturday and Sunday of the year, not just the fall. So, couldn't quite get all the way there, but it was a fun league, man. And I think, the track of the players just in the NFL, 20 or 30 of them at least. We'll see how many make the final rosters, but it was fine, man. Like that's what kills me though, is like, we're gonna have people complaining on our timeline starting tomorrow about how bad the preseason action is. And it's like, it's been nothing but OTA and training camp, like reps against air for the last freaking, few months. We're freaking out over any like scrimmage highlight we can get. Like, just appreciate the preseason games. And if you don't, like, shut up about it. That's the other thing. Like, I'm not just going out of my way to shit on like every bad baseball game that's played like throughout the year. I don't, it's a very weird phenomenon, man.
That's with the Hall of Fame game. It was just like, it washed over you like, football's back. It didn't matter what it was. Football was back.
Yeah, I think any bit of football, I'm usually pretty amped. I know we were recording that night. I didn't even get to watch that one, but I'm pretty pumped that preseason's here and back. Ian, so Cowboys fan, Buckeyes fan from Ohio. Yeah, right.
From Columbus. I'm all Ohio except for the Cowboys. My mom actually lived there for quite a while. And look, man, I was born, like, I really first started watching football, like the earliest I can kind of claim is 2000, 2001. So I know when you hear Buckeyes, Cowboys, you're like, this freaking millennial here, just another typical bandwagon one. But honestly, like, if I was a Browns Bengals fan, I would have seen more playoff success than the Cowboys have been able to attest to the past 20 plus years. So been more painful years than not as a Cowboys fan, but I've been feeling awfully good about those Buckeyes. So I really can't complain.
Oh, they're set for a big year. I mean, CJ Stroud is gonna. I think he's a top 5 pick.
QB1,
easy.
baby.
Yeah.
It is funny how quickly things change, though.
Yeah, they got a receiver going to go at least top 10, maybe higher than that too. When Smith, yeah,
he would be one of the first kind of, because he's not that big, or he's not. I'm sure he'll test really good, but he's not going to run like a 4.2 or anything like that. He's going to be a bit of an anomaly in terms of a guy that doesn't have those crazy measurables going top 10. We got Drake London to go number 7. He's still got room for the big dogs in the top 10, but I just think some of these other sub 200 guys might see slip a little bit. It will be interesting with Stroud, though. I remember the tanking for Tua year and all that. And hey, maybe he does figure it out. We can't deny that he hasn't exactly been in an offense overflowing with weapons, playing to his strengths, but even then, man, doesn't exactly fit what we're looking for in a fantasy quarterback. He's never even had a game with 50 rushing yards going back to Alabama. Stroud, bro, is like terrified to run. Like he never wants to leave the pocket. So it is one of those things where, shout out to all the dynasty guys and those the college to pros fantasy leagues, because like really being able to predict. Yeah, man. Like I spend all offseason trying to predict what's going to happen. Like this year, basically, that's it. Really trying to go out there on a limb longer term. That's a hard freaking job.
It sure is. And like, I think it's always really tough with OSU, Alabama, even Clemson to like, are they just surrounded with so much talent that's why they look this way? Like, I get they're playing tougher defenses, but like I watch the OSU games and I'm like, I don't know if I'm buying Stroud. And this was about a year and a half ago, I want to say.
Even early last season, I felt that way.
Yeah. And he started turning it around and like he looked really good towards the end.
He gets on these hot streaks, and it's just like he's playing out like he's seeing everything like in slow motion. I remember when I first heard about him, it was just like a short video about the Elite 11. I think that's the main high school one they do, and apparently he won the whole thing, and like he just like literally completed like every single pass down the stretch, and you kind of saw that in the comeback against Utah, and then in that Michigan State game where they just blew him out of the water in the first half. He broke the Ohio State record with like 17 or 18 straight completions. Like there were some fairly low points. Like I know you guys are talking about earlier in the year. He was dealing with a little bit of a shoulder thing then. It'll be I'm not sure if we're gonna get many better answers to that question this year, because like you're losing Olave and Garrett, but we got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Ibuka, Jordan Fleming. Maybe he does it. Like they really do just reload. Yeah, man. Keep going.
Robisky, man.
So just one quick question for you. I think this is a fun one to ask you, and then we'll get to your Dadbod squad. If you weren't working football, weren't working fantasy football at PFF, what would you be doing?
Well, I was a management consultant for a year out of college, have my nice finance degree, bank account was looking good, and I quit that. And I'm not really trying to go back there. So I don't know, man. Like I've thought about it. It's one of those things where, particularly now, because when you're coming up in any industry, it's in the fantasy one too, you got to do a lot of things that you don't want to do just to kind of stick on the squad and fill time and just do tasks other guys don't want to do. And luckily at this point, man, I podcast and I write, but I actually, like, for the first time, like probably since I quit that consultant job, like I have some semblance of like spare time where I can consider maybe doing something else in my life. So I don't know. I wanted to explore maybe trying to be like a real writer, like do some actual journalism here or there. Nice. We'll see. Never actually went that route because I was a finance major. So I don't know. I enjoy it. In the past, I wrote so much during the day. I never wanted to finish working and just get back to writing. Exactly. But man, the way things are going, just hearing from boss, man, everyone's like, like TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, like people, they're ignoring the fine art of writing these days, which what? Okay. Yeah. If people want me to podcast more, that's fine. But I don't know, man. I get itchy if I don't write for a couple days in a row. So I'll see what's going on there. It's a good question. I will say, over one of my shoulders, I think behind the Michael Irvin jersey, I am going to be selling candles here pretty soon. I think I've got the efficient process down, getting the goods, the right mailing process. I'm going to make $1 or $2 on candles here in the next few years. Just
that is awesome.
So what's special about the candles? What's the play here?
I think they're great. I think everyone's got a mom, so everyone can buy a candle for one reason or another. It's one of those things where I bought so many candles. I don't know. I just always love candles, and I buy so many. And it reminds me of when I got in the fantasy industry, because after a while I read so many articles, and I was just like, I think I can do this. And I thought about that with the candles, and going through it, man, it really is one of these things where if you can buy in bulk, you can really make a legit candle for like $4.50, depending on where you get the materials. So if you can find a way to just make that an efficient process, maybe find I know I got a decent amount of Twitter followers these days, so send out a couple links, buy a candle here, buy a candle there. We'll see what happens.
You're gonna get a chance to plug those candles before we're done here.
To our like 600 followers.
There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate you being on here, man, and my mind is completely blown. That's you're entering the candle business.
That's awesome. Well, let me know. I own a couple grocery stores up in the industry, up in Cleveland. So whenever you're ready, you call me. We'll bring them up here. We'll start selling.
My grandparents live in Avon Lake, so hell yeah, man.
Awesome. Ian, if you want to kick us off with the Dadbod squad, I'm sure you saw our message. The QB, running back, wide receiver, tight end, kind of your my guy situation. If you want to kick off with your QB, we're ready for it.
Sounds good, man. I'm going to go Trey Lance as the QB 7. I'm not trying to be like, I understand Trey Lance is a pretty trendy, he's going up type of guy, but as I've been looking more at industry, ADP, shout out Fantasy Pros, they have a good consensus ranking tool you can use.
We use.
He's still going like borderline QB1, a lot of these, more home league type formats. And I think, as someone that spent my whole summer, on either FFPC or Underdog, like I'm just trying to make sure that if you're not in that sharp of a draft room, like Trey Lance should be your QB7 overall. I mean, the Jimmy Garoppolo problem, like it's just not even there, man. Again, these aren't rumors of him being traded. This is Kyle Shanahan directly telling us this is Trey Lance's team. Like, I think everyone has completely moved past that. And if you move past that, the floor is really just going to be too high for Lance to bust with this rushing stuff. I mean, really, these rushing quarterbacks are playing a different position than the rest of these quarterbacks out there. The stat I was able to pull, I think it's 12 or 13, maybe 11 to 12 quarterbacks, at least 125 carries, like a smooth 5 or 6 per game, have been able to actually work as a top 12 fantasy quarterback, points per game. So I'm not just rewarding the guys that played 17 games, the old Zeke or Antonio Gibson, stat you want to pull there instead of using per game. So truly, Lance, again, just PFF projects him for, I think, 135 rush attempts this year. If there's ever an offense where you're a little bit worried about the quarterback, like being an erratic passer, it's one where you can just flip the ball 6 inches to Deebo Samuel or George Kittle in the flat or Brandon Ayuk out there, man. That's the thing. Like, we look at Jimmy G averaging the second most yards per attempt in the league last year, and people are kind of going to that. Don't even go Jimmy G. Go to Nick Mullins averaging over 8 yards per attempt before they even had Deebo and Kittle out there. So I think Lance will be a way better fantasy quarterback than real life quarterback, and great. That's the game we're playing.
We talked this a little bit on the podcast Monday. You know, there was so much drama with Ayuk and then Deebo's contract and all these things. And all of a sudden with the contract figured out and Ayuk looking great at camp and Kittle, this offense, all of a sudden you're like, wow, okay, we kind of like weren't into this just because all the drama and who knows what. This is shaping up to be a strong offense overall.
They have weapons everywhere, and even these running backs, like they're healthy this year and shit. So if anything in the offense, Deebo's the one guy I'm a little worried about, just because there are so many great weapons where you don't necessarily have to rationalize force feeding him the ball. I know he averaged basically the same amount of fantasy points per game, even after he switched positions. So he didn't really care. But if you look underneath that and you see the expected fantasy points, like I'll take extra rush attempts, but we don't want to substitute targets for rush attempts.
Yes.
And I think that's the thing people miss with that. Like, shout out Deebo for being the most efficient rusher in the entire NFL.
Like it was like one TD per 8 carries, right?
I don't want to bank on that. So, I hate being the boy who cried regression and just being like, he can't be quite that good again. But really, man, like what he did, the first half of the season was special. The second half of the season was absolutely out of this world. So I just hope that we have that higher floor from a true wide receiver 1 target share that we know it can handle.
I think you hit it right on, man. It's scary to bank on that sort of efficiency, especially where Deebo's going. I know we're kind of getting away from my guy of Trey Lance, and we talked about Trey Lance and how like you could stat him at like probably it is his floor, and this is his floor, Ian. But he still falls at like QB 13 at like what you would expect for his floor. So like to get up to QB 7 would be easy, because if the rushing work just goes up, it would probably be 200 yards and 2 TDs or something, who probably gets there.
If you want to project him,
almost already there.
Yeah, if you want to project him as like QB 16 or 18, you've got to give him like 2,700 yards passing. It's got to be just atrocious to pin him. Like the math doesn't work out.
Yeah, and his ADP is like 11. But like you said, like when we first did our projections, I was all out of Trey Lance, and then you kind of look at it and you start typing in the numbers and have Excel calculate the points. You're like, damn, I can't be out. You have to be in. And
every rushing yard is worth 2.5 passing yards. So that's the exact opposite of the Deebo thing. Give us all of the rushing attempts.
All the rushing. If you want to go over to your running back,
I'm going to go with AJ Dillon. Someone that's starting to go higher and higher. Okay. I think it depends on the draft you're in. I have him as my RB 21. I'll just say, it was awesome being able to get him round 6, round 7, a little bit earlier in the offseason. Nowadays, man, once you get past like Breece Hall and Travis Etienne, it becomes a game of chicken with like who wants to draft David Montgomery. And a lot of these drafts, I'm in one now. We had 15 straight wide receivers go after Travis Etienne. So the thing we got to remember is the running back dead zone from last year, like it was only the dead zone because of where the guys were going relative to the overall draft. It was when guys like Josh Jacobs and, Raheem Mostert, whoever the hell you want to say was in it, they're all going like rounds 4 through 6. If we just fill those rounds up at wide receivers, and now guys like Antonio Gibson, Josh Jacobs, we don't want to draft, but they're going round 7 or 8. They're not necessarily a dead zone player anymore. And I think Dillon is actually starting him and Tony Pollard. People are just looking at some of these gross running backs, the Miles Sanders, the Gibsons, the Jacobs of the world. And Dillon and Pollard are starting to go ahead of those guys, but not always. So with Dillon, I think you could argue being in that 2 RB backfield in Green Bay, we have Aaron Rodgers under center. And as much as we look at Aaron Jones and we say, okay, he's going to get force fed the ball because he's their number 1 offensive player, I think we can say Dillon's their number 2, man. And he really can catch the ball. Rodgers has talked about himself this training camp. And you go back to last year, look, Aaron Jones is one of the best receiving backs in the league. he had 4 games with over 40 receiving yards. So did A.J. Dillon. So even if Jones is a hell of a lot better, I'm not sure the target disparity it's not going to be like, 100-5 or something like that. So Dillon, I think Dillon on his own, you look at his workload last year, I think he had 220 or 230 touches. Like, he's got a pretty underrated floor, particularly expecting a bit of a bump up this year. I mean, come on, look at that NFC North division. It's not hard to, imagine the Packers having a nice little lead to round out the clock with. But the biggest thing for him, God forbid something happens to Aaron Jones, we're talking like same thing with Tony Pollard, like an immediate potential top 5 running back in fantasy every single week. We saw last year with Jones out, they were willing to give him that role. And a lot of those guys in the range, man, David Montgomery with the new coach and the talks of a potential, just a heightened committee with Khalil Herbert, Clyde Edwards. And then we see guys like, CPAC, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Elijah Mitchell, Miles Sanders, Antonio Gibson, Josh Jacobs. I don't know that those guys are necessarily set up for a much larger workload if like a backup gets hurt. They're all kind of stuck in these annoying committee backfields. They could have a thing or two go right, but like there's only a couple running backs. And I think in this range is Dillon and Tony Pollard primarily that are just locked in as they're overqualified handcuffs. But if their team started to dig here, like we're not talking like an upside RB2. We're talking legit top 5 back. So Dillon, I think the floor is really possibly going understated and the ceiling's the freaking moon, guys.
Yeah. There you go.
Look at them.
There you go.
I didn't even mention the quads. There we go.
Look, who's stopping that?
Back in the day, I used to just lose it over Robert Turbin's biceps. This is a reason to lose it.
Yeah. AJ Dillon carved out a good fantasy season last year. We have one of their biggest target hogs leaving. So you have to start to wonder, is this offense going to go, whether it's passing or rushing, going to go through both of these RBs? And like you said, it's a very similar situation with Pollard, with what they're dealing with on their offense, and seeing the availability and the opportunity that's going to come to these guys. I mean, it's there.
I think there's really 4 running backs that would legit be immediate upside RB1s if their team starter got hurt. Dillon, Pollard, Kareem Hunt, still Nick Chubb's out. And because Chubb's been out the last couple of years, but Hunt's been hurt at the same time. It's been shitty samples. And then Melvin Gordon. I know he's a little banged up now, but if Javonte went, that's the thing, man. We talk about Javonte without Melvin. Melvin without Javonte would be quite the treat. No reason to really expect, young stud like Javonte to go down. But hey, man, you never know.
That's a good point, though. I never really thought about that. We do talk about Javonte's upside. We literally talked about it, I think, before we went on air. It was during the news.
It was the news, because Melvin has a little foot
and we
injury.
said, like, hey, Javonte, like, he could be top 6, top 7, if Melvin went down. But the reverse is true. Maybe not to the same degree, but you could be looking at an RB1.
Exactly. If he's top 10, top 12 instead, we're not going to be complaining about that, especially at cost. Similar sentiment with Cam Akers and Darrell Henderson. Like there aren't that many coaches and backfields that we've seen willing to completely turn over the entire rushing share, basically the one guy. And Sean McVay has been one of those coaches. So with Cam Akers, like he's going round 4, even round 5 sometimes. I think he's going to be the lead back. Maybe it is more of a committee, but we really haven't seen Sean McVay do the committee stuff that much. And Darrell Henderson, where he's going, like pure handcuff value alone, like we saw him start first 11 weeks of last season and be pretty damn productive doing it. Pure handcuff value alone, Darrell Henderson, pretty good spot right now in drafts.
Yeah, I think that kind of raises as we get closer to September. I really do. The Henderson and all of these little quotes that people are like dissecting and doing different equations on from McVay. So I do see that one raising. Ian, hit us with your wide receiver.
Let's see. I'm gonna go with Rondale Moore as a nice later round guy.
Ooh.
It's weird how Cliff Kingsbury has said this like 5-6 times the entire offseason. Like I'm not picking out one random Tuesday quote about him loving Rondale Moore, but the entire offseason, before the Marquise Brown trade, after the Marquise Brown trade, he's just talked again and again about how Christian Kirk left. Rondale was muddled with a lot of guys last year, but without Christian Kirk there, Rondale is going to be their starting slot. And that's one of the big questions that we should be looking at in the preseason. But man, the targets in this offense last year, even before DeAndre Hopkins got hurt, like Hopkins owners, like managers, were not thrilled by any stretch with what was happening because all these guys were just within, 9-10 targets of one another because Kyler likes to spread the ball out. So with Rondale, I just think the position he plays in this offense, like we keep talking about is Eno Benjamin or Daryl Williams going to get the Chase Edmonds targets? Maybe it's Rondale Moore, man. We've already seen them willing to do that. So I just think we're still a little scared of the whole Andy Isabella thing that happened, and for good reason. But with Rondale, we're looking at a legit full-time slot receiver. Like, that should be the expectation, just because at the end of last year when he was going through COVID and some injuries, and like we heard, Christian Kirk, that was his job when he was out there. So I think, again, taking that into account, taking what Kingsbury has told us, and this wasn't the same stuff Kingsbury was telling us last year. He told us that AJ and Hopkins were the top 2 guys, and we were like, he can't be serious about AJ Green. He was. So I'm not saying that's like a feather in the cap, a clip, but he was being honest, even if it wasn't maybe the sharpest move. But Rondale, he's one of these few wide receivers too. I mean, Tyreek Hill, Curtis Samuel, Robert Woods, Cordero Patterson, depending on the league a few years ago. Those are the only real wide receivers you would see get these 15 to 20 rush attempts per year. And I think that could be an extra little bonus that Rondale gives. He's going outside the top 50 wide receivers. Yeah. So when you're looking at like Rondale Moore against guys like, Kenny Golladay, Christian Watson, Jamie, like just injured guys, I really think where Rondale is going is fantastic. And he's for sure good the first 6 weeks of the years with Hopkins out. Like, yeah, it would suck if it could happen. The same thing last year. They bring Hopkins back, and for some reason, AJ Green and Antoine Wesley are playing over Rondale Moore. They slide Hollywood to the slot. That could happen, but clearly that's being baked into the price of Rondale going as a wide receiver. Investment so small. Yeah, so God forbid you see that. Come on, like, all right, well, it's week 8. It's week 8 by now. Cut bait, trade him, whatever. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of ways that can go right for him at this price point.
He won't be your highest draft pick that you drop this year, so you don't need to worry about it. Like,
well said.
And I also think that you bring up a lot that I haven't even been paying attention to with Rondale, but you have Hollywood Brown coming in to a new offense. I get that he's played with Kingsbury before, right? They played together his senior year.
He played with Kyler, in Oklahoma.
Maybe this was after Kingsbury left, but he played with Kyler. Like, we expect them to have some sort of chemistry, but Rondale's just going to come in there and at least be on the field. And if he's explosive, then it's a huge steal late in drafts. I like it, Ian. If you want to go with your tight end that you had for your Dadbod squad.
All right. I'm going to go with, I haven't gotten a ton of exposure to him yet, but I think Dallas Goedert more and more shaping up as a pretty great pick. And it's just
his value is there.
You
look at these wide receivers. Kelsey's going at the turn. Andrews goes late round 2. I think Pitts is okay in round 3 if the right kind of running backs and wide receivers are already gone, because you guys have seen it. Once you kind of get to like wide receiver 13, 14, you have a guys probably with similar overall projections to Kyle Pitts. Like, why not take the tight end at that point? Kittle, Waller are reasonable. That should be everyone's clear-cut top 5. I don't think I've seen anyone, unless they're just trying to, throw a hot take out there, have a different top 5 tight ends. I don't disagree with Dalton Schultz being the tight end 6. I do disagree with him being like way closer to Darren Waller than he is to Hawkinson and Dallas Goedert. Like, honestly, I think out of Schultz, Hawkinson, and Goddard, we've seen the most out of Dallas Goedert in terms of his pure receiving ability. And they added AJ Brown to the offense. With that said, like, Hawkinson still got Amon-Ra and then later Jameson to deal with. Schultz has CD and nothing else. So maybe Schultz figures it out, but man, it's so, and
that was so sad hearing from you as a Cowboys fan,
bro. Like, just watch Dalton Schultz. So he's fine, but the 6th tight end in fantasy football, like, I keep
going back with that. Yeah, I keep going back to that. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just keep going back to, like, you watch Dalton Schultz and you see him doing. He's not super athletic like Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews or Darren Waller. He makes plays, but he's not the same caliber of athleticism. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, you're good, man. And before people are like, oh yeah, what about Jason Witten? Yeah, maybe like 2016, 17 Jason Witten. Like, go back. Like, look at Jason Witten's RAS score from back in the day, man. Like, that dude was a freaking freak athlete. So Dalton Schultz, it's just such a I don't want to take big stands on guys with questionable talent that are just in great situations. I don't think that's something that really works out that well in the long run. So again, Schultz, he's my tight end 6, but I have him, Hawkinson, and Goddard right next to each other. When you look at rankings, you can get Goddard legit 2-3 rounds later. Exactly. So with Goddard, having Ertz out of the picture, we saw him work, I believe, overall tight end 4 after Ertz left, and a little bit of fuckery going on there because I'm doing the full. Guys probably had some bye weeks, so apologies. But either way, he was an upside tight end 1 doing his thing. AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, yeah, but God forbid something happens to one of them. Like out of this group, man, I think Schultz and Hawkinson will finish as tight end 1s. I don't really see a path to them finishing as like a top 3 option. I think Goddard could have the right scenario happen where he actually does leap into that upper tier by the end of the season.
I actually got down a rabbit hole in Dallas the other day. And when I say Dallas, I mean the tight end, not the team.
I was going to ask.
But he was a weird one because I feel like with tight ends, a lot of times we see the target share be pretty good, but they're a lot of times just not that elite playmaker like you mentioned. But he has been. He only had 76 targets last year, 830 yards. Yeah. That's 14.8 yards per reception. He was a huge big play guy. He caught 56 of 76 targets, high catch rate. Like, he was phenomenal with his opportunity. He just didn't get enough of it.
He's a beast, man. Has been since he's a rookie. And it's funny. The PFF draft guide comped, shout out Mike Renner, comped Trey McBride to Dallas Goedert. And now McBride's going to have to waste away, hit the early years of his career behind Zach Ertz. So it's just, it's just one of those things where hey, Goddard's free now. Let's be in front of this. He is the guy, I think, in this range that could easily be going top. Like he could be this year's Mark Andrews. No problem.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's two guys in a row that Ian brought up that I think I've been just kind of sleeping on and not really paying no mind to. But I mean, you're making great points on these guys. And
good thing we're talking,
Yeah, man. Dude, we want to thank you so much for you coming on today. We really do appreciate it. I know we're hitting you up like, hey, Ian, what's up, man? So seriously, from the bottom of our heart, man, thanks for hopping on and giving your Dadbod squad. If you want to kind of tell whoever's watching what you got coming up and where to find you, that would be great.
Not gonna lie, when we were DMing, I thought you were saying Dadbod squats. I thought I was gonna have to squat on here or some shit. So I was really kind of.
You can if you want.
You got the AJ Dillons under there.
I was like, all right, I kind of respect it. Let's keep the squats going. It's a great exercise. I mean, why the hell not? But yeah, fun time, guys. PFF Fantasy Football Podcast. Myself, Dwayne McFarland. All sorts of goodness going on over there. Also find me pff.com. All the articles and good shit going there. So yeah, man. Hey, you get in that squat rack. You can't lie to yourself when you got all that weight on your back. So it's funny. I've really been trying just to stay healthy and work out and shit. But my working out still goes back to when I was in high school and college, trying to actively put on weight for football. So I've been getting a lot better this year at working out more consistently. But I'm realizing might want to start changing up this workout plan because I'm not trying to play linebacker anymore. I'm not so sure I need this excess weight on me. But
and deadlifts aren't worth it at our age, I promise.
Oh my god, no. And that's the thing. I know. Anyone that puts over 225 on a squat rack is a psycho. If you're not competitively doing anything these days, but nothing wrong with being a psycho though. All right, guys, fun time.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you, Ian.
We appreciate it, man.
Ian Hartitz, everyone. What a
guy.
Dude cracks me up. And
He's
literally, I will be on Twitter and a tweet will come up, and I am actually audibly laughing from some of the things that he just randomly puts out there. Man, it's hilarious. He's a funny dude. He's a really funny dude.
That was a good time.
We do have another guest coming up here in a couple minutes. In the meantime, there was a sleeper thread recently that talked about the best ways to decide draft order. So we'll fill some time before we have our next guest come on here. I kind of wanted to go over some of my favorite. From Kyle Krajewski, at Kyle Krajewski, hire someone from Cameo and then have them randomly select the draft order. Then send it in the chat and watch the whole league go crazy as Hugh Jackson picks the draft order.
Man, I wonder what a Hugh Jackson cameo costs. I bet it's not that much.
I don't think it's that much either. I really like this one, and
I do too.
This would be great for some leagues.
I'm trying to think of who else you could get that would be crazy that wouldn't cost that much. Like you could probably get a WWE wrestler for a fair price.
Oh, I would think
and
so.
you just be losing it like #1 pick.
Yeah. Dude, I gotta go on Cameo and see like who's on there because I think there is probably some like $50. I don't know, maybe it's way more than $50.
Most of them are little. I looked at one point a couple years ago, and I'd say most were more than that. But there's a ton of people on there. At least there used to be.
Yeah, there's the Island Boys. You can ask the Island Boys. Devi Jake said WWF No Mercy 64 Royal Rumble. It's a 48-person rumble, assigned 4 wrestlers per team. As soon as all of the team's wrestlers are eliminated, that is their draft position. So first team with all 4 out is 12th. Up through last man standing. That's a fun one.
We kind of did something like that with The Sims one year. Remember that?
I have that one listed.
Yep. There you go.
That is my favorite one of all times, like for us.
Yep.
No, but I think that we also did a baseball one that was similar to this, where we did full seasons, and you would each be on a team or something. It was really funny. We simulated the whole season. On this thread, there was countless rubber duck races, randomize a contender from a sport like NASCAR, darts, bowling, stuff like that. There was a ton of that. I'm in a league now that currently does that, and they'll pick a different sport.
Real quick, Hugh Jackson starts at $70. Now you're asking for something big, but being a football guy, you'd have fun with it. I feel like it's 1 to 150 because you are asked. It's a big ask.
Yeah, that's not bad. $70.
It's not.
All right, guys. Our next awesome guest does a ton for the fantasy football community. The FF Expo Godfather, 2017 FSWA nominated best publication for his fantasy football consistency guide.
There you go.
From 2017 to 2021. Bob Lung, what is up, man?
What is up,
There
people?
we go.
What's up, Bob?
Bob, thank you so much for taking the time. I bet you are swamped currently.
My wife's not real happy with me right now because I left her still packing swag bags. So
No.
Swag bag.
I know you have.
When you get your swag bag, no, it was packed with love, even though it probably is.
Well, no, you didn't do it, right?
Yeah, I may have not. If it looks nice, I didn't do it.
Excited to be there. I'm not sure what to expect. I know Robbie and I got into the QB. What is it called? QB throwing?
QB skill challenge, yeah.
QB skills competition where we're gonna look foolish, but it seemed fun and gonna have
Everybody
a good time
can throw a
with it.
football. I mean, it's not
We'll
it's not
see.
like we're making you throw it 70 yards. I mean, it's hitting things from 10, 15, and 20 yards. It'll seem far when you get there, though, because I was doing it in my backyard, and I'm like, holy shit, this is 60 feet. Oh, yeah, that's what 20 yards is. Yeah, right.
So I went to I got to add something. I went to high school football practice. I was at a high school football practice, and you hear somebody throwing 70 yards, 60 yards. You're like, okay, it's a long ways. I was literally putting everything I had in it for 28 yards.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to do 10, 20, and 30 yards for all the levels for each station. You get more points from throwing it farther. And I was like, 30 yards, half these people are going to blow out a rotator cuff.
Yes.
I moved it to 10,
100%.
15, and 20.
Still get some injuries, but it's all right.
Yeah. We're gonna be in slings for the rest of the night.
Yeah, and they're all youth footballs because I have like,
Oh, good.
as you can see, little tiny digits. So
I'm with you, Bob.
yeah, right there with you, man.
I might have hope then because that was my biggest concern was if
No.
these are, like,
Yeah, no, I did
NFL
youth
footballs, I'm done.
footballs. I thought about going even smaller, and I'm like, nah, youth's pretty good. Figure if I can hold a youth, everybody can. Because
Bob, before we do our Dadbod squad, we've been kind of just asking very random questions because typically you're being on here. Most people that are following us are probably following you and are familiar with your work and who you are. So we've been trying to ask questions that, maybe something that people might not know. Like the first question we have here, if what is your bucket list vacation spot? Somewhere you haven't been.
Probably, and I know there's various spots. I want to say Bora Bora is the one that's got the
huts.
middle of the ocean. You have to take a plane, or take a boat out, and you're in this little cottage.
Mm-hmm.
My wife's not real doesn't think that's the perfect spot because then she gets bored easily. But me, I can sit there, relax, and drink and smoke cigars all day, and play in the crystal blue water and be happy for a week. But
Sounds nice.
that's probably
sounds good.
my biggest one.
So what do
that's one that I sit there and go, oh, that looks good.
So if your wife would get bored, what would hers be, do you think?
Hers, well, we've already done that, and that's called Paris, France.
Oh, nice.
So we went to Paris 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Nah, maybe more than that. 4 years ago. And we did everything, you name it, everything we were supposed to do, we did. I don't think I've ever seen her smile that much since, I don't know when. But she was in her heaven, and
That's
she
awesome.
loved it. And we're actually thinking about going back next summer because, they're doing a European expo. They did it this year for the first time. They're doing another one next year. So we're thinking about flying out, fly to London, go to the European expo. I think it's middle of July or July 13th, something like that. It's just a one-day thing. And then taking the train over to France to hit southern part of France, not Paris as much. So
it's a good idea. The
I
dad
thought
bods in
it
London.
worked out well for me and her. And the guys in Europe. They're all excited about me coming out. So
That's awesome. One more quick question, and then we'll get into your Dadbod spot, I promise. If you arrived to a party and you had one song that you wanted to play right off rip, what would it be?
one song like I'm singing, or what do you mean?
I phrased it wrong, but let me read it.
Just like a walk-up song for baseball?
Someone asked you to play music at a party.
You're
or a
DJ for a song. You're the DJ.
You mean like what I did for 35 years?
That's
What?
right. He is a DJ.
I was a wedding DJ for 35 years, from
No
1985
way!
to 2020.
Dude, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
I've done that quite a bit.
I got married in 2021. I could have been like Bob.
See, I retired.
then.
You're
Yeah.
What are you willing to moonlight?
I could. In fact, I'm not DJing this weekend for the expo. DJ Peoples is going to do it.
Okay.
But trust me, I would love to if I didn't have to do everything else. But no, I mean, gosh, I love music. I love making people have fun and dance. So probably whatever fun song that I feel like the crowd. I'm definitely a crowd person. Like I got to look at the crowd and go, okay, what am I playing to?
Okay.
Is this the scene from Caddyshack when all these old people are on the dance floor? Trying to think the one that like it doesn't matter. Probably play that funky music.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I don't care if you're white, black, old, young. Everybody gets excited about that song.
I get excited for it, so I
Brick
believe
House,
it.
something like that.
Yeah.
Something that just every year, every genre, doesn't matter. It gets people are out there, they're having fun. And I'm not, outside of the Cupid shuffles and all that kind of crazy stuff, but just a regular song, probably one of those kind of everybody loves, everybody just lets loose, and
It's so funny because the way that you answered it was very DJ like. You were like, I gotta analyze and make sure that the crowd would like this song.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like anybody else would probably be like, yeah, Get Low by I can't think
that's a great song. Certainly, yeah, everybody loves that song too. But grandma doesn't know that song. That's the key.
Yes.
Grandma is
if you
not
wanna-
getting low.
Yeah. If you are ready to, can you kick off with your QB from your Dadbod squad? Did you see?
Huh?
So this whole show is kind of what we're doing is kind of having you pick some of your most, I guess, the person that you're drafting before anybody else, the person that you're snagging before anybody else in all your drafts.
Who's on most of my team so far this summer?
It's your gotta have quarterback. Yep.
Gotta have quarterback. I would say, wow, the one that's probably on most of my team so far is Joe Burrow. He's going at a nice value in round 5 or 6. It's not too soon, it's not too late. I've got two stud running backs or tight ends and/or wide receivers, and maybe it's 3-1 or 2-2 or whatever. But usually round 5 or 6, I'm sitting there, and if Burrow's there, especially like I'm on the turn and I don't think he'd make it back to me, then I'm definitely going to grab him there.
Like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Too many weapons there not to succeed, man.
It really is.
That team's got 5,000 passing yards written all over it.
Oh, yeah.
and the line has improved. I think that's
Yes,
like the
and
biggest.
that's obviously a biggest thing is like he did those numbers last year with a poor offensive line. You know, yeah, he
He
gets
was
some
banged
time.
up.
Holy cow, it
Yeah.
could be deadly. And he's playing in a harder schedule this year, right? I mean, you're not playing their last place or third place schedule from the year before.
Throwing.
So now you're playing Kansas City, maybe not the Rams, the Chargers. I mean, they're playing a lot of teams that they're going to have to put some points up to keep up with that team. Their defense is solid, but it's not that great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a great. Are you a Cincy fan, Bob? Because
I'm a Browns fan by birth, and a Raiders fan because when I was a teenager, it was the 70s, and the Browns sucked, and so I had to root for any teams that could beat the Steelers, and the Raiders were the only one, so I had to root for them. So I'm still kind of a closet Raiders fan. I still have, like a Just Win Baby shirt. I drove Al Davis for Hall of Fame 16 years ago, John Madden. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
That's awesome. So the same sort of, we're going to kind of go through here. The same sort of applies for running back. Who do you tend to kind of target early, late, somebody on your teams often?
Right now, this is weird to say, but I'm drafting a ton of Ezekiel Elliott because he's in the 3rd and 4th round.
Yeah.
And I was in a draft. I don't know which one it was, drafting with Giants or maybe a Fan X league I'm in right now. And I went 1st round Justin Jefferson, 2nd round Deebo Samuel, 3rd round I took Zeke. I'm like, I got 2 of the top 4 wide receivers. And yeah, there's not a lot at running back, but Zeke's there. And if he was 7th in total points last year and he was hurt.
Yeah.
So if he just plays all the games again and runs a little bit healthier this year and stays healthy, I mean, he's a top 10 easy, and I'm drafting it like running back 15. So yeah, I have him a lot. Not that I planned on it, but everybody's letting him slide. So
yeah,
I'm grabbing him.
The value gets good.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I think that's important because what you're saying is like he's getting up there in touches. I think it's 1,800, maybe a little bit more. I can't remember right now off the top of my head. But the value is baked into that now. Him going as RB17.
Yeah,
that's baked
like
in.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like it's not too much of a risk when you're getting him mid-3rd, late 3rd. I'm pretty certain is where you were talking about.
I'm getting a lot of Barkley too that in those spots.
Yeah, he's rising now, but he has been cheap. Yeah,
that's quickly changing, unfortunately, because I was hoping to snag him in the late 2nd in my home league, but it's not. That's not coming back this way.
You think it's mid-2nd now?
I'm seeing him. He's starting to go early 2nd, late 1st.
He's a big riser right now.
Saquon.
Barkley is rising at the moment. Big
What?
time.
Yeah, it's
late
flying.
1st.
I have not seen Barkley anywhere near 1st.
I haven't either.
Are you guys in New York or something?
Yeah, definitely not 1st, but he has a
I was in a best ball yesterday. He went 11th.
Wow.
That is insane.
Wow.
Well,
Nice.
the only way I understand that is because 11th is on the turn. So maybe if somebody really wanted him, but to take him, they must have had the other person that they were like, yeah, he'll be there at 13. That's the only thing I think of.
Is one of Saquon's relative in your league? Who is grabbing him 11?
No, right.
It was actually Rob. He just didn't want to say it.
Yeah. So Bob, same sort of applies for wide receiver. Who you typically targeting there? Or who's on your most teams?
So I'm going to go back to the Bengals. Here's a guy that I'm drafting again in every single league because he's falling in the wide receiver 45 to 50 range. Tyler Boyd.
Oh, okay.
I like it.
And I just, I'm getting him as my 4th receiver. Last year, he was top 32 in both total points and consistency. And that was, again, last year where Joe didn't have as much time to throw. So now, Jamar can stretch the field a little bit. T. Higgins can stretch the field. Guess who's running the slots underneath? It's Tyler Boyd. They lost, Uzomah. So, yeah, I mean, Hayden Hurst is a good tight end. But let's be honest, who's Joe going to look to first underneath? He's going to look at Tyler Boyd because he was looking at Uzomah occasionally. But now, now he's got to get a new rapport built with Hayden Hurst. That's not going to happen quickly. So I think Boyd gets his usual, 5 catches, 50 yards. and guess what? That's damn close to earning a clutch game. You only need 11. So, he was 65%, 65% last year.
Yeah.
It's just too good of a value when you're sitting there in rounds, 8, 9, 10, whatever, not to put him as your flex or on the bench for potential backup.
Yeah, the consistency is key. He's just
right for him. Yeah,
we've talked about it with a couple players. Like he's going to get you your 10 to 15 points. He's not going to blow a week away by any means, but he's a safe floor for you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That late. I mean,
right.
It's money. It's
if
money
you're
just to
choosing
have
between
that
him and Robbie Anderson, or
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of questionable, 40%, 30% consistency kind of guys. I'll take Tyler Boyd every day there.
100%.
I think what you said goes so unnoticed, and we look at where players finished all the time. You look at that constantly, but you saying he finished top 32, and I didn't even realize it.
He was actually 30th in total points, 32nd in consistency. Yeah,
that's pretty insane. I
It
really
is.
didn't know that. That is a nice bye week fill in,
right? Because he like Rob said, he never had a 20-point week. There were 10, 11, 12, 15. There was no big boom weeks because he had Chase and Higgins on the other side.
Yeah,
they're getting the 20, 25s and blowing it up. And everybody's forgetting that Tyler Boyd's, again, getting that 5 catches for 50 or 60 yards, earns him a clutch game, gets him 11, 12 points. And out of your flex spot or out of your, whatever you've got available there, or third.
A great bye week fill-in guy at that price.
Yeah, that too. But so many leagues I'm in now always have at least one flex.
Yeah, if not two.
You can play wide receiver, and if that's your fourth receiver, you can get 10 to 12 points out of your flex spot every week. That's golden, people.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. He's like a Jarvis Landry to me.
Yes. Jarvis Landry was there for years.
Yeah. He's a Jarvis without the
he
cost.
might be back this year. That's another guy that is a really good value.
Yeah.
We don't know these, how Michael Thomas is going to be out there. We're hearing good things, but until we see it in game situation, I think Jarvis Landry certainly has potential to be that kind of person this year. 10, 12 points a week, good flex position. Because Chris Olave is going to take some time to get used to NFL speed. Yep. They don't have a good tight end, and Kamara may miss a few games, so not a lot to choose from.
Yeah, it's definitely. I would have been sleeping on Tyler Boyd until this conversation. That is for sure. Go ahead with your tight end that you tend to get a lot on your best ball or a redraft or.
And that's another easy one. So I'm not a early tight end guy. I don't draft Kelsey or Andrews or Pitts or any of those kind of guys. I'm a wait till rounds 8, 9, 10, and I usually grab 2. The 2 I'm usually grabbing are a combination of Zach Ertz and Tyler Higbee. Ertz, again, last year after he came to the Cardinals, he was, I think, 7th in total points in top 10 in consistency. And yet, again, you can get him in round 8. Tyler Higbee is going like tight end 18, 20. And there were only 4 tight ends last year that were over 70% consistent. And it was Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, Darren Waller, and Tyler Higbee.
Wow.
And yet Tyler Higbee is completely ignored this year. I don't know why. I don't care why, because he's on all my teams.
I love that. I love Ertz getting it, especially when you're looking at the first 6 weeks of the season. You expect him to have. Ian Hartitz just said Rondale Moore, but both of these guys are going to be huge for Kyler.
No D-Hop. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and Ertz holds that role. Like Rondale could easily. We don't know what happens. Ertz holds that role all season, and like you said, he dominated the moment he got to this Cardinals offense. Tyler Higbee is interesting. I didn't know he was that consistent.
Yeah, and again, he was like the Tyler Boyd of tight ends. He didn't have any big games. In fact, his total points ranking, I think, was 15th. But in 12 out of the 17 games, he was over 8.5, 9 points for a tight end. Didn't set the world on fire. Didn't have any 20-point weeks. May not even had any 15-point weeks. But he had 9 to 12 almost on a weekly basis. And again, if you want to wait and load up on your wide receivers and your running backs, quarterbacks, all that kind of stuff, and then grab a couple of those guys, put them in your tight ends, whether you stream them or, use one as a flex, if that's even possible too. But, play the matchups, and I think it'll work out fairly magically for you.
Mm-hmm. The real
Love
question
it.
is, did you grab him in Scott Fishbowl? Were you able to scoop
I'm
him up?
90% sure I did. Because I think I have him in every league because nobody.
That's what we want to hear, Bob.
That sounds like a ton of leagues. If you were 90% sure on the Scott Fishbowl, you probably are doing a ton of best ball and other redrafts. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I play in about 40 leagues, and I don't even play that many best balls. I play in a lot of redrafts.
Wow, that's
a lot.
Yeah,
that is a lot.
I'm one of those people. I have a terrible time saying no. So people are like, "Hey, do you want to be in my league?" Yeah, sure. You want to be in my league?
Hey, Bob, you want to get in our league next year?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, no problem. Oh shoot, I forgot. I was trying to find my Scott Fishbowl, and then I forgot because since we did it live, it's on Sleeper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to log in my Sleeper.
I
here.
personally have been really happy that it's been on Sleeper because, you know what, I shouldn't diss another. I don't understand the user interface of my fantasy league. It's tough.
Let's see. Tight end is Cole Kmet, but I think I have Higbee on my bench. I do. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. So
I
actually
like that pairing too.
This group likes
Yeah.
Cole Kmet, so we're in.
I like Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
Again, he's a very good value. Obviously Fields seem to like him a lot. So yeah, I drafted Cole Kmet in quite a few. Especially if, usually that's my guy if Ertz gets picked quicker. But yeah.
We love it.
Bob, we appreciate you taking the time. I know you have a busy schedule tonight and probably for the rest of the week until the FF Expo and packing swag bags, all of that. So we really, really do genuinely appreciate you taking time.
Thank you guys for having me on, and have a safe trip in. And when you guys coming in? Friday?
We'll be there Saturday.
Saturday, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be
All right.
Saturday.
Well, did you see the big news about the Saturday party?
I did. I got the email. And I saw Dash
It's moving
Bob.
to the
I was like, hey,
stadium.
Bob. Yeah.
We're moving to the big football stadium.
Oh, nice.
Is that going to be cool? Is that going to be awesome? Like, is that? Oh, really? See, I'm not super familiar with anything in there, so
the football. I mean, so first off, we're doing all the quarterback skills challenge and the flag football on the big field now instead of in the practice field indoors, which was nice. Trust me, I went in it. They just didn't get the inside part. They got the field and everything in. They actually used it for Hall of Fame, but they didn't get the outside part. So like, they didn't have any of the bathrooms done. They didn't have any of the lobby done. They didn't have any carpeting down.
Yeah, they're doing a ton of work there.
Yeah, they are.
Crazy.
They're doing an amazing job. But
yeah,
I've been past the stadium.
So I had
recently.
told them before. I said, look, because I wanted the stadium. They said, no, you can't have it. You have to have the dome because we're going to use the stadium for something else. I don't know what they were going to do, but they didn't do it. And so I literally found out Monday. I had figured it out last week during Hall of Fame weekend because I went there and I'm walking around and I'm noticing that nothing's done in the lobby and we're only, a week away. We're supposed to have King's Classic and Sirius XM is supposed to be there. And I'm like, this is not happening. I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me it. So I had texted the sales girl. She didn't respond. Monday I called and I just got a text that said, as soon as I get answers, I will call you. And I knew what that meant. I knew what was going to happen. But I had said before, when I got it, I said, okay, I'll take the dome, but you will give me the stadium if you can't have it ready. They said, okay, fine. Okay, there it is. So they didn't have it ready. They're lost.
That new stadium's gorgeous. That's going to be sweet.
Yeah, that stadium is sweet, man. We're going to have a blast there. So much more room now. All the concession stands will be open for food and drinks purposes. So that'll actually make it a little bit easier for them for food preparation and stuff. So DJ Peoples is going to be blasting music across the stadium. It's going to be a blast. It's really going to be a good time. So we're really excited about it.
Yeah, we can't wait to get there.
Yeah,
I am. I'm pretty excited. I've been waiting for Saturdays. I don't know what to do on Sunday, so I've been really excited for Saturday. More like just the.
You guys have a booth, right?
No.
No, you didn't get a booth. You're just coming.
Right,
that's right. Okay, you're just coming for this. Yeah.
We'll try. We're gonna try next year for one.
I want my Dadbod shirt though.
We'll
Extra
take
bucks.
care of you.
'Cause I have a
We'll
dad
take
bod.
care of
I
you.
actually have a dad bod, unless you unlike you 20-year-olds. Well, okay. Maybe not Cody. I think Cody's a little bit older.
Yeah, I am. Mine starts
okay.
with a different number than that.
Yeah. Mine does.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks again,
All
Bob.
right, thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
If you haven't, check out his book on
Thanks, Bob.
Amazon, Fantasy Football
guys.
Consistency Guide.
Appreciate it. Love it.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
All right.
What a guy.
So, Bob,
Such a good guy.
Literally, he is the Fantasy Football Expo Godfather.
He
FF
is.
Expo Godfather.
Yeah, he is a fantasy legend. Like,
It shouldn't
if
even
you
be
don't
called
know
Expo.
who he
It
is,
should just be bought. Yep.
we should have gave a little intro on. If you don't know who he is one of the godfathers of fantasy football.
Expo.
He takes care of all the fantasy football expo stuff that goes on at the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
He is the man when it comes to fantasy football. He was giving us a story at the last event we went to, Scott Fish. He was giving us a story about how he used to do fantasy football. Back in the day, he was one of the first leagues like ever created, and he was getting faxed over, like the people's lineups of the week, and he was hand doing the point totals and sending them out to all the other participants. Like, it is crazy stuff how it used to be done back in the day.
Right.
It definitely is cool, like, because he looks at fantasy from such a different perspective when you're looking at the consistency of players and kind of what they're doing week by week instead of looking at the total points. So
Yeah,
it's definitely a different approach.
it is. Yep. Cool stuff.
He likes consistency
Yep.
Yeah.
over the boomer bust, which I can't fault.
Yes.
I mean, there's always room for that on your team.
I
I mean,
vote
I
Tyler
don't
Lockett.
hate the
It's
Tyler
painful.
Boyd.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't hate Tyler
he's the
Boyd, man.
closest. Yep.
That's the thing. That's the question, right? Would you rather have had Tyler Lockett, who will get you 25, 30 points a
Twice.
couple weeks,
Yep.
and then 5 or 6? Or would you rather have a Tyler Boyd get you 11 points every week? I'd rather have Boyd.
I wouldn't even have been looking at Boyd. I didn't realize he finished at 30.
It's
That was
it's
wild
funny
to
that
me.
it's funny he brought him up because someone else brought him up to me, I think yesterday. We got in a convo about Tyler Boyd somehow. And he said, look at Tyler Boyd because he's going to be a sneaky play in fantasy football. So everyone
especially with
forgets
that
about
line.
him.
Yeah. So our next guest has done the fantasy football analyst, content creator grind for about 7 or more years. Was a former financial manager, now works for ESPN, doing amazing fantasy content and appearing on the Fantasy Focus show. If you guys haven't heard the episode with him, go check it out. Eric Moody, welcome to the show, man.
Hey, no, happy to be here. Anytime someone reaches out and say, hey, let's talk about fantasy football, in many cases, I'm going to raise my hand and say absolutely. So I'm glad to be here.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
we appreciate it, man. We know you're busy.
not a problem.
We were really excited when you messaged us back. It was it was one of the moments where we were like, that is amazing, because you have like such an inspiring journey. You started doing this, I heard you say it was about 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And now you're working for ESPN full time. Like, I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's funny because it's hard to believe like it's been that long, but yeah, just kind of I would say the best way to describe it is you got your passion, things you're passionate about, fantasy football, NFL, still doing the financial services gig. I was like a financial advisor, and eventually got into leadership, kind of leading a team, and then moonlighting as a fantasy football analyst and sports betting content creator at night, and really just kind of having like 2 jobs at once. So I'm excited to be able to do this, 40 plus hours a week and not do the financial services thing anymore. But I think since 2015, I've probably written like over 600 articles and dozens of podcasts and live stream appearances like this. So that's kind of in a nutshell is the story. So.
And like that's the thing. So we follow you on Twitter, and you put out very analytical, even fun. Like it's great threads that we get, that you write on there. And I think you posted it saying, "Hey, I'm on the Fantasy Focus show," and it was hilarious, dude. I really was So I'm a big podcast while mowing and I work from
Mhm.
home. So I also get to just listen to it sometimes without headphones.
Yeah.
I was laughing while mowing though, listening to the optimal versus suboptimal. If you couldn't tell from the invite when I said that, and
Yeah,
then
I did catch that.
yeah, it was just I was rolling. I thought it was really and Matthew Berry now with NBC, but like there
Mhm.
was really good chemistry you guys had on there, and it was Dop, right? Dop, you
Yeah.
and Matthew Berry.
Yeah, it was Doc. Hmm.
It was great. It was I saw you posted or ESPN gave me the push notification saying Eric Moody joins the show. I can't remember it now, but it was a really great episode. If you guys, like I said, haven't checked it out, definitely go do so.
Yeah, no, it was good to be able to hop on that show because, ever since playing like fantasy football, like in my home league, the platform that we used, was ESPN. It was the ESPN platform. Unfortunately, that league does not exist anymore. But I just remember, constantly listening to the episodes. And this was with Matthew Berry and then with Nate Ravitz. So this shows you kind of how long ago.
Yes, the
this
Weasel.
was.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and so being able to listen to those episodes and then kind of have it come full circle to finally be able to physically go onto that set and be part of that show. It was surreal. So my buddies that I was in that league with, that home league, we were all kind of chuckling over that because I texted them a photo of me, on set, and they're still kind of blown away,
great.
by
Yeah, that's
all
awesome,
of
man.
this. So no, it's good. So
It is amazing, and that resonates so much. I mean, like I've been doing fantasy football probably since 06, and I was in 8th, 9th grade. But this is it. That's the industry, right? You're now working for the industry of fantasy football, and I think it can't be stated enough. Like, good for you, congrats! Like that's amazing, it's definitely inspirational for us, and like we feel the same. How you said like it was kind of a passion. I don't have many hobbies, so I feel you on so many levels on that.
yeah, I would say one thing I'd add to that, which I think is really, really important. I know we got some fantasy stuff to talk about, which I'm looking forward to diving in. Is I would just say, my DMs are open, for any content creators that are out there, listening or watching, and I just think it's important to at least try to give back. If someone has similar aspirations, just to kind of give some advice and guidance. I know I tweet out a lot of threads on, kind of tips for content creators, but yeah, I'm like, if you're sitting there needing some help or direction, reach out. Always happy to help.
And I mean, I can't stress it enough. You're coming on to our show. We're very small. We just got back to this. We started in 2019. We're back now.
Yeah.
You coming on to our show is very proving of what you're saying. Like, I mean, you're speaking your truth. Like, when we appreciate it, definitely.
Yeah.
Before we get into your Dadbod squad, like we like to call it, you're my guys. We've been doing a thing with our guest is kind of asking some, I don't want to say off wall, just random questions, because like
That's fine.
typically if somebody's watching us, they've read your threads, they've watched podcasts, they know a little bit about you already. So we're trying to get to questions that like maybe somebody doesn't know. So I'm going to ask this one, but I've been holding off on this one. Are you a Harry Potter fan? I think that's got to be the first question.
All right, I would say I'm not a fan, but I got to add a but to that. We've been watching the movies like with my kids for the first time. I have never seen them up until about a week ago. So we're on. We've got the 6th film, and then I guess after that you've got the Deathly Hallows where it's split into 2.
Yep.
But I would say I like the films. I could see why kids are really into them and how they dig the story. So I'll say that I'm a fan. There we go.
Okay. So I guess would you? I'll ask this before I get to the secondary question of this.
All right.
Do you watch Game of Thrones, or are you a Game of Thrones fan?
I am a Game of Thrones fan, but I love film and TV. I just don't have a lot of time to watch it, and so I'm still on the first season of Game of Thrones. So I'm still kind of getting through it. So I'm gonna have to hit that on pause, obviously, with it being busy season now for NFL. But I do like Game of Thrones. But just don't give me any spoilers past like the midpoint of season.
We won't say anything.
Well, so the question I was either going to go with one or two ways with this is,
All right.
If you had a pick for yourself, what house in Harry Potter would you be? Meaning Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. What's the last one? Hufflepuff. Have you any thoughts on that? Or
I guess the one that Harry is a part of is Gryffindor, right? Yeah. I would say that one. It's just the way they portray like Slytherin in the film. It's like you just can't. You just can't like them. I'm just like, wow. I was watching that. I was like, that's why people talk so bad about Slytherin. Just saying.
See, I asked about Game of Thrones because like maybe I'll just, if he's not like a huge Harry Potter fan, maybe he's Game of Thrones. I would have asked you like what house in Game of Thrones. Robbie would have probably been for Game of Thrones. What's the snakiest house in Game of Thrones?
The
Rob?
snakiest house.
Yeah, probably whatever Cersei's a part of.
Calm down with all that.
All right, so Moody, if you want to kick off with your Dadbod Squad QB, that would be great.
All right, yeah, let's do it. So this probably will not surprise many people, but I've got a lot of different quarterback candidates, but I just keep going back to Russell Wilson, and how much I'm very optimistic and looking forward to seeing what kind of season that he has. So, I'll say at this point, I'm like, we got sky high expectations for Wilson going into 2022. I think the Broncos have those expectations, and so do fantasy football managers. And so you look at Denver, they've had, we'll say, suboptimal quarterback play since Peyton Manning retired. That was back at the end of the 2015 season. While you look on the other hand, over there in Seattle, I'm like, Wilson's thrived. I'm like, since 2016, you look at Russell Wilson, he's ranked 8th in completions, 6th in passing yards, 3rd in touchdowns. Really, for a Seahawks offense that was 31st in total pass attempts over that time frame. So you look at a guy like Wilson, he could finish as a top fantasy quarterback. For a Broncos team that'll lean heavily on the passing game. They're going to have a ton of high-scoring matchups in the AFC West. You got teams like the Kansas City Chiefs there, Los Angeles Chargers, Las Vegas Raiders. Those offenses are expected and projected to do really well this year. So, I like Wilson quite a bit. QB1 upside. Overall QB1 upside.
Oh, I like it.
Broncos country, let's ride. No, so we talk about a lot of the Broncos on here. I think it's one of the most exciting fantasy teams to talk about because you have Cortland, you have Jerry Jeudy. Yeah. Unfortunately, Tim Patrick with the news brings another guy into maybe some of your radars, Hamler. So Javonte Melvin. I mean, there's a ton here for Russell to just be unleashed this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. It's and I would say if someone's like a betting fan, I'm like he's even like a dark horse candidate. I like the odds on it for him to lead the league like in passing. I definitely like the over on the passing yards prop. But if you're looking for a dark horse candidate to lead the league in passing attempts, I think he could be the one.
I think this is awesome because like
that.
There's always that concern. Like Russell has been an amazing quarterback and he's done amazing in fantasy. I think you were the one that tweeted it. He's only, I'm pretty sure this was you, only finished outside of the top 10 2 times in last year and rookie year. Was that your tweet? Or am I mixing
yeah, I think it was when I tweeted that like a while back. But no, that's that's true. I'm like even I know he had the down year last year because of the with the injury. But yeah, from a fantasy lens, I'm like he's been great. And then for him to accomplish what he's been able to on the limited passing attempts is key. And then, with the Broncos, with allowing him to attack defenses vertically, it's just going to be a bonanza for Cortland Sutton and for Jerry Jeudy. So looking forward to seeing it.
Same. I'm really excited to see what this team. It's probably I'm not lying when I say this. It's probably one of the most exciting and most curious I am about any of the NFL teams because seeing Russell without Marshawn Lynch or Chris Carson or these running backs that were pretty good when they were playing, even though they're still there, but it's not so much Pete Carroll leading the way anymore. And it's a new offense, so excited to see it as well. If you want to go over to your running back for your Dadbod squad,
let's see running backs. Yeah, it's one player that I'm just so optimistic on his outlook, and that's DeAndre Swift. I really like his ADP or average draft position. And in most platforms, ESPN, Underdog, you name it. But you look at Swift. I'm like last year he had 213 touches, 1,069 total yards, 7 touchdowns in 13 games last season. I think when you look at his prowess as a receiver, it really elevates his fantasy ceiling. Like the only other running backs who had a higher target share than Swift last year were Austin Eckler, Alvin Kamara, and Najee Harris. Pretty good company to be mentioned, amongst. And you look at Swift's fantasy prospects this season will be bolstered by the Lions' offensive line, which, in my opinion, will be a strength of that team. And like in his career, I'm like he's had 20 or more touches in only 4 games. And you look at Swift, I'm like he's prioritized working on playing through minor injuries this season or off season, And so, I think that could change in 2022 from a workload lens. So I think he'll get a lot of touches, and I think he'll surprise fantasy managers this year.
So I love this one. You're actually there's 6 of us in our Dadbod crew here. And you're definitely speaking this to the 2 highest on Swift out of our crew. And I have a stat. He's not, I didn't pick him as my RB, but I wrote down this stat to talk about later, but I think it's good to talk about now.
Yeah.
And in games where Jamal Williams has 12 plus touches, and Swift played, I erased week 12, the week that he got hurt. So weeks 3, 4, 5, 7, and 18, Swift had 19.8 points per game. That's with Jamal getting 12 plus touches. So he was still efficient, if not more. I mean, he is more efficient because in the other 7 weeks Swift played, no week 12 again, it was 15.3 points per game. So the Jamal is almost he is absolutely a compliment to this backfield. Swift will do his work pretty whatever role that they give him, because it's not going to be small. It's going to be nice. Did you watch Hard Knocks? Track there. There's a lot to be excited about.
It is.
Team.
Yeah.
I'm a Browns fan, so coming from the same area of desperation with Detroit, I'm considering just becoming a Detroit fan because it is just so exciting.
Yeah, no, the Lions are an exciting team to root for, and I just think with having that continuity on the coaching staff with Dan Campbell coming back and the offseason additions that they've made, this is a team that could make some noise. Now, I'm not saying they're going to sit there and make a Super Bowl run like the Cincinnati Bengals did last year, but I think it's a team that's improving, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I'm all over that.
Yeah, Rob loves him some Amon-Ra St. Brown and
Amon Swift, man. I got Swift up there, top 5. I think he's due for the season. He's ready.
I was bummed not to see Swift in the episode at all.
That's a good point. Yeah, no. Hopefully they'll get some footage of him. But no, it was a good episode. You gotta love the Billie Jean.
Oh my gosh,
so
Billie
funny.
Jean, the Jamal Williams pump up speech, there was some good ones already. I want to be in this locker room with you guys, and I'm a 5'8" if that, and I'll get smacked. But I would like to be just amped up with you guys. If you want to go ahead with your wide receiver.
Yeah, no, I can do that. So, and I'm just thinking too with for those for quarterback, I like Derek Carr quite a bit too, and Tua as well, and I guess some other running backs, AJ Dillon, Melvin Gordon, Damian Pierce, some other names. But if we're looking at a wide receiver, and I know I've tweeted about about this receiver too. I'll kind of do a 2-for-1 slightly because it's another name I'd love to touch on. But I just think Stephon Diggs is being overlooked. I'm he's readily available in the second round of leagues. I've even seen him go as late as the late second, early third, which is shocking to me, but it does happen occasionally. But I think he's a guy that's got the potential to finish this season as the fantasy wide receiver 1. This is a guy, he joined the Bills back in 2020. He's racked up big numbers. When you look at Diggs, he's ranked in the NFL's top 10 in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. He also set a career high in targets with the Bills as well. Now, I know he wasn't quite as effective during his second season in Buffalo. He was dealing with a high number of double teams. He had fewer slot targets. And it really had more vertical targets last year. But he still finishes a wide receiver 7 in PPR formats last year. Now, you look at the Bills' offseason additions, I think should provide Diggs more flexibility to see more targets from the slot and intermediate targets. And one thing with Josh Allen, he does love to target whoever's running routes from the slot. I think the only other quarterback who has more targets to their slot wide receivers is Patrick Mahomes. And so, again, if they can just diversify his the routes that he's running and from where he's running them, I think he can exceed expectations.
And you bring up such great points because with Diggs, you're in that area that he's going, which is, I want to say it's about early second, right? Typically.
Yeah.
There's a lot of uncertainty. You have Devontae Adams who's switching team. I'm in on Devontae Adams, and there's Tyreek Hill switching team, new quarterback. Diggs is staying with his boy Allen. So it's one of those picks where you're like, I feel good about this. There's
Yeah.
no real difference. If anything, there's another wide receiver that might come on and draw some of that attention in Gabe Davis.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like with Gabriel Davis, he's a lot of people are excited about what his season would look like. But I think one thing with Davis that a lot of people don't talk about is he really needs to run like different kind of routes. So I'm curious to see. I don't know if we'll get a glimpse of that in the preseason, but I would say I'll be watching this closely in the games early in the season because he was mainly used as like a vertical receiver thus far in his career. And so, if he does have a chance to run different kind of routes, I think that'll obviously help. But we'll kind of put a bow on it for Diggs, like with one other name. You look at Isaiah McKenzie too.
Yeah,
I'm like he's another guy I think that'll benefit greatly. And Jameson Crowder's been banged up. He's been out, which has allowed McKenzie even more reps. But he's someone that you just shouldn't leave your draft without. But I would say another receiver too, which I just got to speak about. This guy is it's like DJ Moore when you look at his ADP. Right now. I'm like, he finished last season with a target share of 28.4%. That was the sixth highest in the league. He also ranked fifth in air yards with, I think it was 1,632. Like, this is a dude that's had 3 straight seasons with 1,100 or more receiving yards. You got Ben McAdoo that's there, new offensive coordinator. I'm actually excited about that. I think he's going to play a key role in Moore's production this season. He's a coordinator that has that, West Coast up-tempo and quick release concepts that he likes to employ in his scheme. So you look at a guy like Moore, he should be able to gain significant yards after the catch on passes from Baker Mayfield. And I do believe Baker Mayfield will start for this team, so I'll just put it out there.
I hope so.
I get so upset seeing those reports. Like,
it's not a competition. It's just posturing. It's not a competition.
What are you trying to get Baker to get his chip on his shoulder? What are they doing here?
He's got enough chips.
I also saw there was and I don't know how credible this was, and I now can't even name who said it, but there was something like that they were shopping Darnold as well, and like you guys just said he was competing for it. So it was definitely an odd thing. DJ Moore is very interesting, and as a Browns fan, I just want to say my piece on this. It makes me very nervous for DJ Moore because we have seen Baker. He moves the ball around. I don't think Baker's bad QB. I don't know if he's amazing. I don't think he's a bad QB. He moves the ball around though. That made me a little bit cautious about DJ Moore.
Yeah, it's I'm like just people they forget like how well that Baker played like in 2020. I'm like he had such a great season, and I think that's the Baker that we'll see more of like this year. But just speaking about like DJ Moore and some of these other receivers, it's so many really, really great receiving options. When you look at like the ADP around like DJ Moore, I'm like you've got like Terry McLaurin that's there. He's another great option. You've got Michael Pittman. So it's a lot of names that I like. Darnell Mooney. Juju Smith-Schuster. It's some other names there. And we can obviously dive a little bit deeper into those if you gentlemen like, just depending on time. I don't know how much time we have, but I'm definitely prepared to speak on those players too if we need more than one receiver. So I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, no, I think so I do want to hear your thoughts on this because I think what you're getting here is DJ Moore has the higher probably floor than all of those guys, I would think. Comparing him to Michael Pittman, I think that would be a good.
Yeah, I would say I like the floor of Michael Pittman. I think he has a higher floor. And I think with Matt Ryan, with what he brings to the table, really makes a difference if you're looking at like DJ Moore and Terry McLaurin. So you look at Pittman last season. Like he became the first Colts receiver to surpass 1,000 receiving yards since T.Y. Hilton way back in 2015. And I'm like, he did it with a 25.7% target share. I'm like, he's got a bright future, with Matt Ryan, who's got a history, obviously, of peppering his number one wide receivers with targets. We all remember fondly about the success he had with Julio Jones. You look at Julio, I'm like, he averaged nearly 10 targets per game during his time with the Falcons. And so I think it's possible with Pittman, when you look at his ADP, like he's someone that could finish as like a low-end wide receiver 1 this season. That's the type of ceiling that he has. Yeah. But to your point, though, he does have a very, very high floor, which just makes him even more attractive at his ADP right now.
Yeah, I think you hit it perfectly there, which is we've seen Matt Ryan do this with every receiver. Roddy White, we saw it with Julio. We saw it with Ridley. And a lot of people say
Pitts last year.
Yeah, Pitts got loaded with targets. Yeah, you two. I think you guys were tweeting about this. You, you both were talking about Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
There, people go, Michael Pittman's not these guys, and that might be true, or it might not be. And might see Michael Pittman unleashed this year with a new QB that slings it and is accurate. And I think the one graphic that shows the difference between accuracy between Wentz and Ryan is
Matty Ice, yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's no, I was just sitting there thinking with because one thing with Ryan's like new scenery, which I'm excited about, is having Jonathan Taylor there, kind of leading the way with the running game. Like if you look at Matt Ryan's numbers like last year, like he was much more productive like on play action passes than just on your typical like drop backs. So I think that's something that they'll leverage like even more because they're not going to necessarily need him to like win the game like with his arm. So I think it'll be a really nice balance between like the running game with Taylor and the passing game, with Ryan and Pittman and those other receivers. So yeah, I think Pittman could really, really thrive on play action this year. So I'm curious to see how it unfolds.
Matty, that's his forte. He loves it.
Yeah,
he loves play action boots. He's so good with it.
And this is all just convincing me maybe I should be targeting Matt Ryan later in drafts as well.
Yeah, I'm like when you look at his ADP, I'm like he's essentially free in drafts. Now I know everyone in fantasy right now, and I understand why. Like we're all like enamored by the dual threat quarterback, the Konami code.
I see that all over.
I'm just like, so I get it, but it gets nauseating, at one point. But it's just like, okay, but if you're getting someone like Matt Ryan, like at his ADP, especially if you're in super flex or 2 quarterback leagues, I'm like, he's a really great option to have, like as your QB2, if you're really in a bind. So yeah, just saying, I'd gladly, play. Yeah, exactly. I think he'll have some QB1 weeks. So just saying.
Yeah. If you want to hit us with your Dadbod squad tight end.
Yeah, no, I could do that. So I guess I'm just going to go ahead and put this player out there. It's 2 that I was kind of thinking about. Zach Ertz is one. I like him quite a bit. But if you look from an ADP lens, someone else who's even better value is Cole Kmet.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, when we look at Kmet, I'm like, he seems optimistic, about the Bears offense under the new coaching regime. Kmet, was solid last year. Like he caught 60 passes for 612 yards. Didn't have any touchdowns. But he did rank 8th in targets. He had like 93. And so I just think he's going to get more involved in the passing game this year. He's been training with Justin Fields, Darnell Mooney this offseason, prior to training camp. And I think they're going to find a way under the new offensive coordinator like Luke Getsy to get him more, I guess, involved, or I would say more targets like in the end zone or near the goal line, which I think will help in fantasy. Yeah. But if you look at like that wide receiver group in Chicago, like outside of Darnell Mooney, there aren't many other options. And again, I think that bodes well for Cole Kmet in fantasy. And I think looking at like ESPN's live draft trends, I want to say that he's like the tight end. I want to say the tight end like 15. Around that range, between 13 to 15. And you're looking at someone...
Well, he's going up a little bit, but I could pull it up right now, too.
Yeah, but he's someone that he has a potential to finish like as a tight end 1 and someone that you can get a really nice value on in drafts. So I would say that's my Dadbod tight end for my squad.
Yeah, I love that pick. I mean, with tight ends, it's all about you're either getting double-digit touchdowns or you're getting over 100 targets. And I think Cole Kmet's one of the few tight ends that you can pencil in 100 targets, no problem. So who else is going to catch the ball on that team?
Yeah, no, you're right. They just can't. We want Darnell Mooney to have all the targets that he can handle. But Cole Kmet can fill the void.
100%, most
definitely.
And I think there was an injury to N'Keal Harry, and I don't know how substantial some of these are, but I think. Unfortunately, Chicago's having not the greatest start of camp because there's a ton of the offensive line is out. N'Keal Harry, I think, hurt his leg, and maybe even Byron tweaked something as well. So these targets will definitely be there, but they were going to be there either way. I'm pulling up. He is on ESPN. He has at tight end 15, which is incredible value for somebody that I penciled in, like Rob said, 100 targets.
Mm-hmm. Cake. It's cake.
It is. Cole also, I would expect that this offense to have a couple more end zone. Well, I don't know.
Maybe what? Justin Fields had 7 touchdowns last season. Like, I mean,
yeah,
that can't play out again.
Yeah,
there's no way. You got to think he'll get at least 18 to 20 touchdowns at the bare minimum.
Yeah,
I think.
I'm thinking.
What'd you say?
No, go
18
ahead.
to Oh,
You're
Fields. I was like, Komet's
Yeah.
coming away
Not
with
Komet.
18 to 20.
Justin Fields. Like,
Talking about Fields.
Justin Fields had seven passing touchdowns last season. Like, that's unheard of for a starting quarterback.
Yeah, I think he's clearly going to get more. I'm like, he's someone where I could see him getting around like 18 to 20, like passing touchdowns. You add on another 3 to 4 rushing touchdowns on there, so I could see that happening.
Yeah,
I could see that happening.
They're going to be throwing a ton. They have to. I expect this maybe to be the worst team in the NFL this year is kind of my take right now, but we'll see about that.
Yeah.
Moody, we appreciate it so much for you taking the time out of your day and what you said earlier that your DMs are open and that you were willing to speak with people or do these sort of guest appearances. Like, it means a lot to us. It really, really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and like I appreciate you reaching out. I guess as they say, like in the social media sphere, but you gotta shoot your shot, so to speak. And so
Why not?
Yeah, no, I love that because I come from a marketing background, and so you gotta ask for the order, to try to make the sale. And so I love where people proactively reach out and to ask to do these things. If I can make it happen schedule wise, I'll obviously say yes. So happy to be here. So I'll say first of all, definitely thank you for the invite. Glad we're able to kind of talk fantasy football and other things. And to your point, hey, the DMs are open. If anyone has any questions, whether it's content creation or just fantasy, just reach out. It may take me at times like a couple of days to get back to you, but I usually do because they do get flooded often. And I would just say for those that are watching or listening, you can check out all my content over at ESPN. I write not only about the NFL, but also the NBA and WNBA from a fantasy sports lens and a sports betting content. So follow me on Twitter or other social media platforms at Eric M. Moody. You can find me there. But also, if you like all those things and a little bit of 1990s nostalgia, you'll be right at home. So, so definitely do that and reach out. But hey, gentlemen, appreciate it. It's been fun. And until next time, right?
Moody, thank you so much.
Man. Thank you.
Really.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. Take care, gents.
Take it easy.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. What an amazing guest.
He's
Loved it.
What
he
a
is
nice
man.
guy.
Really is. That Dadbod squad was fire.
Yeah. I loved every pick. Steph Diggs he was definitely on the short list of my the wide receivers I wanted to mention tonight. I think he's one of the very few receivers that has potential to get over 150 targets. Like, he's consistently done that in this Buffalo offense. No reason that he can't do it again. Gabe Davis is there. I get it. That if anything, that's going to help Diggs take a little pressure off him. And like Moody was talking about, you can move Diggs around a little bit more now with Gabe Davis on the outside, hopefully emerging as a solid wide receiver too for this offense. You can have Diggs move around a little bit more, put him in the slot, like he was saying, and that just opens things up for Diggs in the middle of the field. And he likes doing those, getting creative and finding the ball in different ways. And I wanted to bring this up, but we kind of jumped around on topics with him. It was a great conversation. So I didn't want to cut in while Moody was kind of going at it. The amount of red zone targets that he gets every year is unbelievable. He is always looked at in the red zone in this offense. There's no reason it's not going to happen again. So I think he's a surefire top 5 receiver with, like Moody said, upside wide receiver 1.
Welcome back, Cody.
Hi.
You missed out on the Moody chat.
Yeah, I watched it from afar. I had to take a tinkle, and I didn't want to interrupt mid-conversation, so I just sat in the backstage here and listened. So I got to hear it all.
Yeah. I was just going to say something to you, Rob. Now I can't even think of it right now. I'm going on a little bit of brain fart now that we're hitting the 2-hour mark.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is a long one, boys.
It's a long one.
On your Diggs, he's my wide receiver 3. I'm 100% with Moody and yourself.
Yeah, I think maybe, but but him and CeeDee Lamb, I just think they're safe plays to be top 5. I just think they're going to get the volume.
I like it.
I cannot remember what I was going to ask you, Robin. I'm sorry. It's over. It's gone. I just got to move on from it. Soon we're going to
look at Robbie leaning away, chewing.
Didn't want to get in the mic.
Yeah. we got to make some time here
Ooh,
soon
looks good.
for.
Got to
Get
build the
House on there.
dad bod.
Oh
Looks
yeah,
good.
baby.
I got chili waiting
probably-
for me when we're done. I'm excited.
Some chili in the
You
middle
love
of
your
summer.
chili.
That's my second chili mention, and I don't actually eat
Yeah.
chili all that much, so it's weird.
In the middle of summer, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant to ask. This is what I was going to say. I meant to ask Moody if he was going to be at the FF Expo. I
Oh.
kind of don't think he will, but he might.
He's
That's
probably
pretty
busy
cool.
over at ESPN.
That's pretty cool. He's working the WNBA stuff too. You wonder
Yeah.
what can that turn into?
No,
He's a great guy, man. That was
he really
fun.
is.
That was a
There
good
is-
gap.
Everyone that's joining us tonight was arms wide open on helping us, and
Yeah.
you might hear it mentioned multiple times throughout the night, but we more than appreciate it. It's been amazing for us. So we're just going to keep the ball moving here.
Oh yeah.
Keep the train on trucking.
Keep on
Isn't there a-
rolling.
Isn't there a we have a drop somewhere, but I next up
Choo-choo.
good segue, right? Yeah, choo choo. Next up is the lead NFL analyst for Fantasy Alarm, the tight end whisperer, the 2022 Evan Ingram truther, host of Lightning Round Fantasy, Andrew Cooper. What's up, man?
What is up, gang? Thanks for letting me on the train, man. I'm feeling ready to rock and roll. Choo choo.
Beautiful.
I promise there's a drop somewhere. I'll probably find it while we're talking here.
Yeah.
Get it
You just gotta
rolling.
have every guest drop the choo choo, man. That's the new. We're just gonna keep it rolling, dude.
Yeah, I like it.
There we go.
Yeah. So what's happening, boys? Thanks for having me on.
Hey, man. So, thank you for joining. If you didn't hear right before, I was just talking about how we cannot mention how much we appreciate yourself and the people that and all the football analysts that have joined us tonight. Man, it means a lot to us. It really does.
Dude, absolutely, man. Always down for a good cause, a good time, and we're going into the Expo weekend here, so it is the heart of fantasy football right now. So let's talk some ball.
Are you heading to
Yeah.
Canton?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. You guys going?
We'll be there.
We'll be there.
Oh yeah. We owe you a
Nice,
beer,
dude.
Coop.
We'll
Dude.
get you a beer.
People keep saying they owe people beers. How about we get together and drink so many beers that we have to split them? Otherwise, it's gonna be too expensive for one person. Well, how's that sound, boys?
Say less, man.
That's good.
You had-
All right, let's do
You
that.
had
We'll
me
split
a
them down. We'll split them down the middle.
So Coop, we had do you go by Coop?
Yeah. Nobody. My mom is like, yeah, I saw your podcast the other day, Coop. Like, I don't agree with you on Evan Ingram. She's like, that was trash take. I'm like, all right, mom, settle down.
Thanks for the hot take, Ma.
All right, Sherry. You know what I mean? Like I throw it back at her. But yeah, very few people call me Andrew, but it's okay to call me Andrew too. That's my name. But
Yeah.
Coop, it's the way it goes. Like I feel like in college it was like I would back when Facebook was cool, people would like friend me on Facebook and they'd be like, dude, I didn't even know you had a name other than Coop. I thought you were like Seal. You know what I mean? Like it was just like just one name dude, So
Where'd you go to school?
I went to Bentley. It's a business school up in outside Boston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
I think it's Interstellar. It's pretty much my favorite movie. I think he goes by Coop the whole time, and you don't realize it's his last name until like the end of the movie.
Right. That's just the way that it's like. That's the way it is with Coops. You know what I mean? It's like my dad's Coop. My aunt is Auntie Coopy. Like when you call my aunt and you get her voicemail, it's like you've reached Coopy, and like she got married to somebody else at some point, so her name is actually Joan Ives. And she's like, yeah, this is Coopy here. So it's like that's just
It's
the
not
way
even
it
in her
goes.
name anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. When you're a Coop, you're just a Coop, man. And Coops know. Shout out to the Coops across the world. What's up?
Does Cooper Cup get included in there? Or no.
I think he does. Oh, I truly think he does.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's just so even verse Cup, like it just sounds. It's like yo Coop or yo Cup. I mean, give me the Coop every time.
Yeah,
Maybe-
for sure.
I'm biased.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention we had Steph Smalls on earlier, and she said you guys had a mutual respect on her hate for Evan Ingram and your love for it, on how you guys just avoid kind of commenting on it. You just have that mutual respect between the two.
Yeah, dude. Like we're friends, and we actually have unfollowed each other over that in the past. Like, and not like as like a joke. Not like as like a joke. Like we weren't friends. Like
It
if
gets
you
serious. Yeah.
if you go and search like my name and her name and Ingram and stuff, like there's a you'll find down there are some stuff that got contentious. You know what I mean? But yeah, Steffi's hilarious. I love her, so we're good. But I mean, like, I get her point. You know what I mean? She's a Giants fan. As a Giants fan, it's hard not to remember that drop against the Eagles, right? Where he, like, not only did he drop it and pretty much end the season, but he didn't seem to care. Right. Like, that's like, I'm a Boston guy. And like, that was the thing with JD Drew. Like, people didn't care if JD Drew sucked. They cared that he didn't care. David Price too. So it's like, I get the Evan Ingram hate where he drops the football and, he just doesn't seem to be as upset as you and I would be. So I get that. But
yeah, I think as Browns fans, I'm speaking for the three of us here, we felt some of that with Austin Hooper last season. It was just not the talent that was there in Atlanta didn't seem to be there.
Felt that way with a lot of people
in Cleveland.
Over the years. It's been fun.
I can imagine, dude. The train. I always love that picture of the I think it's some store. What do you say?
Was it the meme train? Is that what you're about to say? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I was going to say the picture that I love is there's some store in Cleveland had a picture of it was like a Browns jersey, and they just added every quarterback name. It was like Tim Couch and like all these dudes all the way down. It's just so sad. And the Factory of Sadness video, I love that. The guy that's like, I'm so tired of losing, like that.
Now, is that the Jersey guy? I think it might have originally been him.
The same dude?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
That dude's a legend then. Like, what?
Yeah.
That dude's a meme factory. Now you got to get him on next year.
Yeah, there you go. I like it.
It's been pretty miserable. We actually found some hope in 2020, and it's back to miserable again. And it seems like it might be this season as well.
We'll get through it. We know how to get through it.
That's right, dude.
If
anybody,
there you go. Bring out the White Claws. All right, let's get into some fantasy football. So, Coop, what we're doing is the Dadbod squad. I know I kind of I sent you the video, and I'm not sure if you saw it, but it's the picking your, my guys, but we call it Dadbod squad to keep it on brand. We're looking for a QB, running back, wide receiver, tight end. So, if you don't mind kicking us off with your QB.
Yeah, man. So for me, at quarterback, I really want to go for guys that are not in the top 12. Like a big thing that I do with tight ends is the yin yang tight end, right? Where it's like you draft one safe guy, you wait and take one safe guy, then you take one upside guy. I mean, and it's worked for tight ends. It's actually worked for quarterbacks too. Like one year I sat there and waited and I took a very safe quarterback, and then I took the quarterback 15 off the board, which was Patrick Mahomes. Worked really well that year in the leagues where I did that. This year, the guy that I'm looking at as a sneaky upside guy that you can have in any league you want is Justin Fields, right? And the big thing for me with this guy is they don't have the weapons really. It could even be a pseudo bridge year, but when you look at the offensive coordinator, Luke Getsy, the last time that he was calling plays was Mississippi State, and guess how many times the quarterback ran in 14 games? Take a guess. In 14 games, how many times would a quarterback run it?
It's got to be high, huh?
Yeah.
150?
More.
Really? More than 150?
221 times in 14 games.
Oh,
my
shit.
God.
Like that at 150 would be like
huge number.
Top 5 all time in the NFL. That's in 17 or 16 games, right? 221 times. So he has plays for that type of quarterback. So that creates such a nice floor and a crazy ceiling where I'm willing to wait on quarterback and then take, if I take like somebody safe, but boring, like an Aaron Rodgers or a Tom Brady, then I'm willing to say, okay, you know what? I waited on quarterback. I took the safe guy. I'm going to start in week 1. Let me take a stab on somebody crazy, right? So like Justin Fields or even Tua or anybody really. So that's kind of my mantra. So Justin Fields is the guy I find myself taking a lot, even in one quarterback leagues.
Yeah. We've talked that strategy quite a bit. I know, Mario, I think you and I talked that a little bit on Monday. Because we were talking about kind of the rise of Trey Lance, and we're having trouble kind of statting him out to not have really nice potential. And so we're like, hey, can you pair him with a Kirk Cousins? It's kind of a reverse of what you said, because we're taking our safe guy later and our upside play a little sooner. But still, Kirk Cousins is a guy where if you just totally flop on Trey Lance, you're going to be okay.
Yeah. I mean, the one I love in that sorry to jump back in, but I mean I'm the guest, so
Yeah,
you
hop
have
in.
it's your
Whenever
you have to
floor.
respect. You have to. You have to respect my rudeness. Even when I'm rude, you have to be like, it wasn't Coop great. Like when I get off, I'm gonna watch too. I'm gonna watch after because I heard you guys talk about Eric Moody, and you guys are like, he's so good. Like when I come back, when I leave this podcast, I'm gonna tune in and just for you guys to be like, Coop was so chill, right? So I'll be just know I'm watching. I'm still watching.
We'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, but so that's where I'm at. Like, so Derek Carr is a great one. So you said Kirk Cousins. Derek Carr, dude, his schedule to start the season is like they play the Chargers, and the over-under is already set at like 50 something, and then the next game is like the Cardinals. So like for me, the ugliest game is that first one where it's Lance versus Fields, and the over-under is like 40 or whatever, and it's Bears 49ers. It's going to be weird probably. But like, so you don't have to start those guys if you get a Derek Carr, right? So that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I love that pick. We were talking about him before we got on. I think we were talking about Fields.
He's my Dadbod QB. That's why we're talking about it. Carr is. Yeah.
Good pick.
Carr is. No. I'm talking about Fields.
Oh, I apologize. I thought
We were talking about Fields. I think four of the last 5 games Fields played, he was top 10 quarterback. And the one game he got hurt halfway through the game. So I think the upside is, especially, I didn't know that stat you were talking about, the new offensive coordinator. That's crazy. If he gets half of that, like, we're in for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And I expect them to be behind in all games, so they're gonna have to be throwing.
Chuck the ball.
I just mentioned that with Moody about Komet. I'm expecting him to be throwing like crazy.
Yeah, team is weird. They really screwed that up. I feel like I've been actually kind of like sneakily like tweeting at beat writers for the team and being like, hey, why don't you ask the GM if they think they're going to get a compensatory pick back for Allen Robinson? Because I don't think they're going to. I think they might have canceled that formula, which is insane considering the lack of people they brought in. I think they might, like, when I go on Sport Track and a couple of these sites, it says that they canceled out that 3rd round comp pick by bringing in guys like Byron Pringle and Lucas Patrick. I swear. And the Patriots, in a very similar situation with JC Jackson, they let him leave and they went out of their way to not mess that formula up. That's why they traded for Devontae Parker, right? You trade for Parker, it doesn't affect the formula. You get that 3rd round pick. So when you trade a 3rd round pick for Devontae Parker, you get a 3rd round comp pick back for JC Jackson. If you go out and sign somebody and it cancels that pick, you basically paid the pick anyway, right? Like that's, and so I look at what the Bears did, and if they canceled that pick, irredeemable almost. So
yeah,
that's bad. And these are guys like you mentioned, Pringle, like. Would you spend a 3rd on Pringle? Definitely not. So
no, dude.
Well,
that's exactly. Especially when you got to pay him too. You got to pay him too. Like it's like you're giving the 3rd and paying what you paid him. So when Dave Kluge hasn't come on yet, right?
No.
Later.
Ask him about that. Ask him.
I'll bring it. Yeah,
he's a big Bears fan. Yeah, ask him what I think about not getting a comp pick for Al Robinson. He'll be pumped to hear that.
These chain messages. This is
yeah. Right, I'll write that one down.
If you want to go ahead and hit us with your running back.
Yeah. So for me, it's Zeke Elliott, man, and I can't quit this guy. When you look at what he did last year, right before he tore his PCL, and he played the full season on a torn PCL, he was lighting up. He had the fastest on-field speed that he's recorded since 2016. He's been working out with this guy, 300 Guru, and you watch the clips, it looks pretty good. Like he was crushing, and then he hurt his knee, right? If you were a different player, he would have been shut down for the season, and we would have been sitting here saying, wow, he kind of crushed before he got hurt. But instead, we factor in all these games in this huge stretch where he didn't really do a whole lot. But when you look at it at the end of the season, he was RB7. And people say like, oh, well, you need spike weeks and you need game winning. Well, I went and looked at Best Ball Mania, and the guy that came in second, his first 2 picks were Joe Mixon and Zeke Elliott, and Zeke Elliott was in his lineup 15 weeks. So is that really a terrible pick? Like how many, like RB7, right? We're talking about RB7. What kind of leagues are you in where the RB7 is not cracking your lineup? You know what I mean? I was like, well, I'm in this one league with 12 dudes, but you only start half a running back. So the RB7 wasn't, he wasn't really doing much for me. It's like, I think you could find a spot for Zeke Elliott. Like even in your flex, like he was good. He had like 10 weeks that he was an RB1. I mean, like, so for me, the fact that you can get that guy in the 3rd or 4th round and he's going to be in your lineup every single week, most likely, is like they lost so many weapons. The ball's got to go to somebody every play. Tony Pollard is great. You know what I mean? He's a good player, and I'm done hating on Tony Pollard because at this point, Tony Pollard, he has his role and he does his stuff, and he's a great kick returner as well, and he's a good guy. But for me, Zeke is a guy that when I look at that group of dudes, I don't even see many dudes I could put in my lineup, and Zeke's gonna be in lineup every time when I take him. So
he's going. What is it like RB 15 or 17?
Yeah,
17.
I mean,
Right around there.
Yeah,
I'm getting him. It's like, unless somebody else reaches for him, then I get him. And if somebody else reaches for him, I just say, oh, well, because it's like in that range of guys,
I haven't seen. I've done quite a bit of best ball, and I don't know if I've ever seen somebody reach for him this season.
He's just right there, and it's like there's stigma surrounding him, but there's a real possibility that we get the Zeke that we got for the first 4 weeks last year, and that Zeke was steamrolling.
I think that's you're bringing up so many good points in the sense of sometimes we just overanalyze. Like you said, people comment on his points per game, but how many times are you benching this at RB2 even? Like you're not going to get that production for your RB2. It just doesn't happen, let alone your RB1. So I mean, it's such valid points. And you're the second one to have Zeke on our show tonight. And it's
who else had him? Who else had him?
Bob Long, I think. Yeah.
Oh, the host of the expo, the creator, bro.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, the Godfather.
Yeah.
It's the Podfather. I've been calling him the Iron Lung lately, dude. He's like unlimited great nicknames for that dude. He's such a great dude too. So
yeah, I saw he was on your guys' show recently.
Yeah, he came on, dude. He's a great guy. So
yeah, he is good.
All right, what's next? Wide receiver?
This is what we're going to be saying to about you after you leave as well. Yes, wide receiver.
I don't believe me. I know. I'll be checking it. I have the link. I will log back in and put myself back on the show and be like,
you're doing shows. Your show is in 15 minutes. You'll be doing 2 at a time.
We need to drag this out a little, guys. We can't let hear it.
Oh, you guys if you guys don't say nice things about me, you're getting dragged on my show right after this. For sure, dude. I was on the show with these dudes. I don't remember their names. They were
small ass podcast.
Oh fuck! Sorry guys, and sorry for the language. So anyway, so wide receiver. My guy this year is Rashad Bateman. I wrote a whole article about him, and the situation is this: the way this offense works, with the amount of second tight ends and fullbacks and all the nonsense that Harbaugh likes to use, non-target players, really, it highly consolidates the targets among the top 2 guys. Every time, like think about this, you have your 5 linemen, quarterback, running back, 3 wide receivers. Every time you bring in a second tight end, it's now a 2 wide receiver set. And when you bring in a fullback, now it's at a lot of times a 1 wide receiver set. Patrick Ricard was playing legit 50 to 70% of the snaps, which is outrageous. Go look at his thing on Pro Football Reference. It shows that how many snaps he played. I mean, he did play some at tight end as well with Nick Boyle being hurt, but that's why when you go back through the years and look at this team, you only have 1 wide receiver essentially playing 80 to 90% of the snaps. I mean, in 2019, Willie Snead, Willie Snead was second of wide receivers and he had like 52% of the snaps. Like Nick Boyle was the position player that played the most snaps that year at like 70%. Like it's just such a mishmash of weird personnel that it highly consolidates the targets among the top 2 guys, which is why we saw 150 targets to Mark Andrews and Hollywood Brown. The fact that they were willing to move on from Hollywood Brown puts Bateman in that chair. And I think it's, even if the targets come down because they throw less, I think they will throw less. He's still such a safe pick. You know what I mean? Like I can't foresee, he got more targets than Duvernay in his first year. So Bateman for me kind of locked into that chair, if you ask me. I don't know if you guys are in or out, but again, you have to be nice to me. So
Mario's in. Mario's in.
I'm pretty in too. You basically mentioned it, but Hollywood had 146 targets in 16 games. I don't expect him to get all of that. But if we say he's the wide receiver 1, which clearly you think, and I think Martin, I think, like there's got to be 130 targets there. There just has to be.
Right.
It definitely funnels through. I mean, we know what this offense is. They're not changing. They traded Marquise Brown because they're not changing. It funnels through exactly what you said. That wide receiver, and then they love having Mark Andrews. They just drafted another guy. They're not going to use two. I mean, he'll be on the field, but they're not going to use him much in the passing game. Like it. This is what we've seen this offense do.
It's fair. You're changing my mind. Cool.
Let's
come
go
around, come around, buddy. Come get a couple shares on like
how high, real quick. How high are you on Bateman? Is he like wide receiver, low end wide receiver 2 for you, or not quite that high?
Yeah, so I have him. I mean, I'm taking him ahead of like Gabe Davis. Like I'm taking him ahead of a good number of those. Like when I get into that weird range, I go for him. But the thing is, there's other people that are like that. You know what I mean? There's other, like on Underdog, he is one of those guys where you do see him go, and you're like, okay, like again, it's like Zeke, where somebody else wants to reach. I just never get upset about like getting reached on for certain guys because like I don't mind. It's like. I'm trying to get values. You know what I mean? So if I think he's a value at his ADP, I want him there. But if somebody else wants to do that, then I feel like I can get value elsewhere. But I am pretty high on him. I'm taking him ahead of a lot of guys that I don't think are going to get a full snap share and be a top 2 target on the team. Like to me, like this is the question that I bring up is that if he's not going to be the top wide receiver in terms of targets on the team, who is?
Yep, 100% agree.
Yeah.
If somebody ever told you Duvernay there.
I know Alex, one of our guys has. I think it's Alex has some.
He loves Duvernay.
Yep,
and I like Duvernay.
Not more than Bateman. He just expects this team to throw more than they have. Yeah. He expects them to be somewhere like last year, and it's just hard.
It's high. I mean, Greg Roman bottom 4 every single year of his career, going all the way back to the 49ers in pass attempts. Besides last year, where they were 9th. You know what I mean? It's not going to be like last year. And
they had no running backs.
Yeah, but. Where she goes.
Hit us with that tight end.
Do you want me to do the Ingram thing, or you want me to give you somebody else?
I want you to do your tight end, which I think I know who it is.
We know
it is. It is Ingram, right? It is. Yeah. I mean, he's my guy, dude. And like, okay, has anyone talked about Ingram so far on the show?
No. Well, we did with Steph.
But that was bad. That was probably mean, right? Yeah. Yeah. Steph, dude. I'll have a stern talking with her this weekend.
The Dadbod said you were talking shit about me.
I'm scrolling back and I'm listening after this. I'm everywhere. On the plane, I got a plane ride. I'm gonna listen to the whole thing back. You know what I mean? Well, I'm watching because right now I can't see all your faces at the same time, but I'm gonna watch it and make sure that every time I set a player on here, you guys were like, okay. Just now. Yeah.
Make sure you watch it, Rob.
I moved Evan Ingram up far in my rankings after that conversation or your thread.
Yeah, let's go, dude. Yeah, what did you say? Make sure I watch Rob's face when I say Bateman.
Yep, that's it.
Did he make a stink face?
We'll see.
I'm sure.
We will see. Yeah. So there he is, dude. Evan Ingram, man. And here's the thing: is like when you're drafting your second tight end, especially in a normal league, floor goes out the window. We don't care about floor. All we care about is ceiling. Right. That's how we found Darren Waller, Mark Andrews. And this is why when people say I only ever draft one tight end, I'm like, well, then you're not getting the guys that we're getting, because Mark Andrews at tight end 15, you were drafting somebody else and then you were taking him as your second tight end. Either that or you were fighting on waivers. Like our strategy is to wait and take somebody safe, like, Ertz, Hawkinson, Schultz, like guys that are missing other wide receivers. You can start them early in the year, but also you throw somebody in your back pocket, right? So for this guy, Evan Ingram, as a player, forget the drops, dude. I don't care about drops. Jimmy Graham dropped 15 passes from Drew Brees in one season. Let's forget about drops for 1 second, okay? This guy, he's built like split ends. There's no comparable tight ends to this guy, really. He's 6'3", 245, runs a 4.42. We're talking about like the real comparable players, not tight ends, are like Andre Johnson, Demaryius Thomas, rest in peace, Chase Claypool. Like that's what this guy's built like. And if you line him up at an actual split end like you're supposed to, that's hopefully what you're going to get, right? In his rookie year with the shell corpse of Eli Manning, he was a top 5 tight end, right? Yeah. Then he's got some injury issues and he's playing with Daniel Jones. In 2020, he had the 4th most targets of any tight end, the 5th most receptions, 8th most yards. He only scored 1 touchdown because the team was dead in last in touchdowns. They've been dead last in touchdowns over the last 2 years, and Daniel Jones has more turnovers than he has touchdowns over that span. That is a statistic. That is a fact. That's why the players and coaches sent Evan Ingram to the Pro Bowl. Everyone likes to joke about it, but the fans, which for some reason have a say in who goes to the Pro Bowl, and they wanted TJ Hawkinson and Robert Tonyan. The players and coaches both voted for Ingram. That's why he went over Tonyan, who had more fan votes, because the fans are obviously, the utmost, they see 11 touchdowns. They're like, that's the guy, the 11 touchdown guy. That's the guy that goes, right? Like, forget that he's playing with the back-to-back MVP versus the back-to-back last touchdown, more interception guy, right? Like, forget that. So I see him going to a team, and he goes to a team. He could have gone to the Bengals, where I would have said, well, Chase is the top target and Higgins is the second target. So what's the upside? You know what I mean? Like, that would have been bad for upside, for maximum upside. Instead, he goes to a team that has like Marvin Jones, Christian Kirk. Like, he could lead that team in targets. He could easily be second. And that's what we want to see when we look for upside, is guys that could be top 2 targets on their team. Every tight end that's finished top 5, going back to Randy McMichael in 2003, has had either 90 targets or double-digit touchdowns, and no one in the league last year had double-digit touchdowns. So we want targets, right? So that is the stump speech on Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram for president, 2022. Let's put him on the ballot.
So based on what you said there, based on what you said and you chasing the targets, was Cole Kmet the guy you were going to turn to next? If
Absolutely.
Not Ingram? Yeah.
Cody.
Yeah.
Get this guy. Do we have some sort of applause thing, a train sound so we can play, dude? Cody,
I got to give credit where credit's due. I let Rob and Mario, they're in on Kmet too, and I let them sell me. So I got to
We sold Cody, all right.
But he go for it at Scott Fishbowl. He wouldn't snag him. We ended
up.
up.
Rob Long took him.
Yeah, Bob. No, that was
Bob. Sorry, Bob. I got Bob. Too many Robs and Bobs.
Dude,
Rob
is how
your stat quite a bit. Sorry.
Which one?
I do use that.
At 90 or.
That's a crazy stat.
Because it's real, bro. It's real. And the thing is, in half PPR, there's one exception, and it's Mark Andrews got 88 targets during the COVID year when he missed 2 games with COVID. So it would be true for half PPR too. Like, this is so true. And the top 2 target on the team thing, like the exceptions are like Robert Tonyan, right? 59 targets, 11 touchdowns. Before that, you have to go back to Martellus Bennett, 2014 on the Bears. Like, it's just not happening, So you want guys that lead the team in targets or at least top 2. Cole Kmet, I mean, he got 93 last year. So we'll see.
I love that pick. Peterson's a tight end guru too, man. He loves his tight ends.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Like
I'm in on that one. I like that one. I'm with
the
you
more knowledge, man. I that's why, dude, when you read my articles, man, it's all stats and stuff, and then you can apply it to your own projections. Like, my picks are in there, obviously, and they're obviously amazing because I'm amazing at this. But if you want to just look at the sections that say the good and the bad for the players or the stats, you can just ignore my advice entirely and apply it to your own projections. And that's where you take your own game to another level, because it's all math, it's all historical data, it's all math. So it's like, you don't even have to be like, oh, these are Coop's tight ends I'm picking. You can be like, oh, these are my tight ends. I'm using Coop's philosophy. That's what led to Cole Kmet. And that's what I like to see. That's why I write the articles. Otherwise, what are we doing? Otherwise, I could just write one of these like, yeah, here's 5 sleepers in a thread. You know what I mean? Like, it's wasting everyone's time.
Substance to it, yeah.
It's wasting everyone's time.
You have a really good article on there. What website? Can you plug the website? Because you just wrote that tight end article probably 3 weeks ago, maybe.
Yes, Fantasy Alarm. So now it's a 4-part series. There's one. If you know how to play fantasy, which you guys do, like if you just read the first one, then you could take those concepts and apply it to your game. You don't necessarily need to read the rest, but if you do read the rest, then I'll like you more.
We will read all.
Go there, check it out. Hey, Coop, do you have anything coming up that you want to plug outside of that article? Your show?
Yeah, I mean, just follow me on Twitter. Like, everything I have, I send it out on my Twitter. It's the easiest way to find my stuff. It's like all my articles on Fantasy Alarm, all my stuff. I I always tweet out. We have a couple podcasts that we do. One right after this that you can finish watching this because this is special. This is a bunch of guests. It's more than a one-off. Mine, we're doing a draft, right? We're going to go do a draft on FFPC or something like that. I think it is. Watch that tomorrow. You watch that on the flight over to the expo. And if you see me at the expo, come up and say what up. Give me daps. We'll split a beer.
We'll come find you for sure.
Okay. Yeah. You guys for sure. Anybody else watching this, come on up, dude. Like I'm down to chat. I'm down to have fun. Yeah. I'm talking to. I know. Believe it or not, I imagine I see some people in the chat, so I imagine there's other people watching this, guys. So, yeah. I already told you guys. Dude. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, imagine if I was like, Rob, don't come up to me at the expo until you draft. I want to see if you come up to the expo. I want to see you show me an underdog team that has Bateman on it, and then we can have a beer.
Hold him to that. I like it.
Right. Yeah, but Mario and Cody, you guys are cool no matter what.
There we go.
Screw you, Rob.
I love it.
Thank you so much, man. We really do appreciate you taking time out tonight, man. I really genuinely mean it.
Oh, of course, guys. Yeah, good times, man. Hey, all right, have fun.
Hey, thanks man.
See you, man.
See you later.
Take it easy. Yeah. later, guys.
See you, man. Later, man. What a nice guy.
What an asshole.
Man.
Dude, he's funny. He's funny, dude.
No, he's a good dude.
Yeah, that was great. Coop is such a great nickname too. And I guess name, but just that is second to almost none. Coop. Yep.
Yeah.
I love the tight end talk with obviously I've talked that's kind of my QB theory, and then taking that and put it into tight end in terms of like take your flyer, take your safe, and you're going to be okay one way or the other. Yeah. I love it, man. Love it.
Yeah, the yin yang. It's a really good article, so definitely check it out.
Sure. Good dude. Go check out his work over there. Does a good job.
Yep. Very excited to introduce our next guest. He is Dynasty Lead at footballguys.com. Fellow Buckeye. He's in the same area as us. 85th in the 2021 ECR rankings and host of the Devi Royal. Jeff Bell. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man.
How long have this been going on? You've been going for a couple hours now, right?
Yeah.
Almost 3. Coming up on 3.
Good stuff. Yeah.
My back's getting a little sore. Not physically carrying you two. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, Jeff, thank you so much for taking time out of your day and joining us. There's something that I've noticed, and I've been all over. I work from home. I mentioned this earlier. I'm always on Twitter. So like I get to read everything that's on there pretty much, way too much. It's probably bad. But it's no surprise that you responded so quickly, agreeing to come on here with us. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen it multiple times. You've mentioned from other football analysts of how you are just a ball of positivity, and you kind of bring you help when you can. And I think it was
bring people together.
Kluge mentions it very often. Yeah. So I really do appreciate it, man.
Hey, that means a lot, and that's really kind of what I want to bring, and that's really what I want to offer. Obviously I want to help people win their fantasy football leagues, and that's first priority, but there's so much negativity in the world, and I'm not coming, on Twitter to spread that, and kind of have those bad vibes. It's one of those that I firmly believe you get back what you put out. And, if you're somebody that you spend that time to put that energy, that positive energy back out, then hopefully it comes back around to you. And that's kind of been my approach. Try to stay out of drama. I really just don't, man, I've got 3 kids. I deal with enough drama like day to day. They're 3 little girls between 0 and 7 years old, and it's nonstop drama at my house. And I don't need to go on Twitter for more of that. So, I got outlets for that, but yeah, I think that's what's most important is, we're very similar people. We all have, the way I always say it is we're all that friend that cared too much about football, and then we all kind of found each other. And that's kind of how I view Twitter and fantasy football Twitter, the industry really in general. We were all those people in the friend group that cared too much about fantasy football. And so there's no reason to harbor hostilities or anything like that.
It's so true. And I can tell you that I can't think of the person's name right now, but it's like a yellow background. I'm pretty sure. I cannot think of his name, but he mentioned about how he pretty much mirrored his Twitter, kind of similar to yours. And one time he would come at somebody, and I think he had a conversation with you. He's like, I haven't done it since. I cannot think of his name right now.
Joey?
I think it is Joey.
Joey? Yeah, Joey.
Yep.
Wright. Joey Wright's a good friend.
Reading that, you never experience or never expect this to happen. But me reading that, there's been, when we first got on Twitter and like we tried this in 2019, we got back to it this time, much more active in Twitter. We didn't do anything on Twitter before. We were like, people will find our podcast, no worries. Yeah. Now we're on Twitter. And when we initially like went crazy on Twitter, there would be times where we'd be like, this person's wrong. They're doing this for clickbait, and not like being nasty, but kind of like argumentative. And I don't know, since reading that, it would, and I call it secondhand advice because it's from Joey, from you. It was like, it's right. This community is pretty fun. We went to Scott Fishbowl. We had a great time. We met a lot of people. We've reached out to people like yourself, and you guys have all been like, tell me when. And it's been amazing.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. It's a sense of community. It's sharing, getting together. Hopefully, you guys are going to be at the expo this weekend, but I will be there. Looking forward to that. And last year it was all kumbaya, and it was great. And everybody getting together and realizing that it's that realization that it feels a little bit weird, especially like you talk to another grown up, be like, oh yeah, I got these friends on the internet, and they look at you straight.
Yeah.
But then like you meet them in person, and you're like, you're my friend. Like it's one of those things that the people that you talk to regularly on Twitter, it's very hard if you're on Twitter as people are in the community to put up a facade and not be who you really are. And so meeting those people in person and realizing that, yes, you're really the same person that I talk to all the time on Twitter, it goes a long way and it solidifies those bonds. But it just goes back to that community again. I get frustrated with things, and I've, since day one, I'm just not going to bring this on Twitter. I'm just not going to embarrass this person or whatever it might be. And you never know what the person on the other end of the computer screen is going through, and realizing that, that you don't know, they're not mad at you. And Joe Bryant is obviously my boss. If you look at him as a mentor, and he's somebody that I've kind of tried to follow his path because that's something that I firmly believe in. But he always says they're not mad at you. They're dealing with something by themselves on their own end, and they're looking for that outlet to express it. And so pushing back and going back to that, it's really, you're just extending their spiral versus trying to, I always try to diffuse something, and like everything is lighthearted, and people don't always know how to take that. And, that doesn't mean I'm just going to take stuff. Usually either walk away or like I'll push back like a little bit in a fun jest. But, if I see that it's not going to go that way, then I'm going to pull the ripcord pretty quickly on that.
Yeah. It's been, and it's funny because like you say that one time I was doing this, and again, this was months ago at least now, so I feel like I've gotten better. I'm definitely not even an asshole in real life, so maybe it's just me being occasionally feeling keyboard warrior like, I know more. And it's that thing of like, why am I going to do this for likes, clickbait? Like, no, I got to stop this. Rob had to tell me just a couple months ago, saying stop entertaining this conversation. And I'm like, dude, he's so wrong. And it's pointless now. It really
Someone
is.
was coming at you, to be fair, but
he was, but like
he was coming at you, but
truthfully, it's just like, it's and I remember that day when Rob said that, taking the advice that you have given to others, and kind of going, once I ended that and then saw that it just ended, I was like, wow, this was the better move. Like, I didn't even have to say anything. And the points were out there, I guess. So
Jeff, can I hit something real quick, Mario?
Now
this is going to be probably the most important question we have here today, Jeff. It's the Dadbod podcast. You mentioned there that you're obviously a dad yourself with the 3 girls. Here we go.
Daddy Pig or Bluey's Dad Bandit?
I've got strong feelings here.
I don't think. Oh, Daddy Pig from Peppa Pig?
I'm guessing because it's
okay. Yeah, because the kids have just started to watch Peppa Pig a little bit, so I have not sat down and watched a Peppa Pig episode. I feel like Daddy Pig would probably win because pigs can bring it. I feel like, and Bandit is a great dad, and Bandit is my role model as a dad. But at the same time, I don't know if I think a pig's going to bring it over Bandit, and I know that Peppa's dad is he's all pig, so
yeah. I like that take. We watch a lot of Bluey. Just so you know, new Bluey episodes drop today.
We watched the entire thing today.
My son was watching them earlier.
We had something going on today that took my wife out of action for a little bit, and I was trying to work from home, and the new Bluey dropped today, and we binged the entire thing.
Yep. Bluey is great. It's a show for parents, not the kids, but the kids love
great.
it too.
It is.
That's awesome.
Well, it's like I was working, and I was on a training, and it's like I had my headphones on and like doing that, but I was like, I really just want to be watching Bluey with them.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's an Australian dog family for you yet to have kids.
Yeah.
Peeps.
No kids.
Yeah.
I've heard. I keep seeing it though. Everyone talks about that.
Disney
show.
Plus, check it out. It's really short. It's perfect for kids. It's like 6-7 minute episodes, and everything is dealing with a different whatever it might be. But it's one of those that it's not Daniel Tiger beating you over the head with social issue type thing. It addresses it in a way that talks to the kid, but also entertains the parent too. So
yep.
Okay.
That's awesome.
When I have my nephews over, I'll try. I'll give
There
it
you
a
go. They'll love it.
I have 4 nephews and 1 new niece, and I got to catch up on my nephews are a little older, so I got to catch up now. Now we're getting the new waves coming in. If you want to, Jeff, kick us off with your Dadbod squad, and just as a reminder, this is, we'd use our own Dadbod squad brand, but you're my guys, right?
Yeah.
If you want to start off with your QB.
My quarterback, Justin Fields. Justin Fields, anybody that's followed me, they know, I wrote I'm probably just going to go down the list of Football Guys spotlights that I wrote this offseason and make sure to check those out. Footballguys.com. You know it if you're watching the show. You probably are pretty familiar with the brand, but so Justin Fields was the quarterback that I wrote up for the spotlight. He's a player that I believe in. I believe in the quarterback ability more than what he's really shown so far at the NFL level, but the athleticism is there too, and he really has that entire package and you're not paying a premium for him. And I know that Andrew was on before me, and Coop is a good friend of mine, and his yin and yang of tight ends. You can do the same thing with Justin Fields as a quarterback, and you can take an Aaron Rodgers as quarterback 12 off the board usually, and then still grab Justin Fields as your quarterback 15 or whatever it might be off the board, and you're playing that safe bet and you're playing that upside bet, and maybe it doesn't click with Justin Fields, but early in the season is difficult. I'm blanking on who they play the first couple weeks, but I know I've looked at that schedule, and those first couple of weeks are not easy, but then it kind of opens up, and he's got a good 6-game stretch where if this is going to happen, if it's going to happen as a fantasy guy, ride, maybe do a stream in those first couple weeks. I know Jameis Winston has the Falcons first week. That might be a good streaming option, but you're going to get an opportunity to step into Justin Fields for a meaty part of the schedule. And I think that everything is going to be there, that, everybody's on Trey Lance and they talk about him because yes, he's got better weapons and a better offensive structure there. But much like Jalen Hurts last year, there are things that will allow Justin Fields to accrue plenty of fantasy points, and you're really it's not a risky bet at all.
I love it.
You're the second pick in a row for Fields.
There we go.
Yeah.
They start off with the 49ers, Packers, and then they go to Texans, Giants. So I think by week 3,
it's like week 3 through 6. It's pretty good for him.
I like it. The rushing floor is there. It's a safe bet. Everyone's talking about Jalen Hurts and Trey Lance and this and that, but Fields is going to do the same thing rushing wise. It's just, is he going to produce the same in the pass game? And I don't see why he can't. I mean, he's got to be better than last year.
Yeah, and I think that people so often they look at those athletic quarterbacks and see them as ceiling plays because they are. He does have that ability. Having that rushing ability unlocks that potential to be a top 6, top half of the quarterback ones. But those guys are safe floor plays usually too. And I think that's one thing that people don't realize on Justin Fields or like a Trey Lance, where if you're hitting those 4 rushing points and you get to 200 passing yards, you're hitting starting quality quarterback numbers a lot easier than what people realize.
Yeah. 100%.
The Justin Fields in the past hour is pretty fun. I think what was just he is, and what I just mentioned is they're going to be down a ton.
They are.
So like it should be a very pass heavy offense.
Well, so we talk about Hurts, and you look at Hurts last year, and who was his receiving options? He had Devonta Smith, and he had Dallas Goedert. He had Zach Ertz at the beginning of the year. Is that really all that different than having Darnell Mooney and having Cole Kmet as your options? So there's enough there. And really, when you look at NFL passing offenses, that third target rarely gets involved. You have to be even like the Bengals with Joe Burrow. Tyler Boyd, it's one of those guys where it's like, fringe, like, should I have this guy on my roster? Is he a handcuff? Because so often in NFL passing offenses, Patrick Mahomes, like he had Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, and then there was no third option that anybody cared about. And so really the way that they're structured, the passing tree is structured, usually guys are working to one half of the field, and they're usually working with 2 receivers that are kind of playing off each other within a game. And Cole Kmet and Darnell Mooney, I think, are both talented enough that he's going to be able to carry you for the fantasy passing production. You mentioned he's going to be down, he's going to be trailing, but that athleticism too. And it's really hard to buy in on a non-athletic quarterback. And that's kind of, all these people are in on Kirk Cousins, and I just can't get there. It's one of those that you're taking him as quarterback 13, hoping that he's quarterback 12. Whereas you take Justin Fields as quarterback 15, hoping that he's quarterback 6, basically.
And we've talked about him. It's a good point that the ceiling could be questionable. He might be that good yin yang option too. Like you mentioned.
I like that combo. That's the combo I want is Kirk Cousins and Justin Fields this year. That's my go-to. I'm higher on Kirk than you are, but yeah, I get it. I definitely get the point.
Jeff, do you want to hit us with your running back?
So Breece Hall is my running back, and that's a guy that
I've been waiting for him.
You can usually get him kind of in that 4th. He's moved up a little bit early in the offseason. I think he was kind of landing in that 5th round in those underdog drafts. Now he's kind of more solidified as a 4th round pick. But we all know we are one Breece Hall preseason highlight away from him being a fringe 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
And
we've talked about the rise will come. Yep.
Yeah. One time he breaks off a 55-yard run in the preseason, forget about it. He's going to rise an entire round overnight. And I think he's a great entry. I love this year. I love to do a good 0 RB build, but this year, the way that running back values are falling, I think hero running back is probably the way to go this year, and grabbing one of those guys. If you miss on guys like Leonard Fournette, I think is a great option at his ADP. You miss on those guys, I think Breece Hall is about your last get off point there as a guy that I feel comfortable as an RB1, and I know he's not valued as an RB1 in ADP. He's lower than that, but that potential, that ceiling is there. And people point to Michael Carter, but you go back to Jonathan Taylor 2 years ago, and Nyheim Hines had a much bigger passing role 2 years ago than he did this past season. And Jonathan Taylor still was able to give you an RB1 season 2 years ago. And so that's where I look at it as this Jets offense is going to have to rely on Breece Hall. They're going to have to try to run the ball more. Unfortunately, Mekhi Becton just went down, and that was disappointing because I think you kind of had him solidifying part of the offensive line. They have a very young offensive line, and they have very young offense in general. So I think they want to rely more on that rushing game. Breece Hall, we were all in. You played dynasty football. He was the 1st round pick, the number 1 overall pick in your dynasty rookie draft. But we know running backs produce right away, and he checked all the boxes with athleticism. You can get him. I think he's in. It's not floor quite there yet, but so many of the backs that you look at in front of him, these veteran backs that are in timeshares just like he is. And so if you're going to discount him on a timeshare, it's one of those things that you might be drafting him at the floor. And again, if you get a one highlight in the preseason, could jump his ADP an entire round.
I have two different points on what you just said there. Is the first is the talking about timeshares is pretty funny when that gets mentioned as part of an argument not to take somebody. You really got to be specific, because like this is all timeshare. Somebody just tweeted out, again, I should have these names ready. 69% snap share was JT. Like that's a timeshare, and it might not be 50-50, but that is a timeshare. So if we're expecting Breece Hall to get 65%, that shouldn't be a discount rate, like that, not where he's going. And one thing that I mentioned to Cody and Rob actually multiple times, and I think maybe on our way to Scott Fishbowl, is this is like the lowest, and I think he's also the lowest RB taken in the past couple of years in the NFL draft, but also in fantasy as a rookie. He is the lowest rookie running back that we've seen in years
to be the top off the board. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To be the third round, being the top off the board, because usually we get one of these guys in the first, but again, those rookies usually go a little sooner in NFL, but I think that tide is kind of changing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, even last year, Najee Harris was usually a first round pick, and he went like 10 picks in the NFL draft before where Breece went. He was like, I think he was around like pick 20 or so, and Breece was around pick like 35. I think it's like 10 to 15 picks. Are we really talking about, just because the draft pauses overnight, are we having a major different conversation in player value there? It's kind of funny to me, like how often things get, people get hung up on draft capital. Well, he's a first round pick versus second round pick, and it's okay. He's a 3-pick difference. Does it matter? It's just funny to me, some of those things that people get hung up on.
Jacobs was the end of first, and he went first. He went that turn, if I remember correctly, in fantasy. I mean, that's
right there.
Yep. Jeff, go ahead and hit us with your wide receiver.
So wide receiver could be like 45 different guys this year. There are so many guys that, you could have your favorite guy and go for it. My pick, I wrote up Tyreek Hill, and I looked at Tyreek Hill. I looked at that guy. He was a college running back, and people kind of looked at the Deebo Samuel production, and people don't realize that at Oklahoma State, he was kind of a hybrid third down back, satellite back, and he was taking rushes. And so he's got that trait. And going into the Mike McDaniel offense, creative usage throughout the run game. And we talk so often about Konami quarterbacks and rushing quarterbacks and being able to give you that floor. If Tyreek Hill gets you 3 to 4, 2.5, whatever it might be, fantasy points via rushing, he really only needs to produce as a kind of a mid wide receiver 2, like a 14 point per game PPR type guy through the passing game, adding those 2 to 3 points on through the rushing game. And it's really, Deebo, we saw it last year with Deebo Samuel, and it's really kind of the wide receiver equivalent of a rushing quarterback, using those rushing yards to get you above that production there. And people are really off of him because they're worried about the deep game with Tua Tagovailoa. Obviously, questions on his arm strength, but people don't realize that Tyreek Hill's game has transitioned and grown as he came in. And we talked about he was a college running back. And so when he came in first with the Chiefs, they had him running 9 routes and spreading the field with his speed. The last couple of years, that ADP, that ADOT has gone way down and used him in different areas of the game, got him kind of that intermediate area of the game, using quick passes, getting the ball in his hands, letting him create. And I think that those things are going to happen. And I think that he's a player that if you're not somebody that's really watching the football games and really following it, you might have a preconceived notion in your mind of what type of player Tyreek Hill is and not realize the different usage that he's seen throughout his football career, but also in the NFL game, how it's just changed and migrated where he's used in different areas that I think are going to play very well in the Miami offense.
Go ahead, speaking of that ADOT, we talked at one point, he was a player who had never caught 90 passes in his career until last year, and he had 111. So that kind of tells you exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. It's ADOT is completely different. He was just used very different early in his career versus later in his career.
And I think he's going to an offense that is from the tree of Shanahan, where they use these players this way. So like it should be exciting to see him used differently. It should be exciting to see it's somebody that knows how to use them is what I guess I'm getting at. Like, this is somebody that he should have very similar production to what Andy Reid was able to do with him. Like, he's not going to, Dave is in the background, but he's not going to Nagy, right? He's going to what we expect to be a good head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
All right. Last piece of your dad bod squad, your tight end.
I got to go with Kyle Pitts. I want an elite tight end. I'm going with Kyle Pitts there. Kyle Pitts is not a tight end. Kyle Pitts is a wide receiver. You look at his, again, another player that the ADOT kind of tells the story on him. It's wild. If you look at his compared to tight ends versus elite wide receivers, he is a wide receiver. He is used in the areas of the field that elite wide receivers are used in. And this year, early, so I'm for football guys, always going to plug football guys, but I'm writing the Falcons training camp report. And so the Falcons are essentially my team. And so I'm reading every day what they do in practice, and they're not even lining him up in line. Like they are, it is full blown out wide slot. Last year, I think he was lined up in line a little bit more because he played that role in college. And so I think that they were transitioning him to the NFL game, doing things that he was comfortable doing. But so far in practice and preseason, it's like, we're not even going to pretend with you playing tight end. We have Anthony Ferguson, whoever it might be, that we can put in that role if we need to. You are our primary alpha wide receiver. We're going to use you outside. And athletically, is he really all that different than AJ Brown that Arthur Smith had in the Tennessee offense? Not really. Not what he can do downfield. And he's just impossible to cover. You're going to put a cornerback on him. He's going to outmuscle that. Who's going to cover him out wide? It's the ADP on him is wild that you can get him the third round usually. And that's really he's a first round player that you can get in the third round. So I'm all in on Kyle Pitts. He is a cheat code this year in fantasy football that the value is always going to be there.
Yeah, he's my tight end on my guys.
There you go.
Like, I mean, he's my dad bod tight end. First rookie tight end since Mike Ditka to get 1,000 yards. 1961.
You look at his numbers though, and it's crazy. Even like rookie. You bring wide receivers into the conversation, and I believe because I wrote this in the article for him and another Football Guys plug. I wrote up him, and I think there's like something like 13 wide receivers maybe in NFL history that had his number of receptions and receiving yards, and that's wide receiver rookies and like not even tight ends. And so everybody knows the Ditka stat, but he is in elite territory. If you just look at wide receiver production as a rookie.
I love it.
I think Gesicki was used in a similar. I don't know if it was last season or 2 seasons ago. Yeah, same like lined up in the slot almost predominantly.
He did. He lined up in the slot predominantly, but he was used in different areas of the field. He was not used vertically the way that Kyle Pitts was. And so he was Gesicki was really a slot receiver. And, he was kind of slot receivers that Cole Beasley, that Wes Welker kind of used in that underneath territory. That's kind of where Gesicki kind of lived last year with Tua. But Pitts was used vertically as a vertical threat.
Yeah. Yeah. And my biggest worry with Pitts is Mariota, but we've seen him support this with Delaney. So that's always the pushback that people give me anytime that I'm like, I'm worried about this situation here. But
I think Mariota is a competent quarterback. And I think that's one of those, he might not be elite. He might not be great, but the Falcons, again, are another team that, we're kind of expecting them to be playing from behind a fair amount. But I think Mariota is a competent quarterback. And I feel like that's the ultimate backhanded compliment there. But he's a player that I think he can keep the train on the tracks. But at the same time, he's not going to have that elite production. But you're not going to find many tight ends that have, is Mariota really all that different in the passing game than Lamar Jackson? And if you got Mark Andrews as your top tight end, I mean, is there a huge difference there? But production-wise, athletically, it's completely the same day. But no, production-wise through the passing game, I think Mariota can give you kind of the same thing Lamar is. And so having Mark Andrews there and as tight end one for a lot of people, why not Kyle Pitts?
Yeah.
He's my dark horse for, I guess it's not even a dark horse. I genuinely think he's going to take that leap to tight end one.
Yeah.
I'm all in on that.
Awesome. Jeff, Thank you again for making time out of your day and coming to give us your Dadbod squad and coming to join us again. Living off those words of advice from you, and we're going to try to do the same and spread that positivity and stop trying to be the winner in a Twitter argument. And if you
no
want
winners.
to, yeah, there isn't. There really isn't. Like everybody watching is like, there's no winner here.
Yeah, everybody's just eating the popcorn, watching like,
Yeah.
oh, that's the one we're watching today. All right.
Yep. I don't think we do it a lot, but I want you to know why we've kind of went from maybe a 1% time to closer to hopefully 0.1. Where, if you wouldn't mind giving where people could find you, and then letting them know what's coming up.
Well, first off, thank you so much for the invitation. You guys are way too kind with those words. And, I don't know. I'm just trying to follow the example set before me of people that I believe in and just the path that's been laid out. But thank you so much for the invitation. You can find me on Twitter at For Whom J Bell Tolls. You can find me with footballguys.com, doing Dynasty, doing really much of anything that they'll let me do over there because I just love being able to contribute to Football Guys. And then you can find me Tuesday nights, 9:30 is the live show for the Devy Royale. We have a Patreon for the Devy Royale. We've got all your Devy covered. We have your draft guides covered, whatever it might be for prospects, for college football. Really, we just love talking about college football. And that's what our show is really geared towards. So, if you're a Buckeye, I've got you covered there. Trust me there.
Yeah.
If you're an SEC fan, I'll probably jab pretty well throughout the season at SEC. So we just love football there. And that's, you can find that anywhere you can find podcasts as well.
Awesome, man.
Very good.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you.
Have a great night, man.
You too.
Our next guest, Cody disappeared on us.
I'm always
There
here.
he is. Jeff's awesome, man. I'm so
Yeah,
glad.
such a nice guy.
Super nice guy.
He really did respond pretty much immediately, like, hey, I could be on there. Next up, we have, I don't want to keep him waiting anymore, one of the best in the business, content creator over at the Football Guys, host of one of the top fantasy podcasts, The Launchpad. It's Dave Kluge. What is up?
Hey, thank you so much for having me, guys. How are you doing tonight?
Doing well. The Bears.
The Bears. Thanks for coming on,
Bears,
man. We
yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking a little bit of smack about Nagy earlier. So, I'm kidding. He deserves every little bit of it. That was a brutal season.
Jeff's my guy QB, though, was Justin Fields, so you got to love that.
Well, I didn't hear his my guy QB, but I heard his tight end. Mine was Kyle Pitts that I had prepped for, so I'm making a last-minute audible there. But my quarterback is Justin Fields as well, so hopefully we can talk about some points that Jeff didn't already talk about. Yeah, Jeff and I, we tend to be aligned on quite a few takes. He's a very, very good friend of mine, and we really look at the game through a very similar scope.
There's been a ton of Bears love the past
there
few.
has.
Cole
all
Kmet.
around.
Yeah, we got a lot of Bears love. I like it. A lot of Justin Fields love.
This will be the third Justin Fields love that we have. But I did want to say thank you so much for joining us, Dave. Early in the conversation with Jeff, one of the things I mentioned, and it's something that I've seen you comment. I've seen his name, I think is, did he say Joey? His name is Joey, who we do follow, but I just am struggling with his name. I've seen him mention it, and it was talking about like how you guys approach being in this fantasy football community from a point of positivity and kind of like doing where you can to help whenever somebody needs help. And it was something that I made a point to mention to Jeff because I've seen it come from him, and I've seen you mention it from him because you do the same. And one thing that I think about with our interactions is early on how good you are with like your engagement. So like, I think we were talking about the 27-year-old tweet that you had, and you're just a very like level-headed responses where it's just like, we're like, what's this guy talking about 27-year-old? And you're just like, yeah, this is what I'm looking at. Here's this. And then you just kind of answer all the questions that we may have, and you're on our show today. So man, we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, I'm sure Jeff talked about it a little bit, but I just don't see the point of bickering back and forth on Twitter. It's just, there is not a worse way that you can spend your time. You know, put your content out there, respond to a few questions, but I see people that just get like sucked into this pit, this spiral where they're just spending all of their time trying to defend their takes. And if you've got confidence in the stuff that you're putting out and like you trust your own process, you shouldn't have to feel the need to defend yourself to every single person that tries to poke a hole in your argument. At the end of the day, this is a game with infinite variables, and there are so many numbers and metrics out there that you can twist and contort them however you want to basically paint whatever picture you want. So if you're going to put your take out there, you got to do it with just knowing that you're going to get a little bit of pushback.
Yep. Absolutely.
Hey, Rob, you wanted something to mention to Dave, right?
I mean, I wasn't going to mention it, but yeah, I think we're on the opposite spectrums of the Amon-Ra take.
Oh, you also said he was. You said something else about Fields as well, right?
Oh yeah. Well, you're turning me into a Justin Fields. I think everyone's starting to turn me into the Justin Fields. Like, put me on that train. So I'm definitely going to reevaluate him. But yeah, I'm a lot higher on Amon-Ra than I think you are. I've been listening to a few of the podcasts, and I know your takes by now on him. So I like it though. I like it. I get where you're coming from.
So I got to say, the Amon-Ra, I don't want to say hate. Like, I never want to say hate or fade or anything like that. Like, these guys are NFL players. They're all extremely talented. But my take on Amon-Ra St. Brown started back in February. Like, as soon as the season ended, I just said, hey, this is probably a good opportunity to sell this guy in Dynasty. Because at the time, you could fetch a first-round pick for him. And I said, the writing was on the wall. And in the article that I wrote in February, I said this team is probably going to sign DJ Chark. They're probably going to use one of their first-round picks for a wide receiver, and they did. They traded up for Jameson Williams, and they signed DJ Chark. And I think that those things just show that he probably isn't going to be the wide receiver one long-term over there. And I think that he's a great player. It's tough. I find myself in this position with a few players this year, guys that I was really beating the drum for last year, exceeded expectations, and now going into the next season, I don't like them as much because of that. And Deebo Samuel was one of those guys, and Cooper Kupp was one of those guys, and Amon-Ra St. Brown just happens to be another one. So what he did last year was fantastic. I was just saying that I think his value was going to take a dip after the free agency and the draft. And if you could have fetched a first-round pick for him, I thought that would have been great. But I think where his ADP is settling in right now, kind of as a back-end wide receiver 2, high-end wide receiver 3, I don't hate him at that ADP.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I have him high-end wide receiver 2, I think, is where I'm settling in on him. I think he's got the potential. I like it. I mean,
he's a baller. There's no doubt about it that he's a baller.
Yeah. Rob and I go back on him quite a bit. I am not a believer.
Mario's not in on him.
It seems cool. It's either coincidental that he started going off without Swift and Hawkinson, or it's intentional. And
you got to make your opportunities count, don't you, Mario?
Yeah, he sure did.
He sure did. Wide receiver 4 halfway through the season.
Well, anyways, Dave, let's get you kicked off with your Dadbod squad. We'll start off with QB, which you mentioned was Justin Fields. So if you want to start there.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't even like talking about Justin Fields that much because you can obviously see the Bears helmet right behind me. I am a Bears fan. And but really, I don't let my analysis cloud my judgment all that much, or at least I think I don't. I mean, when I talk about my wide receiver is going to be a guy from the Green Bay Packers, which hopefully shows a little bit of subjectiveness that I'm able to look at the game, not through navy and orange colored glasses. But Justin Fields last year, we all knew that he wasn't supposed to start week 1. Like, nobody thought that this guy was going to be a pro-ready quarterback that you can just come out and plug in week 1 and play. And there was all sorts of speculation. Is it going to be week 3 that he's going to come in? Maybe week 6. Maybe he sits for the entire year. The team went out and they spent a lot of money to bring in Andy Dalton. And all offseason, Andy Dalton got the first team reps. And then a week 2 injury to Andy Dalton pushed Justin Fields onto the field much sooner than he was ready for. And wouldn't you know it, he looked terrible. And 1, he just flat out wasn't ready to play in the NFL at that point in time. And 2, he was playing with the first team that he had almost no chemistry with. He and Allen Robinson got no reps together during the offseason whatsoever. So when you look at his overall season, you can paint a picture that he was just god-awful and that he had one of the worst rookie seasons any quarterback has ever had. And it's pretty tough to push back against that looking at the full season. But if you got to break it down into the first half and second half of the season, he showed a lot of progress as he got more comfortable. And the biggest thing that jumps out to me is in the final 4 games that he played, where he played more than 80% of the game, started the game and finished the game. He averaged almost 60 rushing yards per game. And if you extrapolate that 60 rushing yards per game over a full season, you're looking at well over 1,000 yards, which is what Lamar Jackson did when he had his MVP season and completely broke fantasy football just a few years ago. So I don't think that Justin Fields is going to rush for, 1,100, 1,200 yards, but he's going to run a lot more than people expect him to. Because when you look at his numbers from college, he didn't have to run the ball. His team literally went undefeated. They were blowing teams out up 40 points by halftime almost every single week. There was no need for him to go out there and put his body at risk rushing the ball. And now, for whatever reason, last year, Matt Nagy just didn't want him running the ball. He ran fewer design runs than almost any rookie quarterback last year. And now this new coaching staff seems to be trying to get him much more comfortable rushing the ball. They've been doing a lot of scramble drills. They've been practicing design runs. And that's really where you get your value from. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and go back over all the research that Rich Rebar has done with Konami quarterbacks, but we know by now that if you have a quarterback that rushes the ball a lot, it is great for fantasy football. Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Cam Newton. You can go back to the Tim Tebow days when Tim Tebow was a serviceable fantasy quarterback. So the thing with Justin Fields is he doesn't have to be a good quarterback. He doesn't have to throw the ball well. He doesn't have to pass for 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns. If he is going to rush for 800 yards, which I think is very, very likely this season, he's going to be a serviceable QB1 and on the top end of QB1s. So that's what I'm so excited about Justin Fields, is just the athleticism and what he can do on the ground.
Yeah, and I think one thing that you touched on here is I thought, and this is coming from a non-Bears fan, but I thought one of the biggest things that stood out to me early on in season and really the whole year was Nagy didn't seem to have any clue how to use this guy. I already hated on Nagy earlier, and like I don't know if you liked him or what, but like it just seemed like he seemed clueless on how to get this guy going so he could become a good QB.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He was trying to treat this guy like he was Tom Brady, standing him up tall in the pocket and hoping that he was going to make big passing plays, and that's not what he did. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure you guys have seen the play by now. It was probably his best play from his rookie season, where he just tore apart the entire San Francisco 49ers defense. He rolled out to the right. There was a defender right there, and it was unbelievable. I was just watching this was a few weeks ago. NFL was doing their top 100 runs in NFL history, and that made the list. What he did in half the season as a rookie is already going down as one of the best runs in NFL history. I mean, the guy's athleticism is just insane. So, as much as I want to say, Justin Fields is going to be a franchise quarterback and he is going to, lead the Bears to a Super Bowl, I don't really believe that. But what I see with Justin Fields is a very similar situation to Jalen Hurts last year. He doesn't have a ton of talent around him. The obvious big difference there is that Jalen Hurts had a much better offensive line. But I think that the athleticism from Justin Fields outweighs the offensive line for Jalen Hurts. So we're looking at a pretty similar situation where Jalen Hurts was able to come out this year without a lot of talent surrounding him, with a new head coach, and still crush it in fantasy football. And I don't see any reason that Justin Fields can't do that.
Yeah, I love that.
I think we're like, imagine like we just heard from 3 different people talking about Justin Fields, and we're all probably going to go to our rankings tomorrow and be like, let me pop this up here a little bit.
Can I shoot you straight? I already added 100 rushing yards and 1 rushing touchdown.
and like the crazy part is we're all Ohio, so we've watched this dude for years, and last year was discouraging, but this is making sense, right? This is we talk about it with Trey Lance all the time. Like you can almost rank them at their passing floor, or what you would imagine. Obviously, Fields probably surpassed all thoughts there, but you could rank that. You could project them at that floor, and then still put them at like a very above 600, 700 yards, and it still puts them at QB 13, QB 14 when you look at your projections. Yeah. So the rushing upside will always carry a ton of weight for QBs.
And the one last thing I will say about Justin Fields is and granted, this is a very small sample size, so don't take this as scripture or anything like that, but just kind of painting a picture for the ceiling. When he had that 4-game stretch in his final 4 games where he was rushing the ball a lot, if you look at his per game numbers, that would have been good enough to be QB4 last year. It was, Josh Allen, Tom Brady, Justin Herbert, and then Justin Fields would have slotted in right there. Whether he can do that over a full season, I'm not quite sure yet. But we know that he does have that type of potential where he can just break fantasy football because of his rushing upside.
Rob, do you still have those finishes in those games? You had them earlier. We actually, it's nice.
We were talking about it right before we even got on. So his finishes were the last 4 that he played: 3, 9, 8, and 10. So last 4 all top 10 quarterback plays. A top 5 quarterback play. Yeah, why can't he repeat that? And that wasn't even him being like, he wasn't even that good throwing the ball. He had 7 passing touchdowns in the entire season. So if he can get on track passing the ball, Mooney takes a step up. Cole Kmet actually gets some usage in the red zone. Why can't he be a top 10 quarterback?
And those 4 games were against pretty tough opponents too. You know, the one against San Francisco, which we talked about, that amazing run. The game was at Pittsburgh, at Green Bay, and against Minnesota. So it's not like he was playing against, these Swiss cheese defenses. Yeah. He was playing against pretty stout opponents in those games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was mostly with the legs. That's how he did it. And we talked about this last guest with Bell. Everyone's high on Jalen Hurts. Everyone's high on Trey Lance. Everyone's high on, but it seems like Justin Fields is just forgotten. But it's the same concept. It's the same exact thing that we're going to see with all these other quarterbacks. It's just, I think there's just such a sour taste in people's mouths with how he was utilized in this offense last season. If they unlock him in any certain way, he could do some damage in this upcoming season, man. Yeah. You guys have definitely you guys have changed my mind.
It's like
who was the other person that talked about it? I know you said Jeff Bell and
Andrew Cooper.
3 total. Oh, another fantastic guy to talk about. Interested to know who his tight end was too, because that's where that guy really, his tight end analysis is top notch. So I'm wondering who his
Evan Ingram
guy was.
Evan Ingram.
That sounds right. Yep, that has been his guy for 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah, he's ready for it.
Cole Kmet was number 2 for him though. So
yeah, he said, "Do you want Evan Ingram or do you want a different one?" And we were like, "I want what you love." And he went.
And I'll be honest, Kyle Pitts, that's the guy I was going to talk about, and I pivoted because Jeff already talked about him. Cole Kmet's another guy I want to talk about, but I don't want to go too, hardcore all in on the Bears. I wrote a good article on Cole Kmet if you want to check that out, but I got another tight end I could talk about for you guys.
Okay,
I like it.
Awesome. We'll go to your running back. We'll eventually get to that tight end. Who do you got for your running back this year?
Yeah, this is a guy that I don't understand why he's not getting drafted like in the top half of the first round. Leonard Fournette, and I get it. He showed up in camp a little bit chubby, but the dude is a baller. Like I really don't understand it. So I wrote an article basically, and what I did is I cherry picked like every single thing that people use as a reason to fade Leonard Fournette and just addressed it head on. Said, he's old. That's the first thing people want to say about Leonard Fournette. He's old. Well, guess what? He's the same age or younger as Alvin Kamara, Ezekiel Elliott, Austin Eckler, Dalvin Cook, James Conner, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, Derrick Henry. I mean, yeah, he's getting up there, but we've seen so many guys fall off the cliff at age 27 over the last few years that people think that like now you turn 27 and like your ankles just explode and you can't play football anymore. But really what happened is a few years ago, we saw this group of running backs come in that were a very different pedigree than what we had seen earlier. And that started with the Ezekiel Elliott draft. And then right after that, we saw Leonard Fournette and Dalvin Cook and all these guys that I'm talking about that are very good running backs that you can't really compare to the Arian Fosters and the guys before them who, had a couple of years and then flamed out. These are guys who were big-time producers in college, were drafted in the first rounds of the draft, and have that pedigree that should lend to a pretty long career in the NFL. So the other big thing people want to talk about is he's injury prone. Yeah, when you look at these other guys that I mentioned, he has missed a decent amount of games. Not as many as McCaffrey or Dalvin Cook or Saquon Barkley or anything like that, but he has missed over his career. He's missed over 20% of his games, which sounds pretty bad. But if you just look at the last few seasons, he's been surprisingly healthy. He's played 42 of his possible 49 games in the last few seasons. He's only missed a handful of games, suited up for 87% of them. So I don't know if he's quite as injury prone as people make him out to be. And then the other one that just blows my mind that I cannot figure out for the life of me is people always talk about how he isn't a good pass catcher and how he isn't a good route runner. And I think it's just because he's got that stout build and he runs so well between the tackles, people just can't fathom that like this guy actually can run a route. He has shockingly soft hands. And the numbers from last year back it up as well. This guy was first in targets per game among running backs. He was third in receptions. He was fourth in receiving yards, fourth in yards after the catch, fourth in routes run, sixth in target share, 18th in yards per route run. I mean, this guy just did everything through the air. And now he is in the circle of trust with Tom Brady. And I think that's what matters most.
That's true.
The last thing that I'll mention. Right. I mean, he wanted him back. Like they brought him back on a contract. They paid him well. And it's because he is a good pass blocker. And that's why he stays on the field. Last year, he was the only running back in Tampa Bay. He saw more pass blocking opportunities than any other running back in Tampa Bay. Every running back allowed a sack on Tom Brady. Leonard Fournette allowed 0. He didn't allow one defender to get through and sack Tom Brady. And when you're in your 40s and you're on the final legs of your career, that's the biggest priority for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is keeping Tom Brady upright, and that's what Leonard Fournette does. So I like Rachaad White. I think that he profiles as a great pass catcher, and I'm excited for what he can do long term. But his biggest knock as a prospect is that he isn't a good pass blocker. So he is not going to get any meaningful snaps on a team with Tom Brady when they need to protect him. I think that Leonard Fournette is locked and loaded for a 3-down role. He's going to catch passes. He's going to get the goal line work. He's going to do everything on one of the most explosive offenses in the NFL. It's just a no-brainer for me. And the fact that you can draft him at the 2-3 turn, I cannot stop drafting Leonard Fournette.
That's got to be music to your ears, Cody, right?
It is. Yeah, I've been all in on Lenny too. And obviously you made great points there at the age. What I love is how you hit the perception of his receiving work. Everybody looks at him with a side eye in terms of receiving work. You mentioned last year, that's not even his best receiving season. He had 76 catches on 100 targets his last year in Jacksonville. The guy is one of the best receiving backs in the league, period. And nobody looks at him that way.
Yep.
That's fair. That's fair. So I'm just curious. What's your if you have him on your dynasty team, right? So that's
you asking for yourself, Rob?
Yeah,
of course.
That's a little different. A little different.
Are you selling him now, trying to get what you can for him? Or are you just gonna ride it out and let him
ride it out to the sunset?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't like having aging backs on my. And I mean, I'm sitting here boosting up Leonard Fournette, but let's be honest. I mean, all it takes, he can hurt his ankle or his knee or something, knock on wood, I don't want it to happen. But let's say Leonard Fournette goes out, has a traumatic injury at some point this year, his dynasty value is done. I mean, you are sitting on a dud. It's not like Leonard Fournette can tear an ACL and people are going to be like, oh, well, he'll bounce back next year. Here's a 2nd-round pick. Let me take Leonard Fournette off your hands. If he suffers an injury, he's done for at this age. So that's the biggest thing for me when holding on to aging running backs is the fear that the floor can fall out from their value so quickly. So I typically try to move on from running backs before they hit age 27 for that reason.
We'll make sure to clip this and send it to the league that he's referring to so that they hear this for when he tries to sell for a premium.
I've been trying to trade Cody for Dalvin. Lenny for Dalvin.
We've had some Dalvin and Lenny talks. Dynasty, man,
back and forth.
It's a hard one because honestly, I don't love either of them that much in Dynasty. It's a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
I just flipped Alvin Cook recently for a haul of players and picks. I got Allen Lazard, Michael Gallup, Kadarius Toney, a late 1st-round pick that I turned into George Pickens, and then a 2023 second.
George Pickens pick is nice.
That's nice.
And that would work out. But really what it was, I mean, I took over an orphan, and this team has nothing. I mean, it was terrible. So I had Austin Eckler and Dalvin Cook were the only formidable pieces, and I just flipped them for whatever picks and young wide receivers I could possibly get. And yeah, I get it all the time that I look like Trubisky. I get people tell me it's a blend of Mitch Trubisky and Jay Cutler is what I get often.
I would have never thought that, but I could see awesome. It's there. Trubisky now in Pittsburgh. We actually this is long-winded here, but one of my brother-in-law's friends is his cousin, and he gets to go into these Bears games, or it used to be the Bears games, and go watch them play in great seats and stuff. Man, I want to have a relative in the freaking NFL
in the circle. Yeah.
I want to be in
Tom Brady circle. I want to be.
I want to be in Tom Brady circle.
We're 5 foot nothing, so I don't think we have the genetics to have any relatives in the NFL.
Yeah. Damn it.
That's why we all talk fantasy football.
Exactly. This is the comfort zone here. All right, Dave, hit us with that wide receiver, which I have a prediction of who this may be, but go ahead.
I was going to say, if you guys follow me on Twitter, you probably know who I'm about to talk about. Allen Lazard. I mean, I've been beating the drum for this guy for years, and he is finally getting his opportunity. Yes, there it is, the Lizard King. I love Allen Lazard. It's just a dog, and the production hasn't really been there. But guess what? The production wasn't there for Jordy Nelson in the first few years of his career. It wasn't there for Randall Cobb. It wasn't there for Devontae Adams. This is kind of what happens with Green Bay receivers when they play with Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. It's just this slow kind of development and grooming process. And, you want to talk about a circle of trust. I don't know if anybody has a circle of trust smaller than Aaron Rodgers. His own mother is in his circle of trust. So, I mean, it takes some time to really build up, relationships with these wide receivers. But it took Devontae Adams 5 years to crack 1,000 yards.
Yep.
And Devontae Adams now is one of the best wide receivers in the game. And when you watch him play as a rookie, he popped off the tape. I mean, he's been a phenomenal athlete since he was drafted, and it still took him that long to crack 1,000 yards. So now the stage is set for Allen Lazard, and I've been acquiring this guy in Dynasty as much as I possibly could before Devontae Adams was traded away. So when that happened and Devontae Adams was traded away, I probably got a little bit obnoxious about it on Twitter, but I was happy because all of my the 5th round picks that I had traded away for Allen Lazard and the 22nd round startup picks that I had sent on Allen Lazard finally worth something. But really, I just think this guy, when you look at how he plays, he's the only guy that can profile schematically into that X role for the Green Bay Packers. And I'll be the first to admit it. I mean, when I was getting this guy in the 10th, 12th round of best ball drafts, I was all over it. His ADP is creeping up there, though. I've seen him going as early as the 5th round in a few drafts lately.
Whoa.
And, I think people are getting maybe a little above their skis or a little ahead of their skis there. I love Allen Lazard, and I think that he truly has the opportunity to be a wide receiver one. You know, if you give him 110, 120 targets from Aaron Rodgers, including a lot of the red zone work that is projected to go his way, finishing as a wide receiver one is well within his range of outcomes. But there is a lot of risk there that I think people are starting to ignore.
One of the things, because I've been on this train with you. I'm a big Lazard fan. He dominates in the end zone. We saw it last year. We have seen some really great flashes from him, and unfortunately, we haven't got to see the most of it because I think it was 2 years ago, he had a ab core and muscle injury, and last year he dealt with something just for a few games. So it's always like he gets a little derailed. The only difference about like some of the guys that you're mentioning, and this is the pushback that you'll get, is that he was undrafted coming out of school, and now he's Aaron Rodgers #1. And it's the only, like, when you look at absolutely everything, all of Aaron Rodgers wide receivers, everything that he's done historically, the only difference is that Lazard didn't have the draft capital, but he's slotted in for that X receiver, like you just said.
Yeah, and he's also developed. He's a much better athlete than he was coming out of school. You know, the reason he was signed by Green Bay to begin with is just because of his size. You know, he's 6'5", but he wasn't exceptionally fast. If you watch his tape now compared to his tape 5 years ago when he came into the league, he is such a quicker and faster and slimmer receiver than he used to be. So, you know, had he had the athleticism that he has now when he was, coming into the league 5 years ago, I think he probably would have been drafted as a 2nd or 3rd round pick.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Lazard this year. Hit us with that tight end, Dave.
I'll make this one quick. And I don't know if anybody's talked about this guy yet, but Zach Ertz is the guy that I have drafted more than any other tight end so far this year. I haven't really talked about it too much on the show, but I do a ton of best ball drafting. I actually did a few drafts.
I've seen the screenshots. Yeah.
I've seen it.
I think I'm over 400 deep on the season. I've been doing.
Oh my god!
The goal is 500 before week 1, and I'll eclipse
well
that
on pace.
easily.
Well on pace.
Yes. But Zach Ertz is a guy that I just can't get enough of. Really, I think people have just gotten bored with Zach Ertz. I mean, his rookie season, he was a tight end 10. Next year, tight end 6. The year after that, tight end 3. The year after that, tight end 2. Then he was the tight end 4. And then he got injured in 2020, finishes the tight end 32. But last year, he was the tight end 5. And if you look at the time that he joined Arizona through the end of the season, he was the tight end 4. He was also 4th in targets from the time that he joined Arizona through the end of the season, behind only Travis Kelce, George Kittle, and Darren Waller. So, the biggest knock on Zach Ertz is, well, he's getting old, he's getting up there in age. But we see it all the time where tight ends can perform well into their 30s. And he's actually younger than Travis Kelce, which blew my mind. He's a full year younger than Travis Kelce. So we're sitting here, drafting Travis Kelce first overall, or the first tight end off the board without even thinking twice about it. Yep. And then everyone's fading Zach Ertz, who is younger because of his age. I think that there's, it's just almost a lock, in my opinion, that Zach Ertz is going to finish as a top 5 tight end. And, right now you can get him as a tight end 10, tight end 11, tight end 12, something like that. That's crazy to me. I think that he should be in that same tier. I don't think he belongs in the Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, Kyle Pitts tier. But when you're talking George Kittle, Darren Waller, there's no reason that I don't think Zach Ertz should be slotted right into that tier with those guys.
I'm guilty on this one, Dave, and that was actually good for me to hear. It's going to make me do a look at him because, honestly, you blew my mind there. I knew obviously what he did earlier in his career, but it feels like it's been a long time. The tight end 5 finish last year surprises me. It's something I've just not paid enough attention to. That was good.
And he's just not like, so many of the other guys. Like, look at what Mark Andrews can do after the catch, and you look at what Travis Kelce can do after the catch, and that's why they have those sky-high ceilings. Zach Ertz doesn't really have that yak ability, but he just has a natural feel for just getting open in zone offenses, and he works as that security blanket. And my thing was always that, he was a big benefactor from playing with Carson Wentz, and that's what really helped him so much. But then he joined Arizona mid-season with no preseason, no offseason to, build chemistry with, and he was immediately that security blanket for Kyler Murray. So now the full offseason with DeAndre Hopkins, going to be missing the first half of the season, I think that he just maintains that role as Kyler Murray's security blanket.
Yeah, I like the take. I like it a lot.
He joined in between Thursday and Sunday because he played Thursday, got traded, played the following Sunday, and I think was fantasy relevant that first game.
Yep. And remember the talk, like, can he still play this Sunday? Like, he just played on Thursday, but he's
I know.
is he the first player ever to play 18 games? Yeah, it was a fun talking point last year. It didn't happen, but still finishes the tight end 5 last year. I mean, he's boring. He's not sexy, but he is going to produce, and that's all he's done his entire career.
Mm-hmm. Dave, I actually have him slotted as my tight end 5 this season, but I do not want to admit where I have Kyle Pitts. So we'll just kind of keep that part quiet.
Don't tell me you have Pitts below Ertz. Oh, no.
It's nothing with Pitts. It's nothing with Pitts. It's everything with this offense.
Pitts is my
number 2. Rob, I think Rob has him at 2 also.
I'm at 2, and I want to put him at 1 so bad.
Like Jeff said, this guy put up his numbers as a rookie would have been phenomenal if he was a wide receiver. He did it at the tight end position as a 21-year-old. I mean, this guy he could be Randy Moss as a tight end.
Yeah. The only thing is he had 1 touchdown. That was bad luck. That was bad luck. Like, it's not going to happen. The amount of targets that guy had, it was so it's unrealistic to think that if he gets those targets again, that yardage again, if he has 1 touchdown again, I will be so surprised. Like, it just can't happen. It can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tight end 1, Mario. It's happening tomorrow. I'm moving him.
I had Pitts ahead of Kelce for a good majority of the offseason.
He's a cheat.
And then, just a few weeks ago, I put Kelce ahead of Pitts. But
he's a receiver.
His tight end 1 wouldn't surprise me at all.
He's a receiver with a tight end tag. And all he has to do is get middle of the road touchdowns, and he can finish for sure tight end 1.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I actually did the math. If you just put on like the average touchdown rate for the other 11 tight end 1s, if you tack that onto what Kyle Pitts did last year, he'd have been the tight end 2 behind Mark Andrews.
Yep.
Wow.
As a 21-year-old rookie.
Stud.
Dave, thank you so much for taking time out of your crazy schedule and joining our small podcast, man. We really, really do appreciate it. Again,
thanks for the invite, fellas.
No, absolutely. Hey, plug if you want to do a quick plug and what you have coming up, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, just follow me on Twitter at Dave Kluge. You'll see everything I'm up to. I don't want to take up too much time plugging my stuff. Follow me on Twitter. You'll see all my articles. You'll see all my videos.
A lot of the things I've been saying is like, if they're watching our show, they're following Dave Kluge. So like, I'm telling you to plug, but they're following you if they're watching us. So
real quick, Dave, you going to the expo?
Oh yeah,
I will be there. Yeah.
Awesome.
So looking forward. I'm assuming you guys will all be there. I heard you say you're all Ohio natives. Awesome. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Yeah, you'll find me. I'll be working the football guys tent on Sunday, and I'll be doing a panel at some point there as well.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely see you there.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
See you, Dave. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks
for having me, guys. Dave. See ya.
Later.
Gator.
Later, Gator. The Kyle Pitts and Justin Fields love continues. We are losing one right now. Cody is exiting.
Cody's bedtime.
Early morning. Cody, give your quick. You don't even have to give reasons why. Give your dad bod squad.
Derek Carr, Darrell Henderson, Terry McLaurin, Cole Kmet. For various reasons.
Yeah, we'll get the updates later on those.
Yep. Henderson, again, remember, it's not that I'm chasing like, hey, I think this guy's a number one. It's just the value's too good. That's the story.
Yep. I like it.
All right, fellas. Have a good night. This is fun.
See you, Cody.
Yep, bye.
Thanks to Dave. Thanks to Cody.
Dave's a great guy. Go follow him. His content's awesome. Everything he puts out is it's up there with the best, man. He knows what he's doing.
All right. I'm going to roll right into our final guest because we've left him waiting for about 5 minutes. So he's one of the best in the business, working full-time over at Fantasy Pros, doing all things fantasy football from redraft to best ball to dynasty, putting out some of the best content around and probably the best beard in the fantasy football business.
I think so.
Derek Brown.
Look at that.
That last part was way too kind. There's no way in hell that's true.
What's up, man? I was just on
What's
one
going
of your
on, guys?
spaces recently.
Oh, did you tune into the one where I went for 2 freaking hours because I'm a psycho?
Oh, I had to drop off. But
man,
the beginning was what was the beginning talking about? It was so funny. It was because
There's no
I think
telling,
we do
man.
that. We do that a lot here too. Is like we get about 15 minutes of our time spending just talking, and some people hate it, some people love it. I love
Every
it.
time I do one of the spaces, I get some random ass thrown against the wall question, and I go off on a tangent because I talk too damn much for 10 to 15 minutes. One time it was about desserts. The other time, I'm trying to think of what the last one was. Because I went off on a long tangent, and then people that I know, like through the fantasy industry, hop in there, and I start bullshitting about something else. So who knows, man?
Love it.
Well, we appreciate you taking time out of the day to hop on here with us, man. I love the Vader.
Just gonna say that
helmet in the background.
Oh, dude, there's so many Easter eggs. There's so much nerd shit
I
back
know,
here. I've got
I'm
there's a Deadpool. There is I'm blanking on his damn name. The guy that wrote all the Game of Thrones books.
George R. Martin.
Yes, there
Me
is
and Robert
George
watching this
Martin.
right now.
There's
Rewatch.
George R. Martin. There's Voltron. There's 2 versions of Deadpool. One of it, which is Bob Ross. Basically, these are all my favorite characters, like DJing characters, like you have to be top 5 to get up into this. There's Ledger's Joker. There is Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday. Who the shit is the other one? Oh, it's Ron. It's Ron Swanson. That's who it was.
Oh
I had
yeah,
to turn
Ron
around.
Swanson.
And then I'm trying to remember who the hell else I have over here. There's Megatron. There's Drew Brees. There's Zoolander and Andy from Parks and Rec.
Just to help, I got a little.
There
Ron
we go. Same thing, baby. There we go.
And a little Dwight.
Oh yeah. There we go.
I'm there.
Yeah,
with
no,
you, dude.
I never end up usually turning this hat around, but that's what the backwards hat is.
Yeah,
always.
dude, I love it.
Nice. That's okay. So this is how we're gonna start your segment here because now it has to happen.
Yeah.
We're doing a would you rather between The Office and Parks and Rec, not the shows, but it sounds like you're maybe leaning Parks and Rec. I'm not quite sure.
Easily.
Okay. Dang. So okay.
I don't know. Maybe the people think it's a hot take. I like both of them, but if you got to ask me straight up, I like the characters in Parks and Rec better.
My wife does too.
Ron Swanson is the
Ron is
man.
the 101 and Dwight is the 102. That's just that's what's up.
So okay, then let me go this route then. Dwight or Andy?
Dwight. Easily Dwight.
And Michael Scott or Andy?
God. I'll go with Andy on this one. So like when I started watching The Office, there's so many just like you have to get used to and you have to get prepared. And that's what like I think a lot of people don't like The Office a lot because you just feel awkward watching it. Like there are some moments where you watch The Office and you're just like, I feel so cringe. Like in and out.
Dinner party scene.
Oh, the dinner party scene is
the first time watching
the greatest episode,
like,
man.
The dinner party one's like everybody's go-to favorite. That's not my favorite episode. Like not even by a long shot. The one where Dwight gets the concussion and he's super nice and then he ends up throwing up in the van. They bring him to the hospital.
The best intro.
Favorite scene ever is when they're in the van on the way to the hospital and Dwight like they're in Meredith's van and he finds a bottle of liquor and he starts drinking it and Jim's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, Michael's like, "Put it down or I'm going to fire you." And he's like, "You can't fire me. I don't work in this van." That's my favorite scene ever.
I'll be honest. So my favorite scene in The Office is that same exact episode, but it's when Michael's on the phone screaming about how he grilled his foot. Like it is,
that is the George Foreman grill episode too. I forgot about that. That's why he went.
The greatest intro ever.
They talk about what did they say? Which Ryan says he treated him just like his dog. He just crushed up some aspirin, or some put it in his pudding.
I'm gonna have to watch that episode tonight.
So
after this.
good.
It's too good.
Dear Lord, that's so funny.
the last bit of this is how low in your rankings does Jim go? Because if you rewatch it, everyone kind of like, yeah, Jim's awesome. He kind of sucks.
He's okay. I mean, he's definitely not like the character that really grabbed me for the show. I mean, it was Dwight was number 1.
He's so good.
Michael Scott was number 2. Probably number 2. I really like Stanley a lot, and I like Ryan, especially like when Ryan like goes off and like he's like all coked up and stuff, and he's like just a freaking like weirdo. I think there's some really interesting moments, or the cringe moments between like Ryan and Michael Scott through the entire damn show.
Dude, it's too good.
This may be a bold take, but I was a big fan of Ultron being on there. I can't think of his name. James Spader.
Yes. Yes.
I really liked it. I'm not a fucking
He was really good because he is really good. His voice is commanding. It's one of the few reasons I watched The Blacklist, and his voice is just really, really commanding. But there was one clip where I saw the other day, and he set up Andy, and basically I think it was his wife was in the room, and he was like, just tell the truth, and he suckers Andy into it. He was really good on the show, but
he was.
I could say I watched all, and this is where I think it splits hairs for me, is that I watched every season of Parks and Rec. I could not stomach the last like season, maybe season or 2 of The Office.
Once Michael's gone, I fade off.
It was painful, man. It was just like, all right, just end the damn show. Like, get this shit off of here. This is not the same. Bye, go, whatever. Don't care. Like, I've legit still not seen the last episode.
The season, I don't mind personally. Season 8, season 9 is where the quality drops the most.
It's just they should have just stopped. Like, at some point you're just like, okay, no. That's kind of like my favorite TV show to this day, like forever and ever, is Scrubs, and it's like we don't acknowledge the fact that Scrubs ever came back, and they had another show. Like there was a reboot.
Yeah,
nobody acknowledges that never happened. You wipe that shit from your memory and just keep on trucking.
That was Franco.
The game of
Franco's the young
Franco's
Franco
brother. Yeah. Cringier Franco.
Yeah.
This is the Game of Thrones season 8 conversation right here too. We just wiped it from our memory.
I didn't hate it as much as Consensus did.
I'm rewatching right now, so
I didn't hate it as much as Consensus. I'm really looking forward to the new what is it? The
House of Dragons.
The prequel and stuff. I think it'll be good.
I'm pumped.
Yeah. We Rob and I were just talking about how we both coincidentally started rewatching Game of Thrones.
Yeah, at the same time.
Probably like about a month ago, I asked my wife, I was like, do you want to start watching? And then like a bunch of other crap came out, like Umbrella Academy released some new stuff.
There's a lot going on.
I got into a few other TV shows and stuff like that. Like Netflix is just baller. Like they got so many good shows on it right now.
Yeah. I know we're supposed to be talking about your Dadbod squad, but real quick, did Umbrella's Academy drop a little bit? Season 3 kind of went down in quality for me a little bit.
It's okay. It's not. I'm not as in love with it as I was the first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
But we're in the middle of it right now. So kind of watching that, and I'm blanking. What did we finish the other day it came out around the time Umbrella Academy? We still haven't finished watching. We're in the middle of like a lot of crap. Like I'm in the middle of like because we watch some of this stuff with our kids, not Umbrella Academy, but like like Obi-Wan and
Obi-Wan was
what was the Marvel one that came out before that? No. The dude from Star Wars is in it. Egyptian.
Oscar Isaac.
Moon Knight.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of Moon Knight, and so we got to finish both of those with the kids. But we usually sit down and watch them all as a family.
I thought it was good. People hate it though.
No, I like.
Okay, so we need to get something out of the way here. People hate what they don't really like. It's not the norm, or it's not conformed to whatever their idea it should be. That's like. People hated Thor: Love and Thunder, and I'm like, if you hated it, you didn't get it. Like you didn't understand the entire. If you hated it, because people are like, it's cheesy, and I'm like, it was supposed to be cheesy. It was literally making fun of like even gods are human and they can fuck up too. I hope I can drop F-bombs because it just
you're good, man.
I'm like. if you didn't like it, you didn't understand the entire premise of it. So go rewatch it and get learned, okay?
You're spot on. It's I can never say his name. Tiki Watiti. This is his humor.
Oh,
this
he's awesome, man.
He is
does
awesome.
Korg. He
does Korg. He's in Star Wars.
What was he in the other day? The movie. It was the video game universe. It wasn't Player One, but it was similar to that.
Yeah,
free,
he's
free
great
guy.
in that.
Free guy.
Yeah,
he was awesome
Free
in
guy.
that.
He's good in that. This is. His
I didn't
humor.
expect we were going to go off on a 20-minute tangent about TV shows and stuff, but I'm loving it. I'm loving
Hey, you
it.
don't got to be anywhere. We're just now we're hanging out.
Yeah, you are our final guest. But yeah, he's amazing.
He's awesome. They need to keep him writing a bunch of stuff and because he just gets it.
And James Gunn.
There's so many good, the comedy is just awesome.
Yeah. People are, it's just because it's different from the comics. They're having such a huge issue. And there's been someone saying Thor is like an idiot in this. I'm like, he's not really, he's just goofy.
No, he's not. Oh my God. Again,
I know.
if you didn't get the premise of it, then you need to go back and rewatch it. If you didn't like it, you totally missed the point. You just went straight over your head. So
I love this.
You make me feel better because I am definitely a Marvel truther. I even liked the Eternals.
I get roasted for 2 definitive takes always, and I throw them out there religiously just because I think it's funny, just to gaslight people. It's one, that Love and Thunder is top 3, top 5 Marvel movie, and number 2 is that In-N-Out is absolute dog water. It's trash. It's terrible. Don't eat burgers from there because Thousand Island by itself is the bastard son of freaking salad dressing. So asking to put that on your fries and your burger is an atrocity.
Do you like it on your Reuben?
Shit, no. I don't need a Reuben, man. No.
Oh, you don't like Reuben?
He's a normal person.
So
I like good food. I'm sorry.
We don't have In-N-Out, and I'm struggling to remember if I've ever had it.
You know it because you probably either have the runs or want to throw up afterwards. You're good. You know it. It's a similar response to Taco Bell, except Taco Bell, you're like, this is so good, 3 a.m. So
yeah, there's a point for Taco Bell.
There's
never a point for In-N-Out.
I eat Taco Bell way too much.
No shame. I eat it too. I just understand that, you're gonna get the colon cleanse the 48 hours afterwards. So.
It's nice. People pay.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I'm not saying ooh, yeah, let's go, lose 10 pounds.
Hey, Taco Bell is how we keep our dad bods around here, and how we can potentially lose them at that same night. Yeah. Let's. Well, first, are you going to FF Expo? Before I forget, because I usually been.
I wish I was. I didn't go last year. And this year I've got too much personal life stuff going on right now. So I'm not able to make it out. But I know a lot of guys from Fantasy Pros are going there. I actually was talking to Pat Fitzmaurice earlier today, and he was like, "Oh, help me! I got about a 5-hour car drive with Matthew Friedman," and I was like, "Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine." I know a lot of the
guy, right?
Yeah, a lot of the Fantasy Pros guys are making it out there and stuff, so it's gonna be a blast. I have plans to go next year because I love Bob. I love everything that he's doing with this. Yeah. It's fantastic, and plus it's just good to meet people from the fantasy space in person. It's just it's always a good time.
Yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, we are.
Get over there. Bob's a good guy. We met him over at the Scott
I love
Fish.
Bob. Yeah. Love Bob.
He was on earlier.
Bob is one of the people that was so damn kind to me when I first got into the space. I love that man. He is a fantastic human.
We went to Scott Fishbowl. He said, "Did one of you guys want me on your podcast?" He asked all 3 of us, and finally asked me at the end. And I was like, "No, I don't think so, but we would." And he was like, "Let me know when." And I was like, "Hell yeah!"
Yeah,
yep.
Good guy, man.
So. Yeah, we got to talking about, I think it was FSGA, probably about 2-3 a.m. You're about a bevy of drinks in, and you just start talking about life. Love that dude.
That's awesome. That was a fun intro, man. Thank you for that. Let's it was very for us this is new, right? We did this. I've mentioned this a couple times on pod. We did this in 2019. We didn't interact on Twitter hardly at all. We put our podcast out there for nobody to listen to in a way. And we said, we came back after the craziness of 2020 and we said, we got to do this different. We got to interact on Twitter. We got to start engaging in this community.
Mm-hmm.
And first off, not only have we loved it, but it's been receptive to us. So doing this, very new for us to have and I'm not brown nosing. I'm not knob slobbing here. The caliber of the guests that we've had, caliber of the guests that we've had tonight is what we could ever ask for, right?
Yeah,
like it literally is. Like
who all did you have on? Come on, give me the laundry list of the beautiful names here.
We had.
Let's
Let's
pull it
go.
up.
We start.
This is the time where you pull it up and you flex. I want to hear the flex.
We had Steph Smalls.
Okay.
Ian Hartitz, Bob Lung, Eric Moody, Andrew Cooper, Jeff Bell, Dave Kluge, yourself. It's like our dream team, right? Like this is literally who we love to interact with on Twitter, who we love to chat with. Like I said, Robbie was just texting me the other night saying, and like it caught me off guard. He's like, D-Bro is my guy. And I can't remember what it was in reference to. It was about a player that you were talking about.
It was one of your podcasts.
Was it about Watson?
Oh, there's no telling. Our social media team loves it because they go back and they're like, there's literally nobody that you haven't tweeted about since like February. I was like, I never shut up. It leads over to Twitter, so you know.
It was one of the podcasts you were doing, and you mentioned, I swear, it was like 4 or 5 guys that were like, you have who do you have? You have someone ranked above Derrick Henry.
Literally, I'll just search
Dalvin Cook. I think.
That's the Derrick Henry episode. Yeah, I got. YouTube lit me on fire because I said AJ Brown over Derrick Henry, and I'm like, I still stand by it. Like
every one of your takes, I swear, was like, I was like, yep. You were talking about
a lot of the ways where like I approach players and stuff is like you just follow your process, man. Like, you know, and you do this long enough that you realize after a few seasons that guess what? We're going to be wrong on a lot of this shit.
Yeah.
And following all the groupthink, following all the echo chamber that's out there, you catch a lot of shit by not following everybody else's rankings and not being like, yeah, this guy's a wide receiver 4, except he's really not, and he's badass. You know, like, there's a lot of stuff, and it's like, you know, like, I remember I was called insane last year for having Cooper Kupp as a top 10 wide receiver, and...
Did you do the dance on him after the season?
I mean, no, man. Look, you know what? The results speak for themselves. I'll put it that way. But this is all to say that, like, look, we're all going to swing and miss. We're going to get a lot of stuff right. We're going to get a lot of stuff wrong. And if you stick to your process, if you believe how you're breaking stuff down, who cares? Like, I'm not out here trying to hot take, and nobody else is. Or at least, you know, I'm trying to, like, use generalizations. There are people. But, like... For me, I'm just following, you know, what numbers say or how I'm projecting certain offenses. And if that doesn't follow the groupthink, then a lot of times, you know, Reddit or YouTube or whatever just tries to set me ablaze. So, I mean, it is what it is. I don't care.
I've seen this recently in Twitter. It was Luke Sawhook. I always say his last name messed up. Put the Julio Jones top 30. In my opinion, it looked like he got bullied into ranking him differently, and it just wasn't right. I think he should have. I wish he would have held for it. I don't think it's that crazy, dude. He's playing with the best QB of all time. Mm-hmm. A wide receiver 30 needs like 65, 806. That's probably ballpark wide receiver 30. And
I mean, I put out a clip today and said that Julio is not washed. If you look at his per route metrics, he's not washed. Like, is he elite anymore? I mean, no, but can he be still really damn good and on a team that's going to pass at a top 5 clip? I've got him ranked lower than that. I think he's somewhere in the low 30s, high 40s for me.
Which I think is high in this right now. I think
that's high. And there's a lot. I mean, I think ECR and people are still kind of waking up to redraft and stuff like that. So, you know, but even if you're looking at, I think his best ball ADP is about right. He's somewhere in the 120s range, which if you start running back aggressively, I have no problem reaching on Julio because if he hits a ceiling, like, I mean, Evans goes out, we get a clear path. Godwin's not 100%, which I don't think we see. Despite all the positive reports, people still need to pump the brakes a little bit on Godwin because I don't think we're going to see him fully effective, full snap share, all that kind of stuff. So I've got Godwin, Julio, and Russell Gage all kind of in that like wide receiver 39 to 40, 45 range. Like they're just kind of like, look, like take your shots. Nobody knows what the shit to do with him because we don't know like, you know, how to project him because Godwin's the skeleton key. If he's not healthy, if he's out, then you have a clear 3. If he plays, then it gets muddy, you know? So is what it is.
Even when he comes back, I mean, an ACL that quick, coming back that quick.
People treat it like guys are just gonna like. I think that's like just an
They say that about
overarching
Gallup,
thing on
too.
industries. I mean, injuries just in general though. Like
Mhm.
people treat him like, oh well, they said he's playing this week,
So he's
right?
back
like,
to normal,
He's
yeah.
he's 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like it's just
Yep.
that's not
We
real.
see it every year. Like, look at
if you ever
Saquon.
pulled your back or you strained any muscle, do you wake up the next morning and it's like I can lift that?
I'm
Am I
dealing with that right
100%? Well, shit, no. Well, football players aren't any different, and especially when they're going to play the game of football,
Yep.
it's no different. But a lot of people in the fantasy space treat it like it's different, and I'm like, it's really not.
I'm with you, man. Look
I
at
agree.
Saquon last year. The picture from last year is crazy, where his one leg is gigantic because he has those monster quads, and then
yeah, no. I agree with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, you're good. And then his
You
torn
just can't
ACL
say
leg.
that when there's AJ Dillon is in the league, is what he was going to say. But go ahead.
He still is monster. I'd love to see side by side of those two quads, those guys'
Yeah.
quads. But then his other leg that he tore the ACL on was like half the size. It was insane.
because he couldn't work it out. You know,
Mhm.
It's the same way that somebody breaks an arm or what have you.
J Rob has same sort of picture
Yep.
right now.
Well, yeah, they post one clip of James Robinson running in a straight line at like half speed, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, you got to face Travis Etienne."
out.
Like,
No.
come on, man, no.
That's funny. I'll be talking about ETN eventually tonight. What?
He almost made my list. I thought about putting him on here.
That's
I went
spoiler.
through
That's
Fantasy
mine.
Pros and I looked at our dissenting opinions tool, and I kind of picked out some guys that were, I guess, I'm the farthest apart from consensus for my guys.
yeah.
You want to kick off with your QB?
Oh, come on. Yeah, y'all want one guess on who this is going to be? Do you really need to guess?
Give me a second. I'm racking my brain right now.
Dear Lord, what's the one quarterback I never shut up about? I didn't shut up about him last year. I'm not going to shut up about. Okay, fine. I'll say it.
Is it
It's Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jalen.
I didn't want to.
Hurts.
Yeah.
I again, like I was in on Jalen Hurts last year. I'm massively on Jalen Hurts this year. He's still going too damn low. It is ridiculous. It's just it's bullshit narrative after bullshit narrative after bullshit narrative on Jalen Hurts. People just they love to hate on this dude, and I do not understand it. I didn't understand it as he came out as a prospect. I didn't understand it last year. I sure as hell don't understand it this year. Whenever they're surrounding him, they just gave him an alpha wide receiver in AJ Brown, and AJ Brown is that type of dude. Devonta Smith's going into his second year. Dallas Goedert is legitimately one of the most efficient tight ends in the league. If Dallas Goedert, and I'm going to throw this out real fast, if Dallas Goedert would get the same type of volume as Mark Andrews or Travis Kelce, he would be in that same exact conversation of talent. Because if you look at his efficiency metrics, they are stupid. Absolutely stupid.
You're the second guy that's brought him up.
Yep.
I look, if AJ Brown would have never landed in Philly, Dallas Goedert would be like a top 2, top 3 tight end for me. I think early in the offseason, I threw him out there as my dark horse tight end 1, and this was before the trade. Because legitimately, I think it's like only him and George Kittle that had over, it was like 2.2 yards per route run and over 6 yards after catch last year. That's it. That's end of list. It's Dallas Goedert and George Kittle. But getting back to Jalen Hurts, like people hate this dude, and I don't understand it. He's legitimately improved in every single season going back to college. Going back to college, he improved as a passer every single year. And I dug into his passing numbers at college last year to try to tell people, and you never hear that brought up, ever, unless it's my loud-ass mouth sitting here saying it, is that Jalen Hurts, when he came out as a prospect, legitimately, in his final season, he was a top 20 passer in completion rate at every single level of the field, short, intermediate, and deep. And people still don't want to give credence to what Jalen Hurts did as showing improvement last year. Final 6 games. And I'm not telling you like these are like eye-popping, like elite numbers, but is it to say that Jalen Hurts showed progression and that he could be even better with a fully healthy offensive line and better weapons this year? Final 6 games, he was 16th in PFF, passing grade, 15th in adjusted completion rate, and 13th and deep ball completion rate. And nobody wants to talk about that. They just rather just blindly shit on Jalen Hurts and talk about how bad he is and blah, 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 blah. For a guy that he was QB6 before he got hurt. He was pacing towards 1,000 rushing yards before he got hurt. And lo and behold, everybody talks about, okay, what if the passing rate comes back for Philly? I don't even care if the passing rate comes back to being like top 5, top 6. Over the first 7 freaking weeks of the season, they were first in neutral-script pace. They were 6th in no-huddle rate, and this team was 4th in pace when trailing. So even if the passing rate isn't top 10, top 12, if it's 14th, 15th, 16th, if it's league average, and this team is top 3 in pace, they are going to run one metric shit ton of plays. And that raises the floor and ceiling for all of these players. So when people tell me there's no way in hell A.J. Brown could get 140 targets, I'm like, you need to go look at the numbers, and then you come back to me and tell me that there's no way that that can happen. So Jalen Hurts is, he's my most exposed quarterback in best ball. If I'm planting one flag on a quarterback this year, it is on Jalen Hurts, and I think he has the upside to go full-blown Lamar Jackson MVP season and just break fantasy this year.
Yeah, Mario's
I'm just over here cheesing, dude.
Mario's
and I do
that
remember.
drum.
You were just talking about him on that space. I think that's what you guys opened up with, was that and AJ Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that you barely didn't even really, out of all those points that you made, you didn't even highlight like AJ Brown coming to this team. And I know this is cheating, but the way that I view it is, we watched Josh Allen just jump dramatically when you added a legit wide receiver. And I'm not shitting on Devonta Smith. I just think he was young. Now he gets to be a wide receiver.
Well, he was. Well, we need to talk about too that Devonta Smith was typecast in the wrong role. Last year they used Devonta Smith as a field stretcher. Devonta Smith, if you look at his ADOT, his deep targets, he was top 10 in both of those metrics. That's going to change this year. Is he still going to get deep targets? Yes. Is A.J. Brown going to take more of that role? Yes. I think Devonta Smith is going to just play underneath, and he is going to cut defenses to freaking pieces this year. And A.J. Brown, people need to understand and wrap their head around how damn good that man is. He's legitimately never finished. Never finished. And this is going back his rookie season. He's never finished outside the top 5 in yards per route run in any damn season. Any season.
Yeah.
And people are like, well, yeah, but he's okay. He's not. He was a top 10 wide receiver one year, getting 105 freaking targets.
Yeah.
But yet people are like, there's no way he could be wide receiver 1 overall. There's no way. And I'm like, really? Come on, man.
I like it, dude. So yeah, we were talking about it. I did like a deep dive on your guys' podcast over at Fantasy Pros, and I just kind of binged a bunch of them. After listening to you, how much you love this guy, I went back, I relooked at the numbers. I had him. He was ranked as my QB 13. After looking at everything and redoing it and taking your advice, looking at everything, now he's my QB 3. So like you are the single person that completely. Mario's been talking about him for months. I've been poo-pooing him. You're whatever. And then you came on. I listened to you a lot. You're the one guy that changed my mind, and I'm on the train now, man. I'm starting to get him in a bunch of best balls in like the 5th, 6th round. I'm all in.
He goes too damn low, man. Like, legitimate. I mean, like we're talking about, like people pay up for Lamar Jackson, and I'll do it too in best balls. But Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, like all these different guys, it's like, you sound crazy until it happens, and then everybody's like, oh shit, I wish I would have sit here and bought into it. It's like, kind of like last year, like, how can you have Patrick Mahomes not ranked as your QB1? Well, he was a QB5 last year in fantasy points per game. So it's like, you looked like a psycho until you weren't. You know, all these different things, there's so much like where people get so married to last year's production, and it's not saying just trying to be different to be different, but how do you project these teams moving forward, and what does that look like? Because we see this every single year. Like, go back and look at like the last like 10 to 15 years of wide receiver ones, tight end ones, running back ones, quarterback ones. These positions, they don't repeat. They don't repeat because you're literally talking about perfect storm scenarios for all these different players, and these things come to fruition and they blow up, and then people are left like chasing the bag the next year. It's like, you know, okay, Austin Eckler was the top 3 running back last year. Well, you got to put him back there this year. Like, even though we were worried so much last year, does he get the red zone role? Does he do this? Does he do that? You know, and it's like, look, have conviction about how you diagnose these players and you looking at the situations. And if you're right, you win. It's that simple. If you're right, you win.
I oftentimes go back to this because I like it's so tough because like it doesn't seem that people do get away from consensus, and then when like everyone's doing the same sort of consensus, I'm like, am I an idiot? Am I doing this wrong? Because like this is how I see it, and I don't think there's just certain guys like I have Lazard pretty high. I have Sutton pretty high. Like I know some people believe in that. I don't, but I might be higher on him. And I just always wonder that. Like
now you got me wondering, where do you have Sutton at? Where do you have Sutton at?
High.
Well, how high is high? I want to compare notes here.
I have him at 11.
10, 11. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got him at wide receiver 9.
Oh, you beat me.
I love it.
And
I'm not, this is not a race. I'm just saying, like, I've got him and Michael Pittman are, I think, wide receiver.
I have Pittman high.
8 and 9 or 9 and 10, one or the other. It's one of those two.
Pittman was like the very clearest cut wide receiver that one of our guys, Brian, wrote an article about it in early May and April. I'm not saying like it was just so obvious to me that this is going to make sense.
Slow to catch up, man.
Yeah. And the other guy that I'm completely out on, very low on, Debo. And that's a
I got lit on fire again. I put him on. We had our all bus team episode 2 or 3 days ago that went live, and Debo was on my list too because I'm just like, the math doesn't work. It doesn't work for Debo. It just doesn't. Like, I'm not trying to hate on the guy. Like, I was out on him last year because he didn't get deep targets. He didn't get red zone work. He was really efficient, but how could you project all those things when he's literally never gotten these roles? And then George Kittle was out for a 3-game stretch and he balled out. Brandon Ayuk got in the doghouse and he balled out. Oh, and then his role totally changed down the back half, and he was one of the most efficient rushers in the entire NFL because we were all supposed to see that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you're supposed to project all of that different shit like happening in 1 year to like coalesce into like a perfect season. And it's like, okay, well, nobody saw half of that coming, much less all of it coming. And now we're like chasing Debo up to the top 5, top 10 ranks of wide receivers. And I'm like, I can't, man. Like, I just can't.
Yeah. If you don't mind moving over to your RB, your Dadbod squad RB, who you got there?
Oh, I wanted to get cute and go with somebody lower down the list and stuff, and I could bring up some of the names here, but I mean, it's as simple as the running back I wanted to bring up here was not anybody that had to go in the first round, not anybody that you needed a top 3, top 5, whatever kind of pick. But I wanted to pick somebody that like legitimately could have league winning, like what the hell are we doing type of upside. And I was in between 2 different guys, and maybe I took the low hanging fruit, but it was either Travis Etienne or it was Saquon Barkley for me, and I went with Barkley. I just don't think that people really understand how damn good this situation is going to be for him this year. Like, legitimately, this is the best situation, the best offensive line that he has ever had the chance to run behind this season. If they stay healthy, and I wrote this up in my New York Giants, like I have a team stat series over on Fantasy Pros where I'm going through, it's not a preview series, but it's like basically when I go through all these teams, stats that I think are interesting or can give us context about the offense, the team, all these different types of things. Saquon Barkley has never run behind an offensive line ever in his NFL career that has finished higher than 21st in adjusted line yards or 24th in second level yards. And for everybody out there that doesn't know what those metrics are, adjusted line yards just basically, it kind of equates to like how good your line is at blocking. Second level yards is how often or how good is your offensive line at getting rushers to the second level, into the secondary, into the linebackers, you know, and they can break off these type of chunk runs. So you're talking about Saquon Barkley has never run behind an offensive line that's finished inside the top 20 in either one of those metrics ever. And now The Giants have surrounded him. One, they're going back to a zone-heavy scheme, which is fantastic for Saquon because his lateral agility and the ability to press the line and then break off these long runs, it all comes down to his lateral agility. And that's really what he needs to be in. Like Judge and all that New England kind of crap, like get him in gap and power and all this kind of stuff is dog shit. It's terrible. It's a terrible idea. So they're going to move back to more zone. And the moves that they made this offseason, Andrew Thomas is good. They added Evan Neal in the draft. Then they got Mark Lewinsky from the Colts, and they signed John Feliciano. If you go look at these two different guards that they signed, plus the other tackle additions, like I talked about, well, Thomas is a holdover. But these guards that they signed, legitimately, these are the best guys in the NFL, or among the best, for running a zone scheme. Like Feliciano, so he had a down year in 21. In 2020, he was the 13th highest graded run blocking guard in all of football. And that's every guard in the NFL with 100 or more run blocking snaps. And he was the 9th best in zone run blocking. Now you go to Glowinski. I mean, this is his bread and butter, man. Like even last year, he was the 18th best guard in the NFL at zone run blocking. So this is all to say, like, the Giants could quietly field a top 10 to 12 run blocking line this year, and nobody should be surprised by that. And if that's what's going to happen, one, you're going to have Daniel Jones is going to have time in the pocket. So you're going to have more extended drives, more scoring opportunities in this offense. And number two, Saquon is going to see the biggest running lanes he has ever seen in his entire NFL career. And now we're talking about his second year off an ACL. This all screams that Saquon could just absolutely explode and put up just mind-boggling numbers this year.
It's someone who I've been warming up and I was completely out. And that is a compelling case that I knew Evan Neal was there. I knew Andrew Thomas. Andrew Thomas was like someone that came on hot at the end of last season, correct?
Yeah.
At that line, he never got a shot and then he did. So, I mean, I think I'm probably too low on Barkley in my rankings, and I think his ADP is amazing right now.
Yeah, I mean, people are still like, oh, he's in the second round and something. I'm like, he is going to probably get to the first round, and he should be in the first round. And people are saying, they'll say like, oh, well, we did this last year. Okay, but we also had Joe Judge last year. We also had a terrible ass offensive line, and those things are not there this year. So it's again, we're talking about, we're not repeating last year's mistakes. We're learning from last year's mistakes. Yeah. And while people are going to say, well, I've got bias because of injuries or he's been bad or whatever else, it's like, you do not understand the situation has immensely changed, and not just the coaching staff, for the better for Saquon Barkley, and he's another year out from the ACL, which, you know, first year's guys coming back from ACLs, maybe, like, unless they're the elite of the elites, you do see some muted production. And so we don't have that. Like second year from the ACLs, guys come back, they're stronger. They don't have a lot of these compensatory injuries like hamstrings and what have you because of ramp up injuries, and they crush. And so I'm not repeating last year's mistakes. I'm following the changes they made and saying he's a 25-year-old talented running back. When he is right and he's healthy, he is legitimately one of the best running backs in the NFL, and people are out on him, and I don't get it.
Yeah. This is me. This is you preaching to me. Like I don't think like Debo, I have some actual real concerns. Like, and I know I'm bouncing back to Debo, but that's to say that I am openly out on Debo. Barkley, I've just been like secretly like fading in my rankings, but because I don't have a strong reason why, I just kind of like just stay quiet. But this is where he's at in my rankings. Let me tell you, I'm who you're preaching to. I'm one of the people here. I have him RB15.
Oof. Okay.
I bumped him up significantly the past 2-3 weeks just by going over everything.
Even if we're not talking about how many, so let's get a more of a macro approach here, guys. Outside of Christian McCaffrey, who can we honestly project? Outside of Christian McCaffrey, Najee, Dalvin Cook, I mean, a handful of other guys, and I'm rattling this off the top of my head. How many running backs in the NFL can we honestly project an 80% to higher snap share on a weekly basis in running backs? And they're really good in the passing game. How long is that list?
It's what you just said. I'm pretty
CMC,
sure.
Najee,
Eckler.
Mixon.
Is Eckler share there?
But I mean, Eckler, do you think that he with Spiller there, is he going to get to the 70-80% this year?
You know,
He
there's a
could,
lot
maybe.
of talk. There's a lot of talk that he's been going on shows and stuff saying that like he's probably taking some snaps down and everything. And if I remember, he was the leading pack of saying, I'm not going to get the red zone work as much this season. He got on like ESPN Fantasy Focus or one of the shows and said that. And then it went like wildfire.
That's exactly how I'm projecting him. I don't think Eckler's going to get back to this year.
I don't either.
But that was he said that last year, and then he got 20 TDs.
No, last year he went on and was saying he wants the red zone work.
No, wrong. He said, I am not going to see the red zone as much. It was a weird. I will find
regardless.
It. So what I'm saying is I don't know. I don't know how to feel about Spiller. I've been bouncing back and forth. I drafted him, then traded him in Dynasty. I don't know.
I mean, so I'm going to be kind of rewind here. So outside of Barkley, I mean, we got like what 4 or 5 running backs
tops.
Yeah,
that legitimately like we're talking about like okay can get 80% snaps higher every single week.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
And plus, there are also studs in the passing game. So it's like how can we fade this guy when the situation has improved immensely? Not only his offensive line, play calling, and he is only one of a handful of guys in the entire NFL that are going to see this type of workload, role, and volume on a weekly basis. And that's just where like there's only so low. It's like I don't love Najee's situation, but there's only so low that I can push him. You know, like I can't push him outside the top 10 running backs because he's going to get a crap ton of volume and he's never coming off the field. Even if Pittsburgh wants to pull him off the field for 7 or 8 snaps a game, that's fine because his volume last year was at historic levels. And so him coming off and saying, okay, he was going to get 350 touches as opposed to like 380, almost 400, then so what? You know? So it's like I can only, even if I hate the Steelers offensive line, I do. Even if I hate their quarterback situation, I do. Then I still can only push him so low because if volume is king, then there's certain guys that wear the crown and there's certain ones that don't.
Yeah, and I mean, I really have to reevaluate what I'm thinking with there because there is nobody in that backfield.
No, not at all. And he is creeping up ADP. He's going to be first round pick, late first at some point soon, I think.
And he was like in the 3rd at the beginning of the offseason or 4th. It was
crazy. Best balls, he was going like
so
4th.
much fun. So much fun to get into early best balls, and you get all this closing line value of players once the consensus kind of catches up, and you're like, all right, well, shit, glad I got a lot of this player because now everybody's on him.
So where do you have Barkley ranked?
I've got Barkley as my RB. I bumped him up the other day. He was at RB 7. I think I got him at 6 now. So
yeah,
I'm way too
can't
low.
argue with it. I think I got him 8 right now.
Do you?
I moved him up. I've been getting into the hype of some Barkley.
I just want to see a better Giants offense.
I think you're going to see it this year. I really do.
Derek, who do you have for your wide receiver?
All right. Let me see here. Pull this back up because my computer just decided to have a brain fart. All right. So I had one of 2 guys on here. I'm going to go with the guy that, again, we're going to go with times that I just can't shut up. It's a player that I've talked about a lot. I'm not going to stop talking about it because I don't really understand. I don't get it. This feels like one of the most obvious things that we're going to look back at the end of the season and say, why didn't we draft? Why didn't we draft Sky Moore as a top 36 wide receiver? Why? Like, I cannot wrap my head around people that, and he's ECR. He's like wide receiver 50 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And people are caught up there. They've caught up since training camp has come out with the talent of Sky Moore. But I just think we're talking about recency bias. I think it's so funny to take a lot of these situations and you're leveraging this against the field in both drafts and best ball and things like that, is that if you didn't have, so a few different scenarios that can play this out pretty well. If you would have never had Trey Sermon drafted to the 49ers and he busted and everybody had PTSD on that, then where would people be ranking Tyrion Davis-Price this year? If you never had the Kansas City Chiefs draft Mecole Hardman's ass in the second round and he never did anything, then where would people be ranking Sky Moore? Where would Sky Moore be ranked if Mecole Hardman was never a thing? He would be a top 30, top 40 wide receiver. And people do not understand that how bad Juju Smith-Schuster has been over the last few years. Can he be better with better quarterback? Sure, okay, that's great and grand. He has been horrible. And it's not just last year. It's not the year before that. It's literally like 3 seasons before that. And he has been, my daughter's like coming in.
I could tell that was a little kid's face.
Dad life. Right,
Welcome to the squad.
Good night. Love you. Close the door.
You can't see it right now, but we have look at him just teasing.
I was just about to type in the chat, Daddy Pig versus Bluey's dad.
Yeah. Speaking of which, yeah, Bluey came out with new episodes. The kids have been watching that all night.
Dude, that's so funny. They were just talking about that earlier.
Oh man, Bluey's legend. But speaking of legends, Sky Moore, I do not understand why people are so low on him. It really makes no sense to me. I have him as my wide receiver 31 right now, and people think that I'm insane for that. And I don't get it. I really just simply, like, bottom line, do not get it, because comparing him and even Mecole Hardman is not even a conversation. Sky Moore, if you, no matter how you want to dice this up, you can go look at reception perception, Matt Harmon's work, and he is a baller. Like, versus zone, versus press, versus man, everything. He is a baller. You can go and look at his college dominator, 91st percentile, his college target share, 99th percentile. You can look at yards per route run. Oh, Lord, he was 8th last year. Look at Yak, he was 16th. Oh, he was first in missed tackles forced last year with those big-ass running back legs that he has. Yep. And now he's dropped into a depth chart where, I mean, he has dropped into a depth chart surrounded by a declining slot wide receiver, a 4th-year wide receiver that has never done anything to establish himself, and a 9-route specialist that everybody just loves and goes gaga over when he runs fast in shorts in training camp every damn year. But he sucks at every other route outside of a 9-route.
And can't catch the ball.
I don't know why people why, you know, you like Sky Moore so much. And I'm like, why do you not? Why? Like, what else do you want from a player going? It's okay to like good players. It's even okay to really like good players and good offenses. These things are fine. It's okay.
It is. I love this take, and maybe I have been paying attention too much to your stuff, because right now we were almost 3 for 3 on the same my guys Dadbod squad. I have Hurts, ETN, and Sky Moore. And
nice.
I didn't think that we were gonna have a Sky Moore one tonight. I really didn't. And it was like one of the ones that I was like, I want at least one where it's not gonna be a common take here. And here it is, man. That's awesome. And
you can't be put in a better position. Like, he's going into.
I will take, if anybody wants to push back on this, please, let's have a conversation. I welcome it. Please push back against this, because I haven't heard any really good arguments against Sky Moore outside of, well, I really like Juju Smith-Schuster.
That's
he
the only
was
thing they can
awesome
say.
back in 2016, and he's 25 years old. Like,
it was
the only thing they can
2018. He also had a pretty good 2020 too. He was wide receiver 17. He had 900 yards and
are you the pushback?
9 touchdowns.
I'm just trying to. No, it's okay. It's okay. He caught 100 balls, and his yards per route run was literally in the tank. I think it was like.
I'm not
1.3.
arguing.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, keep it
I'm
going,
not trying
Brian.
to smack you down. I want this. Like, I'm asking for it.
Go for it.
I'm just trying to offer a leveled head. You know, I have no dog in this fight at all. I just think it's too early to declare this rookie, you know, as much love as you're giving him. I think Juju is not completely washed. He's only 25. The 2 years that he was really down, he was injured both of those years for a lot of the time. So that's basically my only argument, is that I don't think Juju's completely washed. I hope that's the case. But if it's not, then yeah, it's 100% Sky Morris to seize the entire opportunity and become top dog there.
Even in Dynasty, like I was doing rookie drafts and I took him as high as like the 105 in a few different drafts. And
wow.
People are like, why? And I'm like, okay, tell me this. And part of like how I rank, and if anybody goes over to Fantasy Pros and looks at my Dynasty rankings, there are a lot of different. I rank aggressively. I will not shy away from that. I'm saying that right here. I rank aggressively, but here's the thing: how I rank is, I want people ahead of consensus. And if these guys pan out, you have one massive shit ton of whatever players. You know, I'm projecting what players can get value and be value gainers. And we're walking into next season, and everybody's like, "Oh, I'm gonna just ship off the entire like house for Sky Moore." And it's like, Marquez Valdez-Scantling is not on a massive contract. Juju is on a 1-year deal. Mecole Hardman is out of there after this year. So you got Sky Moore, maybe MBS, because I think he signed a multi-year deal, and Travis Kelce. And we won't take Sky Moore as a Kansas City Chiefs really good prospect. Could be their number 1 wide receiver as early as this year, probably next year, definitely. And he's not worth the 105?
Yeah, Dynasty, I think it's fine. And especially if you like the guy, I have no problem with you taking him wherever you want to take him. Because, I mean, that's my philosophy also, is if you like a guy, go get him. Like, yeah. I traded my first round pick next year just to be able to draft Justin Herbert in our startup this year. And, I mean, I got some pushback on that, but I feel good about it because I love Justin Herbert. That's my boy.
I mean, I had Rashad Bateman as a top 20 Dynasty wide receiver walking into last season, and now everybody's got him there this year, and I'm like, well,
welcome.
I mean, hi.
Could have had him cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he got hurt, and, you know, Baltimore fell apart last year, or you would have seen Bateman season last year.
Even if Juju is good.
That's where I'm thinking.
Even if Juju's good, there's no reason Pat Mahomes, with this offense, with how much you're going to throw the ball, can't support 2 receivers.
Well, you
and
say
Travis
that,
Kelce.
but then you look at the past how many years where it's just been Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce.
Well, who else was it supposed to be? McCole?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you got DeMarcus Robinson, who's running like wind sprints the whole damn game.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
I agree. The rest
it was a mishmash of just terrible players, which they still have on the team. So that only solidifies Sky Moore's value, because these players that haven't been able to produce at all are
Mario
still
sent me a clip of him running a slant against an undrafted cornerback last week.
Oh, I saw that, and
he's like, dude, you gotta get this guy. You gotta
I tweet a lot of stuff, but even I saw that clip and I was like, oh no. I was like, no, you can't hype a guy up off of that. Now a diving catch or some like really awesome stuff, sure. You know, like, let's have some fun. But
yeah, our other Dadbod, Alex, goes,
he burns a guy that's going to be like, you know, handing out groceries at your the nearest Whole Foods. Like, no.
Derek, the one thing I want to say about that is I think this whole defense is so god awful that I can't distinguish. Like, we've seen him have that diving catch in training camp, and there's been a couple other highlights, but I'm like, he's getting some separation, and I can't tell if this is because he's good or this defense is so bad.
Yeah.
He is really good. And the other thing I want to throw in here about Sky Moore is that look at the rest of the receivers around him, the receiving core. You have Mecole Hardman, who's never really played the full-time receiver role for Kansas City. You got a field stretcher, and you got a guy that basically is just locked into the slot. Like, even Harmon's stuff, like, where he's a little bit, like, hopeful is that Juju is good versus zone, but he's not good versus anything else. Sky Moore can win versus everything. He could play in the slot. He could play outside. He could stretch the field. About the only part of his game that he still really, really needs to work on, and we still haven't seen the best out of Sky Moore, because he came out of high school. He was recruited as a cornerback, right? And a quarterback, and when he was recruited as a corner, he played mostly cornerback and a little bit of quarterback in high school. He was recruited. They switched him to wide receiver immediately, and he started as a true freshman. Yeah. So this guy's only been playing wide receiver legitimately for 3 to 4 years. I think it's 3 years because he was an early declare as well.
He was.
So small school, early declare, has not played wide receiver for a long time. We still have not seen the best out of Sky Moore, and he's the one piece in that offense that's versatile, as opposed to all these other guys are going to play a certain role. Sky Moore is going to, I mean, he can do it all, man. Like, he's even getting jet sweeps and end arounds, like the same kind of stuff they gave to Tyreek Hill. They're not giving that to Juju. They're not giving that to MVS this year.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that point.
And I think you have MVS who could stretch the field and open that underneath. And like, say what you will about MVS, but he is a burner and he could open the field.
I love MVS for DFS. He has won me a crap ton of money for DFS. I love him for that purpose. Like, but redraft and dynasty, nah, I'm out. Yeah. But as far as like, will I play? it's the tried and true thing. It's is the defense bad versus the deep ball? Okay, yes. We're playing MVS, baby! We're playing MVS this week. It's happening.
Derek, hit us with the last position, tight end.
All right. Well, you want to go with players that could break out, players that are crazy talented, and we're going to fade some more camp narratives because we're going to talk about them. Albert Akui-Bunum is I have all of it in best ball. I'm going to keep drafting him in best ball. I have him ranked as a top. I think I'm tight end 10. Ooh. And 10 or 12. He's somewhere in that range, but his talent profile is bonkers. Like, we know that he is athletic. We all know that, okay? He is crazy athletic. The breakout tight ends every single year, what do we see out of these guys? Okay, good offense. Check. Athletic as hell. Check. Have they been efficient? And if they're given more snaps, can they draw more targets? And this is the biggest check mark for Albert, is that over the last 2 seasons, and yes, it's been small sample sizes, but he's done this in back-to-back seasons. So even if you want to combine both of those seasons into a larger sample size, he's still been insane. He has been top 5 in yards per route run in back-to-back seasons. He's been 7th and 4th in yak per reception in back-to-back seasons. He has been 3rd, and if he had enough targets to qualify for this metric to where I felt like, or I could lump him together because I haven't gotten to the point where I've done this I'm too lazy to have done this yet. But if you could lump him together, if he had a large enough sample size, if he qualified for this metric, he would have been 3rd and 1st over the last 2 years in target per route run rate.
Wow.
And he is in what we believe is going to be a really, really good offense this year. And they just lost Tim Patrick. So his receiving profile is going to be needed even more in this offense.
I think the loss of Tim Patrick really opens this up for him. If there was the non-believers before, because I did kind of view this as like Tim Patrick would have been playing a pretty big role in this offense that people weren't expecting. Albert O kind of has a lot of wiggle room here now.
I look at Albert Akui-Bunum as somebody that could get you 800 yards, could get in his tip-top range of outcomes if this offense hits its ceiling. And yes, I think Courtland Sutton is going to be fantastic. If Russell Wilson throws for 35 touchdowns or hell even goes higher this year, tell me how Alberto can't get to 8 touchdowns, 10 touchdowns, get double-digit touchdowns. If he does that, he's going to be a top 3, top 5 tight end this year.
Yeah, and like you just said, I think at 8 TDs, correct me if I'm wrong, 8 TDs you're probably locked in top 10 tight end.
I think so. 8 TDs you're locked in like top 5 to 7 probably.
Yeah. So I mean, what you're saying, especially when you make it that way, it sounds you're right. Like the unleashing of Russell Wilson is upon us, and Albert O may be a huge benefit in the red zone for this.
I just look at his talent profile, and I will buy into that type of talent profile 100 times out of 100. Because if he gets the volume, he's shown us in 2 seasons in small samples what he can do with it. If he gets 80 to 90 targets, he's going to be legit. He's going to be awesome in fantasy, and nobody's drafted him that way. Like, people are taking like Zach. People are taking okay. People are taking Pat Fryermuth over Albert Okwuegbunam, and I don't understand it. Like, why? Why?
I like to take this.
Albert O was getting a lot of hype at the beginning of the well, I don't want to say at the beginning of the year. Well, I guess beginning of the calendar.
When they traded Noah Fant, then he went up to like tight end 9 or 10.
Yeah,
and then everybody's like, well, everybody's like, one camp blurb comes out about freaking Greg Dulcich, which I don't dislike Greg Dulcich. I don't dislike him. But one camp blurb comes out from a beat writer saying, well, Albert Okwuegbunam's got to earn his role this year. Greg Dulcich wasn't even practicing when this damn blurb came out. He had an injury. And the beat writer said he's got to earn his playing time. No shit. Well, every player in the NFL has to earn their starter snaps. Everybody has to earn their job in the NFL. No shit. Well, you're not like telling anybody anything they don't already know.
Yeah. And I think what you're saying about his talent profile. So the Broncos drafted Fant in what, 2018? I want to say it was 2018. And then they followed up this next season and picked up Albert O. So they obviously saw something there because Fant, they used a high draft pick on. And Albert O, I think, was second round.
And the whole Greg Dulcich draft pick was not a slight against Albert Okwuegbunam. It was the fact that Nathaniel Hackett wants to run a ton of 12 personnel. Green Bay was second in the NFL on 12 personnel last year. So if there's a tight end that comes off the field, what are we going to say? Oh, it's this guy that's got an elite type of athletic and talent profile, or a rookie. Which guy's going to leave the field if somebody does leave the field?
Yeah.
Like, fantasy doesn't have to be hard. I don't understand what people are making harder than it has to be.
I love it.
No, I think you're spot on with that. Derek, want to thank you a ton, man, for taking the time. This has been really fun. I loved our conversation.
This was fun.
Yeah, it was you're very easy to talk to and bullshit with about Game of Thrones, about Star Wars, Marvel, all of it, man.
I think we need to start a TV show, the three of us.
We
get our hot takes out on TV shows.
A TV show podcast coming to you soon.
Rob, have you seen The Bear?
I have seen The Bear, and I love The Bear.
The Bear's great.
That's gonna be my fantasy team name. Will be The Bear.
You know, it has other meanings, right?
Derek, if you want to plug where to find you and what you have coming up. I mentioned this to everyone that's been on our show tonight. If they're watching us, they're probably already following you. But I think what's coming up and everything is informative and helpful for somebody.
I mean, I won't make that assumption. I'm just a guy trying to be a dude, man. Like, no.
And you are a dude. Let me tell you,
I'm nobody important, man. So no. The Twitter is @Dbro_FFB. Catch me on the Fantasy Pros podcast. I'll hop over to Dynasty. I'm in our Discord 24/7. I mean, I don't ever leave our Discord because I care about it. People pay us money to sit here and get their questions answered. They're going to get the questions answered, man. So
I love it.
That's a lot of what I'm doing right now. Plus, we have a redraft kit that's live for Fantasy Pros. We're updating that constantly, and it is a mountain of content. And a lot of people could tell you that and I say this on shows, and I don't have to be a used car salesman to sell this to you. Anybody that goes and checks this out, you click on the page and you go down and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling some more, and you see all of the stuff that we have in our redraft kit. I will be hard pressed to find anybody that has that much information that is kept current anywhere in the industry. So I'll put it up there. And if anybody wants to call me out on Twitter, look, DMs are open. You can @ me. I give zero shits. It's all good. If you can find it and you do not believe me or I am lying to you, go check it out for yourself. But that's it, man. That's all the shameless plugs I can get out for when
Not shameless.
one's different. I mean, look, just trying to help people, man. Like, I mean, we do a lot of work over at Fantasy Pros. We do all these kits. We have a best ball kit and the Dynasty kit, and that we put a lot of time and effort into all this stuff. And really, it comes down to we want to help people in fantasy, and that's why during the season, I basically run off of whiskey and sour candy. I don't have time to sleep. I don't have time to eat. That's basically what I do when I talk football, because we want to help people win money, want to help people win their leagues or the dynasty leagues, man. That's it. It's the end all be all. It sounds cliche, but it's true.
Well, we appreciate it, man, and hopefully we could get you on for another episode, maybe during the season, or if you're ever free. I know you're gonna be busy, but
no.
We'll hit you up.
Look, I told you before this when we were in DMs before. As long as I've got time, I will hop on any show, anytime. Does not matter. All I've got to do is have the free time to be able to do it. Past that, nobody will ever hear a no out of my mouth.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
We appreciate that. It's something that we've said in this episode a ton. Is like the people that have been on here have been open arms, including yourself. So really do genuinely appreciate it, man.
Oh, thanks, guys. Again, this was a lot of fun. We went off on about a 30-minute tangent about TV shows.
Loved every session.
Probably rivals. I mean, shit, that might even be better than the football talk we had in here, because people are tired of listening to me. So I suggest that people rewind and go listen to all the great TV show and entertainment talk, because, again, if you didn't like Love and Thunder, you didn't understand it, and you need to go watch it and get learned. It's fine.
Dude. Preach it. Thanks again, Derek, man. We appreciate having you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
appreciate
brother.
it.
We appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Y'all have a good night, man.
You too.
You too, man. Whoa. Derek Brown, man.
What a
awesome
guy.
Guest. Robbie, we are coming up on hour 5. My mouth is hurting.
I'm sore. I'm tired.
My back hurts a little bit.
I need a drink. I need food.
We're on the final stretch.
I was icing my knee before I joined you guys.
Oh, we must have been nice, huh?
Nice. Felt great.
Brian, we are gonna kind of, I don't want to say rush, because I'm sure you have your thoughts already collected.
Feel free to rush.
Go through them. Go through that Dadbod squad.
You want me to go through my Dadbod squad?
Yeah, I don't want
we've just had all these big names. I'm just.
My name's Brian. Here's my Dadbod squad.
I have my first Dadbod squad. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Here's my quarterback for this year. I'm going to share my screen. There you go. I have extensive notes taken.
Just says Tua.
Dude, yep. I know it's very small.
That's all it has to say.
It just says Tua.
Tua Tagovailoa.
10-point font.
I feel like I don't need to say anything else, because we've already talked about it so much on the show so often. He's got 2 great receivers. And that actually kind of leads me into my tight end as well, which is Gesicki, because I didn't want to be lame and pick one of the top 4 guys. So I picked somebody from the wells of despair.
Yeah,
and I just figure
tight end 13 or so.
Gesicki.
Yeah, 12.
I think he was 9 last year.
No. Where's he going at?
Oh. Where is he going? Great question. Don't know. Don't have it up right now. Probably around there. He's in those dredges with Albert O and Zach Ertz and
it's
all the other guys. Hawkinson, the wasteland, basically.
It's late.
It is. I mean, you can get all these guys basically for free.
So what's your argument towards Gesicki? Because there's a lot of weapons. I know you're probably getting into it. I'm sorry if I cut you.
My argument for Gesicki. Oh my God.
Yes.
Who is that beautiful man right there?
House is in the chat.
What's up, boys?
In a house.
Really, Rob? You had
dude?
Houses in the house, and you went with houses in the chat.
Damn it!
I've never heard houses.
It's been a
in the house
long night,
before.
brother. It's been a long 5 hours.
So my argument for Gesicki is just that Hill and Waddle are going to open up the field. Gesicki will be wide open over the middle. They love to throw the ball to him. He's pretty much out there for every passing play and basically runs like a Jimmy Graham, who runs out of the slot rather than lining up on the line. And so, big target. He had, let me see how many, I don't know how many touchdowns off the top of my head. I feel like I'm talking fast. But he had a solid year last year. He was top 10. I think he makes another jump. Hopefully enters that top 5 discussion.
I'll tell you where he's at, but if you
You want me to? I had it open literally 2 seconds ago, and then I closed it. Also, he's 6'6". I mean,
is he that tall?
He's huge.
Yeah, he went tight end number 8. Averaged 9.7, so a little bit lower on the averaging.
Dude, let me tell you, I've had my computer running up here since like 7 o'clock. This room's toasty. I'm sweating. You can see the glisten on my bald head. It feels bad.
It looks great, Bri.
Thanks, man. That means a lot for me.
Putting in effort.
Thanks. That means a lot. I was glad that somebody brought up the Daddy Pig versus Bandit conversation earlier because I was really curious. I'm surprised that guy who said
everyone knows it.
I forget who it was. Was it Bell? Said he'd take Peppa Pig even though he doesn't watch the show.
It was Jeff Bell that we asked it to, I think, first.
Yes.
I think it was.
I think Cody asked him.
Yeah.
Who do you have at RB?
Can you take a guess at who I have at RB?
Why am I blanking? This should be easy.
I feel like it is super easy.
Oh, it could be Eckler.
No, why would Eckler? Come on, dude.
I'm cheating and looking at your ranks.
It's the Quad Father.
Oh, duh. We had another one. If you missed it, Brian, we had a quad fowler tonight.
I did because I was in and out. I couldn't watch for the entire 5 hours. Yeah, AJ Dillon for sure. I think he's actually going to have more rushing yards than Aaron Jones this year. Not to say Aaron Jones is going to be bad. I just think he's going to get more receiving work and capitalize on that. AJ Dillon, I really think, is like the next Derrick Henry. And again, I've talked about him so much on all the episodes, and I try and shoehorn him into literally every conversation I have. So this is the one time I'm allowed to talk without.
Yeah, you could talk about
and I have nothing else to say.
I know.
I have nothing else to say. I'm sweating. I'm rushed. I'm just kind of panicking. I mean, here's what I got for you right here. 1 second. Yeah. Check it out. In fact, I need to set this as my wallpaper.
There's a conversation going on in a group chat.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that.
Whether it's okay to call a guy thick.
I think it is. Thick. I think it is. He's got thick quads.
Only if you use the proper spelling and not with 2 C's.
Interesting.
I think that's the answer.
I think that is a fair point, House. I think what you're saying makes sense because one way is one way, and the other is talking about how big his freaking quads are.
Being the resident old guy in this conversation, I'm gonna impart some elder wisdom here.
I think he's thick with 2 C's.
We got Alex on the show too. Right now, welcoming in Alex. He's got his double Brady jersey in the background.
Looks great, Alex.
We figured we'd close the show with our double Brady. That's probably going to be his QB. But Brian, you had one more to go. It's your wide receiver. This one can be obvious, right? This should be Pity City. Pity.
I know you think it's Michael Pittman, and it is, but Michael Pittman's got a ton of hype lately. Like I looked, he's going like wide receiver 13 now, which is crazy because
he has gone up quite a bit from that article. It's probably from your article, Brian.
It probably is from my article. I mean, he's just got to rise 4 more spots, hit wide receiver 9, and then he's going to sit there, and that's where he's going to get drafted, and that's where he's going to finish, and then everybody's going to be clamoring to get on the Dadbods for more of my Nostradamus wisdom. So I thought I would go with somebody a little bit less obvious, and that's Josh Palmer.
Ooh,
I know you guys are all big Josh Palmer fans.
Well, I'm surprised Donald Parham wasn't on here as well. But go ahead.
It's funny you brought that up. I was really debating putting him on here, but I didn't want to look like too much of a clown.
After you already confessed your love for Herbert.
Dude, I love Herbert. Yeah. But Palmer, drafted in the 3rd round, 6'1". He's basically, Keenan Allen light. You take out either him or Mike Williams, he's going to come in and he's going to shine. He's solidified himself as the wide receiver 3 in that super high-powered offense. Gerald Everett's your tight end. I mean, that excites some people, but I'm not that type of guy. So I think they're just going to run more 3 wide receiver sets, at least would be my hope. I mean, last year he had only 33 receptions, but he had 350 yards, 4 touchdowns, which isn't bad. And he did his most damage in those games that Mike Williams and Keenan Allen sat. So, as Mario knows, Mike Williams is not the most durable NFL player. So if Mike Williams was to go down, Josh Palmer is immediately going to step up, and he's going to be a 1,000-yard receiver. Could be week 16 that Mike Williams goes down. He's putting up 980 yards in that last game.
Well, I just assumed that you meant that he would
Nope.
be that on pace.
No, he's just going to be that good. I watched him last year. He passes the eye test, which, who am I?
Yeah, you're
I have
colorblind.
eyes, though. I am colorblind. He's a stud, though. He made some great catches. Herbert is to be trusted. I got nothing else to say.
Now that it's been mentioned, it's always a fun time to make fun of Brian not being able to tell reds, greens, purples. It's fun. It's a good time.
Whatever. Dude.
Brian. Josh Palmer does have a ton of value, and I think he's even a sneaky value as wide receiver 3
as well.
Once he started running, I think once his snap share percentage started going up, there's a crazy stat out there about him and how well he did once his snap share percentage was at like 80% or something like that. And maybe that's too high. But again, you have Keenan Allen, who's 31, Mike Williams.
3, I thought.
33. No way.
Keenan Allen. He is 30.
And then you have Mike Williams, who has had issues in the past and likes to. House always says Claypool is the king at this, but likes to fall hard.
Those are the top 2 in the league.
Oh, yeah. Mike Williams snags a 40-yarder, gets tackled at the 1-yard line, then hobbles off. That's like his go-to play. And Palmer's free. He's going 208. He's a free last-round pick.
Alex is like biting his tongue, like, I want to tell him off about Palmer.
Alex is so mad.
I'm not mad. I mean,
no.
Come on, man. We just had to listen about Sky Moore. Mario was losing it. He was loving every second of it.
Hey, Alex is a fan too.
I like Sky Moore, but I don't know if I can touch on him being Tyreek Hill this year or.
Like, I just don't understand why somebody would rather spend their 105th overall pick on Chase Claypool instead of going with Josh Palmer. I just don't get it.
105th instead of going with Palmer? I don't get what you're saying.
I'm just saying,
didn't you say he goes 205?
Yes, I did. So you want me to name the guys around him? Corey Davis, Marvin Jones? Come on, Mario.
Why can't you just get Claypool and
That's
Palmer?
where he should be. That's where he should be.
Alex,
out of the very few times that's where he should be, Palmer, that's where he should be.
You are so wrong, and you're going to eat so much crow this year, and it's going to be great. I can't wait to
Have you guys had this argument before?
We have not. I've never talked to him about Palmer ever.
I think he's good, but is he going to take that much away from Keenan Allen and Mike Williams?
Do you really think they're both those? You think those two guys are putting together a full 17-game season, both of them? No chance.
I mean,
between the two, I bet they miss more than 10 games.
Yeah, I don't. Alex, just to confirm, I don't think Brian's like calling for a top 24 year. Although he did say he would have 1,000 yards. No,
I said if they got injured. I know. I said
if there's an injury, then 100%. Then Palmer's a guy you want.
I think he's saying Palmer has. No, but he's saying Palmer has value at 204. No, doesn't matter if they get hurt or not.
That is the dart throw.
Yeah, I think it's a good
dart
throw.
Are we getting off the rails here or what?
We are. Brian, thank you for your dad bod squad.
Way to bring it back, Rob.
Robbie's like, I'm at 5 hours, boy. I'm ready to get out of here. Brian,
we're
you can hang
we're
out.
yelling about a 204.
Nope, I will see myself out.
All righty. Let's go with Alex next. House, you get to go last out of the three of you guys. We'll go Alex here before you. All right. Yeah, I gotta go to the grumps. First.
You guys are gonna hate mine after the last conversation anyway. So
I want to hear Alex's so I can somehow shit on it.
So I told you it's Tom Brady.
It's not Brady.
It's N'Keal Harry.
It's Michael Pitt.
It's Ramondre Stevenson and Ben Coates from 1997.
What's
Terry Glenn?
Yeah.
What do you want me to start with? QB?
Go with QB.
All right, QB. Here comes a curveball. I wasn't super duper high on him, and changing my mind. It's going to be Russ. That's a guy.
What? House.
I think I'm taking Russ.
Did he just pick Russ?
Yeah.
Doesn't he talk about him not even being able to see over the middle constantly?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't think because Hamler's going to be in the slot. I don't know. To me, it's a big question mark for Hamler. I think he has all the talent. He's going to have a ton of possibilities, but Russ doesn't typically throw to the middle. I just think that team is going to be good enough for him to have plenty of time to throw it to Judy and Sutton.
Hold on a second. This guy talks about Goff and Wentz all the time and goes with Russ.
I'm not going to talk about a 204 pick. How? Hey, do you want me to talk about a third string wide receiver? Like I'm sitting there, a guy I'm actually trying to get that can impact the team. And if I'm going QB, like I like Goff, and if it's a 2 QB or a super flex, I want Goff as my second. I definitely do. But Russ is a guy who probably isn't getting drafted as a top 5 QB. And where I think you can get him, he's a guy who can win you the league. I mean, the possibility of him being the MVP talk next year is realistic.
People are sleeping on him, that's for sure.
So where he's getting drafted, that's a guy I'm going to swoop up on.
78 overall.
I just feel for the value. He's had 2 seasons where he was top 3 in MVP voting. Injuries kind of derailed one of them. It really comes down to Judy if he actually is that good. I'm not super high on him, but I think Russ is good enough that where he's going to put the ball in places where he's going to have opportunities. So, and Sutton's going to dog out.
I think this is, if I remember correctly, this was Moody's QB as well.
Okay.
And
I like Russ.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what I said when he was talking about it. This is one of the most exciting teams, or most. I guess my curiosity is super peaked with what they look like. I just can't wait. This whole offense, and seeing Russ without Pete Carroll, who I do think kind of started limiting him.
Yeah, Pete Carroll liked to run the ball a lot. I'm not saying that the Broncos aren't going to run. I just think that they're going to utilize their running backs out of the backfield and the receiving end more. They're tailoring the offense around Russ. Russ isn't tailoring around Pete Carroll. So if he's going to have a huge year at his age, I think it's this year, new offense. There's no tape on the new offense. NFL's really good defenses can take 8 games to adjust.
Yeah.
I mean, when you see mobile QBs, most of them have very good first or second year, and then defenses adjust. Kind of like Cardell Jones at Ohio State. Came in, no film on him. Nobody knew what he was going to do. Wins games, wins a national championship. Gets to the end, or the next year at Ohio State, he doesn't even keep the starting job for the rest of the season. And in the NFL, he didn't do anything. Because there's enough tape on him, you kind of know what he can and can't do. With Russ, he's a dog.
He's a monster. Go to your running back.
I bounce back and forth, but I'm probably going with David Montgomery.
Who was it? Ramondre?
No, David Montgomery.
Yeah.
Danny Woodhead.
Danny Woodhead from
Rex Burkhead.
I don't love the offense. If Justin Fields is decent at all or has a halfway decent year this year, Montgomery is going to have a good year. He benefits from that the most. So it really comes down to Fields, but Montgomery is the lead back. I know there's talk about Herbert getting some carries away, but he's going to be their guy. He's going to get a lot of touches. And I think they're going to get him more involved in the passing game this year. So where he's going, I like it all day.
This is kind of another funny one for me, Alex, because one thing that House has said on our episodes is your favorite offensive line remarks. And this line is, I think you think it's
second lowest.
Bad.
It's the second worst. Last year it was the second worst line.
And this year they've lost a lot of the players. I think there's 2 of them out, and it sounds serious.
Yeah, I still want Montgomery. I still think he's going to be fine with receptions, with him getting touches near the goal line. Like I said, if Justin Fields is half decent, I know there's a couple guys on here tonight who talked about Fields is their guy. This is the QB that they want.
Yep.
I don't love Fields. I don't think he's good, but if he is good, the guy who benefits the most is Montgomery.
Yep.
So I want him where he's at, because if the Bears are halfway decent, if Fields is halfway decent, Montgomery's a top 10 back.
Whoa.
He is.
This is bold. Has he finished top 10? 1 season out of 3. Right?
That's what I'm saying. If Fields is halfway decent, it is purely on how that offense is. He's talented enough, but it really is on Justin Fields. But if he's halfway decent, he's going to be amazing.
This is the first Monty of the night.
Yeah.
Not the first Russ. Go ahead with your wide receiver.
Nico Collins.
Oh, where's Brian? Where is Brian?
What did Brian say?
Nico's a wide receiver 2. I get it. What? But it's like the same as a wide receiver 3 when you're looking at the Texans. What?
I don't think so. I think Mills. I mean, let's realistically think about it. Does Mills probably pass for 3,500 at least?
Yeah, he probably does.
Does he probably get around, I would say, at least 25 TDs?
It just depends on what you feel about Mills. Personally, I am not about it. So I guess that one's more.
He was on pace last year for 21. And do you think the Texans, basically, if you think that the Texans improved at all?
I don't.
Okay. I mean, I think they did.
I think I did with Mechie.
Mechie is an improvement for, obviously he's out. But that team's gotten better. It's another year. Mills was a high completion guy. He didn't look bad. He's not a turnover machine. Nico is dominating training camp. He's another case of the Jim Harbaugh doesn't know how to use wide receivers. Super talented at 6'4". They're lobbing balls up to him right now. Nobody can stop him. I think Cooks
is that tall.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's super athletic. I think he's going to get a lot of red zone targets. I think Cooks is only going to benefit him by, they're not going to be able to double up on each other. So I think Nico's a guy I want, getting him late. I think he has a very good year this year. It wouldn't surprise me he went over 1,000 yards at all.
Wow.
It really wouldn't.
This is bold.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be making these comments about it being bold if you didn't just rip Brian apart for Josh Palmer. I get it. It's a different sort of offense, but you just said who wouldn't expect Justin Herbert to have 5,000 yards compared to Davis Mills at 3,500?
I have Herbert throwing it close to 5,000 yards. I just think the running backs get more involved, and I think Palmer's good. I think he's worth
I don't mean to take
rostering.
away. I should stop because I don't mean to take away from your guys. It's just funny because you're a goofball, dude.
Yeah, I mean the probability of there being 3 receivers over 1,000 yards and high in touchdowns isn't high. Can it happen? Yes. Is it high? No, it's not.
So the last Will Fuller, was he the last wide receiver 2 on this team to go over 1,000? That's probably it.
Yeah.
Well,
a lot of changes
on his PD year.
It was on his PD year.
Or he was on pace for it. Either or.
I mean, yeah, wasn't it him and Hopkins both went over 1,000, I think.
They were nasty that year.
Yeah.
Together.
That was with Watson.
Yes.
I'm not expecting David Mills to be Watson. But
House is not amused.
Immediately went there. He's like, I hope not.
It wasn't even that. I was just going to say any improvement from Houston is going to come from Dameon Pierce. Right, Rob?
I don't hate it.
Too.
I don't hate. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Dameon Pierce could end up being a dog. I'm not one way or the other with him.
He's a certified dog.
He's a big boy. But I think Nico Collins is a dog.
Yeah,
he's gonna have a great year. Targets, red zone targets. He's gonna use his height to his advantage. Uses his body well. The target's going to be there. The wide receiver 3 isn't relevant. The tight end isn't really going to be getting a ton of targets, and it's not like they have one maybe receiving back, so they're going to be behind in games, which means more passes.
Bold takes.
I don't mind it. I could see a 65, 807. I think that's in the realm.
Yeah, like it.
Alex, hit us with that tight end.
I'm going with TJ Hawkinson.
Sounded wrong. What?
Yeah.
The baby hawk.
Yeah. I love the fact that Cam is a
after last night's hard. I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I love it. I love that Dan Campbell was a tight end, and he
had flow.
No, he's got the talent. Goff's going to have a good year. The offensive line is the top 5 offensive line, so it's going to have a good year. Hawkinson's just going to be a mismatch. They have more targets finally to where the middle of the field isn't just going to be, clustered. They don't have to focus on that. They have to actually spread out. Safeties have to look at the outside more. Hawkinson's going to have a lot of one-on-ones on linebackers where he's going to beat them. And I think I have him near the top 10 right now, and he could slide. To me, he's sliding into the top 5 if he hits the ceiling.
Ooh.
I think it can happen. Realistic. If any of the tight ends can, it's him.
Well, he's one of the guys that has shown so much promise, and seriously, season by season, you see these. I guess I should say week by week, because it does seem like you see one game where he is just a monster and getting loads of targets, and then he kind of goes MIA for a couple and then back. And Robbie's favorite stat that he brought up, probably close to the time when we started this, 39 of his, was it Robbie? 39 of his last 40 have been under 100 yards receiving, which is kind of crazy. So maybe this is the year. Maybe there's weapons there to open up a lot more mismatches, like you were just saying, and even get some TDs under his belt if they're going to actually be driving the ball, which is possible.
Oh yeah,
that line is nasty. They were talking about that a lot.
If you watch film and see what the defense does to Hawkinson, and they just literally one-on-one coverage with these receivers, it's hilarious. It's surprising that quarterbacks even threw the ball to Hawkinson because of how tightly covered he was.
Yeah.
They were all over him. I mean, that's why Kelsey worked out so well, is because you get the fastest receiver in the league to stretch it out, then you're going to open up the middle.
And DJ Chark is fast.
Oh, dude.
Jameson's faster.
Jameson, I think is the number 3. Chark right now is dominating training camp. I'm surprised by it, and it honestly might lower my rankings for Sun God. They're saying that Goff is having the biggest celebrations because he's just lobbing it downfield to a 6'3", 4'3" receiver that it's been easy for him. And with Sun God's gonna get targets, but Chark's gonna get a lot more targets than I originally thought. I mean, if you look at my rankings, I don't have Chark as high as that I'm going to move him to. He's getting a ton of targets in practice. Goff is loving the chemistry with it. It's a scary team. I'm loving it. Not even I'm not a Lions fan, but I'm definitely watching all their games.
I wanted to just hop up in that. I think it was the Billie Jean scene. I just wanted to hop up and Billie Jean. I was ready, dude, in my living room, ready to start dancing.
You in your pink pajamas, just moonwalking to Billie Jean.
Did you watch the Hard Knocks episode? You probably didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you didn't want to get up and start dancing,
dude? I'm a Michigan guy.
Yeah,
and I'm high on the Lions. I was loving every bit of it.
Well, you sure don't sound like it, Alex.
Well, why? Because I said that you wear pink pajamas.
No, I don't
Michigan
mind
guy
that.
with Tom Brady jerseys hanging behind him.
And Nico Collins love, and Donovan People-Jones love, and who else?
DPJ is the number 2 this year. Too bad you have a bum throwing the ball.
How did you feel about Mario Manningham?
Honestly, he was a one-trick pony at Michigan. Run far.
What you just
Alex
said made you high on DJ Chark.
Well, Mario Manningham didn't run a 4.3 and he wasn't 6'3".
I've been like, I think we forgot about DJ Chark. I know my rank's low on him as well.
Yeah, gotta move it.
Maybe I should have made him my player. No, I'm kidding. I'm not ready to trust the Lions to be hurt, but I am a fan now. Outside of Swift, at least. Alex, up to you. If you want to stay on and hang out, feel free. If you're ready to bail, do it to it. Whatever you prefer. House.
I'm gonna kick it for a little bit.
Let's get into your Dadbod squad, starting with your QB. What do you think, QB?
So I'm going to preface this whole thing by saying that the last couple conversations is really going to hate my squad. Nothing to do with my quarterback. I talked about him the other night. Jameis, I said the other night, sneaky QB1 potential, top 10, 12. That offense, the OC still there. I know we talked about no Peyton. Michael Thomas appears to be healthy. I quoted Olave's deep ball production at Ohio State just the other night, so I won't go over that again. He's playing the best ball of his career until he got hurt last year. So you can get him late. I think he's somebody that, you take – a couple people talked about taking that safe quarterback and then taking somebody that
the yin yang.
Yep, the yin yang, exactly. And then you take somebody that's got that high upside, and I think he's got high upside for the year. So, Jameis.
Do you ever think about yin yin, where you take Jameis and somebody like Matt Ryan, where they're both a little bit late and a little bit risky? The yin yin.
I mean,
I
hate everything about what you just said.
I'm 5 hours in, dude.
I was like, is he gonna go to a restaurant with this?
I used to talk for 8 hours a day, Mario. I get it.
Yeah, this and on camera, because on camera is a lot too. My face hurts.
Done both, buddy.
I'm not as talented as
Face
House.
hurt the
I do like the
camera,
Jameis pick though. Good one, Alex. Go ahead to your running back, House.
Running back, Brian, if you're still around, you're probably going to hate this. Aaron Jones. I love him. I love him as a player.
I think they could both be good, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think he I made some notes, and I think obviously they're going to split time. They split a ton of time last year. But the thing that I like is Aaron Jones in the passing game. We've all talked about Rodgers and his receivers. We have talked about them being unproven. Aaron Jones is not unproven, and Rodgers has thrown him screen passes, wheel routes. It seems like they take a shot with him on a wheel route once a game. And, sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. But what I found as I was doing some research is in his 7 games without Devontae, his targets have gone up by 2.8 per game, and his yards per game have gone up by 33.8. So, you can't extrapolate that over a whole season. But I think Devontae leaving, change in role is still going to leave him in that low-end RB1, high-end RB2 area. So I'm going, if I can, probably RB in the first round. And if I can get Jones coming back as my RB2, I'm doing it all day.
Yeah, Aaron Jones at RB2 is probably if that happens, you're definitely taking him second round.
Ideal.
It's so nice. It's hard to convince yourself to go RB1 with Aaron Jones, but again, you go Justin Jefferson and come back with Aaron Jones, you're probably not mad about it.
That's not fair.
Yeah, I mean that can play out a couple ways, right? You can see that you could see him falling into that second round and going RB. You could see grabbing JJ Cup, one of those guys, and then coming back and getting him and being happy about it. I just think he's a guy that where he's falling right now, there's too much upside even with the concerns that he's going to split work.
Yeah. Robbie is heading off. He's tapping out.
I'm out.
He's out. He probably hasn't said a word in like the past 20 minutes.
My dogs. Yeah, I got stuff going on in the background.
Robbie,
but
run the players.
are we giving ours right now?
Yours. Just
all
yours.
right, real quick. Kirk Cousins, obviously my quarterback.
Love it.
My boy, love him. Can't get away from him. Let's go with Tony Pollard as my RB. I think he's going to be a stud this year. Nothing but passing options. There's so many open targets on that offense. I think he's going to get them. Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't care what you say, Alex. I'm still all in.
I like him.
Top 10 incoming. And my tight end, I'm taking him every year. If I got to take him in the second, I'm going to do it. Kyle Pitts, I'm all in. He's my tight end 1. I'm ride and die with him. Mario, 5.5 hours in. This has been a blast. I want to thank all the guests that came on. It was an honor to even talk with some of them. So this was a ton of fun. I can't wait to do it again next year. And I will see Alex, House, Mario, Brian, Cody. I'll see you guys soon.
See you, Rob. See you this weekend.
See you, bud.
All right, House, back over to you. We'll let Robbie just kind of fade. I wish there was a fade out, right? That would be pretty cool. Fade out thing. So I really do think that Aaron Jones and the AJ Dillon thing is not a mutually, am I saying this right? Mutually exclusive for them having a good year. Like I think that they both.
It's not one or the other.
No, and I think we saw it last year, right? They're both top 24. It's again, especially if Aaron Jones gets used in the passing work, he's easily going to finish higher than AJ Dillon just for the receptions versus rushes.
Yep.
So I am a huge fan of Aaron Jones as my RB2. It does get a little bit scary as RB1, but I mean, he could have a monster year.
Even there, I'm
offense.
It's not my favorite choice as RB1, but I'm still okay with it.
Yeah,
it's a pretty solid, safe pick.
Yeah.
You know, back in round 1, you're like,
I think
this team's not going to be bad, so he's actually going. He's going to be good. It's safe. I love it.
Yeah, it's just what's the you go Aaron Jones and either another RB like Swift, or you go a wide receiver there like probably not Chase, probably maybe Chase there. He might make it there, maybe not. I don't know how high he's going, but you'd be happy with the two that you would go with, no matter if Aaron Jones is your RB 1 or 2. It's just one of those things that are like, yes, Aaron Jones RB 2 is the RB 2.
Oh, yeah.
House, hit us with the wide receiver.
Oh, you guys are gonna hate it. You're gonna hate every piece of this. It is Juju.
I don't hate it. I
wanted to go with Pickens, but I feel like he's too low. But it's Juju. And
how did I know it was Juju? Did you say it? Is this something that like is just resonating with me, or
no?
What?
I mean, just based off the conversations we just had, where there's big Juju talk earlier comparing Sky Moore, and then we talked even more about Sky Moore and what they're going to do. Listen, it's been a minute for Juju. I get it. He got Ben at the low end of his ability. He's always been at his best when he is the number 2 and he's working out of the slot. See Antonio Brown with Juju. He is going to be their number 2, whether it is Sky Moore coming on or whether it is Travis Kelce as the de facto number 1. I think Kelce is going to actually open up the field. He's going to work underneath. Say what you want about the dancing, the TikToks. He on the field is one tough SOB. He gets into dirty areas. He makes tough catches, and he runs people over. He's not a burner. He's going to get a ton of catches. He's going to get some yak just because Mahomes is actually going to throw him open, as opposed to where he's running, 7-yard routes and Ben is barely getting it to him. I just read a thing as we were talking about it earlier that said that he is running a more diverse route tree than he ever did in Pittsburgh. Some videos of him making some combat catches. I think Juju, you can grab him late. I think he's going to have some high upside.
So I want to say that I have a lot of Sky Moore love. You guys know it. I'd say it to you guys specifically.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that I am out on Juju by any means, especially
shout out
for
to
his
Shadyside Academy. That's where Sky Moore went to high school.
Oh, in Pennsylvania.
He was like, "Is that the private school you went to growing up?"
But he just said Umbrella Academy. I was like, what is he talking about?
Shady side.
Season 3.
Yeah, I'm not out on Juju at that ADP, and I do think he has. I think what you're saying is very true. And like, let's go back to what Derek Brown was talking about and how Patty Mahomes loves throwing to his slot receiver. If they put Juju there, could be a big time year.
Work.
Yeah, and you know, Juju is not somebody that you would necessarily endorse, and you just endorsed and called him a tough SOB.
He is, man. Watch him play.
It's because
he does not shy away from contact. You
no,
wouldn't
he
think
did.
so. Like with all the other stupid stuff that he does, when he gets on the field, he is a completely different guy.
There's a block
after he dances on the logo.
Yeah, there's a block he did recently. Not recently. I don't know when this was. I just saw it recently. He laid somebody out after they did something to, I think, Antonio Brown or something.
When he laid out Vontaze Burfict and he stood over top.
Yes, it was. It was.
Yeah, it was. Everybody in Pittsburgh loved it, and I hated it, and I called him an idiot.
Why?
Because it was. I mean, because
just say you take it back. It's okay.
Because everybody was mad at Burfict for the hit that he put on Brown that was dirty, and then they cheered our guy for doing the exact same thing.
Well, was it the same though? He didn't go helmet to helmet. He just it was kind
of. It was for sure a blind side. Like
yeah,
it was 100% the old school Hines Ward block that they made a rule against because of Hines Ward.
I get it, but I can never say his last name. Burfict.
Am I saying that? He's a clown.
Yeah,
his hits were not quite like.
He's a dirty player.
He would lead with the head.
Oh,
for sure. Yeah.
It's a little bit of a different thing, I think, but we're getting off topic. Tight end. Who do you got?
Again, came up earlier, and yes, I had to add a Steeler.
Oh, no! You added technically 2 Steelers.
Didn't you just hear him get pooped
Juju's not a Steeler anymore. I did, and that's why I said I was sitting there the whole time, didn't have my camera on because I didn't want you to pull me on saying, like, House is here. And I specifically didn't put anything in the chat because of it.
So
I know. I know. But listen, when he took over the job as the starter, he was tight end 7 for the rest of the year. So he took over for Ebron after Ebron got hurt in week 6, and he was tight end 7 for the rest of the year. Ben leaned on his tight ends. I get it. I don't know what Mitch is going to do, or Mason, or Kenny, or whoever is throwing the ball. It might be Chris Oladokun from South Dakota State or wherever the hell he went to school. But where I'm at, and I've said it before on here, if I don't get the Kelsey, Andrews, one of those guys, I tend to fade tight ends. And I'm targeting a guy like Freiermuth because I think he is going to consistently perform. Any guy who is nicknamed Baby Gronk is good enough for me. I like what he does, man. And I, had to be a little bit of a homer on this.
It's a good pick.
I don't have them in front of me, and this is your Dadbod squad, so we're not here to argue. Even
the only concern is the amount of targets he's going to get.
Brian did the same, by the way, to Derek. So no diss to you, Alex, alone.
What are you talking about? What I do?
I said we're not here to argue. There's some stats out there that are very concerning with Freiermuth, but again, new quarterback.
Fair.
Ian Hartitz posted a picture of like the 3 dragons. I can't remember what cartoon it's from. I think it's like that Jackie Chan cartoon, if I'm not mistaken. The 3-headed dragons, and he posted it with Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and Mason Rudolph. They're the dopey dragons. I don't have it right in front of me.
I love Kenny Pickett, but my God, this quarterback room is a disaster right now.
What is going on?
Oh,
is he gonna start? Because I'm hearing nothing but bad things across the board.
He's not. He just started running with the 2s over Mason. I'm curious to see what the timeshare looks like. They play Saturday night. Obviously, it's first preseason game. Mitch is going to go, and he's going to go a short amount. I don't know. I've heard conflicting reports that it's going to be Mason in the second and third quarter, and then Kenny's going to be in mop-up time in the fourth. Then I've heard reports that it's going to be Mason for the second, and then Kenny for the whole second half. So it's all up in the air. Who knows?
If Mason's a starter, I am out on all Steelers.
He better.
There's
not
no
be.
way he's a starter.
There's
no way.
There's been some weird things coming out of camp, and again, it's camp news, but
I'll love it. I'll love it.
Yes, me too.
I will
absolutely love it.
I will be miserable.
We could go. Hey,
Absolutely.
look. You and I could both just convert over to Lions fans. I mean, it's not like we're jumping on any sort of bandwagon, like the guy below us.
I went through a year with Mason and a professional duck caller as my quarterback. So
yeah,
I'm at least.
Who is that again? Hedges or something?
Duck Hodges, Devlin Hodges.
Yeah, that's it.
Another poopsicle sandwich
from Samford.
Poopsicle sandwich. I'm gonna run through because I'm pretty toasted. So
I also picked a Penn State guy right there. So I need you guys to understand how hard that was for me.
I didn't know there was a hate towards Penn State. I know you love
Pitt and Penn State, my friend.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's only in Ohio State world, so who's your pick, Martin?
Yeah, I got to get better at watching college football. This was the year I was hoping to watch a lot more. My clear-cut answer is Jalen Hurts is my QB. ADP has him at QB7. I have him as QB3. I was surprised that House didn't go with him, but I think it was probably because House
knew you were going to.
Yeah. I'm all in on Hurts this season. Alex, I'm glad you're on here to hear this. He posted a 784-yard. Also, did you hear when Derek Brown was talking about him, dude? It was great.
I put in the Discord. I hope Alex is listening to this right now.
Did you hear it, Alex?
Oh, I put the stats in Discord to kind of be like, well, you're kind of not right in this area, but
whatever.
Whatever,
Preach on it,
Alex.
Mario. Preach on it.
Hurts posted 784 yards and 10 TDs rushing last season. He played, 14 games last year? 15? It is possible we see some regression with those TDs, but I think he'll make up for it with his favorite new weapon, A.J. Brown. Alex, this is going to be nothing new for you, right? Like, this is what I've been telling you all along. This is where I come from. I get that these two are two different situations between him and Josh Allen, but the moment, and I've said it earlier on this episode, the moment we saw him add Stephon Diggs to his offense, he increased completion percentage by I think it was 6. Josh Allen struggled early from college, his first 2 years. It's the argument that you have with Hurt. It's all here, dude. The pieces are all falling into place.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I know we do plenty. And let's wrap this up. RB this season is Travis Etienne. He's going as RB21. I have him ranked as RB11, so I'm quite a bit higher on him. One of my favorite stats for this is the last 11 seasons of football, there have been 7 RBs who have had 170 to 200 carries and 50 receptions to 70 receptions. So somewhere in those groups, right? But both. So anywhere in there. There's been 7 of those. Their RB finishes are 6, 8, 11, 13, 15, 16, and 18. So if we think at bare minimum he's going to be right around 170 to 50 catches, that's still RB18. That's still value getting him at RB21. But I think he's better. I think he's more explosive than that. So J-Rob doesn't worry me. In fact, I kind of embrace J-Rob being a part of this offense. In the games, I'm switching over here. In the games where we saw Swift and Jamal Williams, who I think is a very similar comp, where Jamal Williams had 12-plus touches and Swift played, I erased week 12. Again, this is something I mentioned earlier on the show, too. We were talking about it. Erased week 12 because that's when Swift was hurt very early in the game. I think he had 4 touches before then. So weeks 3, 4, 5, 7, and 18, Swift had 19.8 points per game. That's the games that Jamal had at least 12 touches. The other 7 weeks where Jamal was below those 12 touches, Swift played, week 12 again, 15.3 points per game. So he averaged more points per game with Jamal Williams touching the ball more, which is really interesting to think about. You get a lot of people with pushback on ETN thinking that he's not going to get enough work or that J-Rob's going to get work. I don't care. Give me 50 and 170 and I'm fine. We'll see where it goes from there. And hopefully it's more than that. I want it to be more than that. But at RB21, you're still looking at, it should be right around RB18 as his floor. That's where I put him.
Can we also shout out ETN for eviscerating Urban Meyer and saying if there was any year to miss, he missed a great one.
I loved it, dude. Urban has just
Urban is a
He's
tool
trash.
bag.
He's the worst.
I never realized how bad he was. I thought he was going to be so good. Yeah, you sent us a huge article.
Been saying it for years, and all these
terrible dude.
Blind followers in Columbus didn't believe me.
Dude, the worst. I love ETN, by the way. Mario
good
at
pick.
RB21. It's great. It's best value.
It's really good value, and people kind of are like, I don't think this value stays. I actually think he's probably. Unfortunately, something will come up where he's at RB 15, 16 by season start.
Probably.
So that's
100%.
where it gets tougher. I have him at 11, but I can understand more.
J-Rob is still there when he's healthy. The Achilles could make him not really a factor, but if he ends up being decent, J-Rob's going to get goal line, and he is going to get touches. The team's still young. Quarterback's still young. You know, they're going to try to run it as much as they can.
You bring up a great point, though. Like, one of the things that I didn't even mention, and I've mentioned on other shows, so really, is Trevor Lawrence had the highest check down rate of any QB, and by a lot. So, like, it's just
the passing game. That's the thing. It's the same argument with.
Yep, it's the Konami. What do they call it? The Konami code QB. But this is what you're looking for in running back, and the same thing you're looking for in wide receiver, one that rushes, right?
Yep.
My wide receiver for this year is Sky Moore. He is going wide receiver 51. I have him ranked as, Alex is going to hate this, wide receiver 25. He might not hate it. He just might not love it. So I have him ranked at wide receiver 25. So barely outside the top 24. There's not much I'm going to say more than Derek Brown. He did dominate at college, and I get it. There's something that I didn't mention while Derek was talking is it was the MAC, right? His last season, 95, 12, 92, 10 TDs. I see it as, and this goes right to what you were just saying, House. I see that he can kind of dominate the underneath here. I think we will see the two speed burners and Hardman and MVS not on the field at the same time, kind of open up the long shot where there's going to be open availability underneath for Sky Moore, for Juju, for Kelsey. And Kelsey's kind of could dominate all over the field, but I just see these guys being his underneath targets, outs, slants, any of those. Even I don't know. It just, I think that he can really contribute to this offense. Man, I'm running low. He could really contribute to this offense immediately. You guys saw it. I don't want to mention. Don't tell me on my trade that I had. I went all in for him on our specific dynasty because once I start convincing myself that somebody's going to do well, I pretty much will give up a lot.
So look, Sky Moore, you said it's the MAC, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was bad against Michigan last year. Then against Pitt, he went for 11 and 124 with a touchdown. And then he had 10, 11, 12, and 12 in various other games. So he gets the ball and he just runs with it, man. Northern Illinois, 12 for 206 and 4 TDs. Yikes.
MAC receivers can be scary. There's been first round draft picks gone to MAC receivers that end up not.
Antonio Brown, Deontay Johnson.
Was Antonio Brown a high pick?
No, he was a 6th rounder. But I'm just saying, MAC receivers can still play.
Corey Davis.
Was Deontay a 6th rounder too?
Deontay was a 3rd.
Oh, I thought he was later.
I like Sky Moore. I'm not hating on it at all.
It is just nice for you guys to bring up some of the names. I was curious.
The offense. I think it's going to be the most interesting offense to watch because I think they're going to be the most untraditional offense. I think they're going to have Schuster Moore doing everything. I think Hardman and Valdez are going to, take turns being the one trick to open up downfield. But I think Kelsey, Moore, and Schuster all run similar routes the entire season.
I'm surprised we're on the same page with that. That's pretty much what I'm thinking. And I think Kelsey's a little bit more versatile just because he is the the beast, the talent. But no, I think these guys get to develop with Patty Mahomes.
You know who else?
I think we're too low on Patty.
I don't know how low technically a MAC receiver, by the way.
Who?
Randy Moss.
Yeah, that whole situation happened not by choice.
Just saying.
Yeah. No, I like Sky Moore. If there was a team he was going to go to where he was going to hit his potential as fast as possible, it's the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So
and it's like the longevity of it, right? I have concerns with Christian Watson, even with Dobbs, but at least I know Sky Moore is going to be playing with this QB for a while. It's like Buffalo never goes for these wide receivers. Like they took Gabe Davis in second, I think 2 years ago. They're like, yeah, we're good. I want some good wide receivers to start grooming under Josh Allen so you guys don't run out.
They go defense and,
and random running backs. They grab the running back every year.
Yeah.
They're like, we hate him.
It is the most random. How they draft running backs is the most random. Like Singletary, Moss, and Cook are completely different.
Yeah, Moss is supposed to be like your traditional kind of run through running back. Singletary is kind of like a scat back, and then James Cook is like a pass catching back. That's how I view him, at least. Yeah, it's so weird. I mean, it could be a three-headed monster with Allen leading the way. Could be like those derpy dragons.
Kenny Golladay is also a MAC receiver.
Ooh, he was a monster for some time. My tight end is Dalton Schultz. This one's pretty straightforward because, somebody else mentioned him earlier. I don't think he's the most athletic tight end. Can he develop into that? I don't know. Maybe.
Can't really develop athleticism.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think Mark Andrews is like super athletic though at times.
Who's bigger? Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head.
I think Andrews is bigger.
Andrews is what, a second round? He was like the number 2 tight end coming out of college.
Do you view Andrews as super athletic? Am I missing something there?
He was I think the 1 or number 2 tight end coming out of college when he got drafted. Like he was supposed to be that guy.
This is like I'm not looking at like the RAS test or anything. I am purely going on like when you watch Dalton Schultz, he gets the job done. And it's not like it's ugly, it's not clunky, it's very smooth, it's very great. But then you see like Kelsey or Waller or even Kittle, and they're just like sometimes just monstrous, right? They make these plays and they're wild plays. I don't remember seeing that with Schultz last season, and I watched a lot of them because I had him.
Schultz is an inch taller, and Andrews is 12 pounds heavier.
I have them both as 6'5", 255. That's what I'm seeing. They're pretty much the same size.
Yeah, so there's 182 open targets on this offense. Again, it's now going to go to Schultz. 16 open TDs that are just all of this left. So if you're expecting Dak to have a similar year, I think Tolbert's a great shot at this as well. But Dak and Dalton have a lot of chemistry together. They built that last year. They got rid of Blake Jarwin because they said, okay, Schultz is clearly a guy here. He's on a contract year. He's tendered, franchise tagged. So he's going to want to put on, and I hope that he can elevate into this top tier tight end. I have him at currently tight end number. I have him at 4, and I'm not ashamed of it.
The way you said 4, it was like it's not highly ranked. He's up there.
He goes to 6, right? Like that's his ADP. I think is tight end 6.
I don't hate it. A lot of targets.
It should be a lot of targets there. There should be a lot of targets available. Do you guys have any last minute thoughts? Because I am beat.
Great work.
Yeah. Get some sleep, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Let's get our you can't hear it yet, but it's coming. No. We're just gonna skip it tonight.
Expo this weekend. Good times.
Expo, excited to see everyone there. We, if you're not already, follow us on Dadbod Fantasy Squad. We'll be posting this recording. I might break up this recording specifically, so it's not getting posted tonight. And then if you want to check it out on YouTube or Twitch, follow us, subscribe. We'll appreciate it. For myself, Robbie, Cody, Brian, Alex, House, peace.